it's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday live stream with everyone's favorite Adam, friended forever. And today we'll be looking at the much requested alt-right playbook by Innuendo Studios. But before we dive into this filth, this garbage, this crap, this insane rantings of a far leftist who can't escape his bubble. Before we get into any of that, is there anything you want to talk about, Adam?
Let us know in the chat if the volume's okay. We don't want to go full boomer. No, I feel like we talked about a lot of super interesting things that should remain private before the stream began. We talked a lot of shit. Oh, did you see my Twitter poll?
What was your Twitter poll? No.
I did a Twitter poll. Who talks more shit? Men, women, or non-binaries? Guess who won?
Women. Come on, duh.
What? No, the non-binaries took it. It was like 60%.
How many non-binary people do you interact with?
Non-binaries must talk a lot of shit. I think they were thinking it was per capita. How many non-binaries are there?
I don't. Look, I'm a horrible bigot, so I don't know any non-binary people in real life.
I think you said women talk more shit. I think that's the real story here. Did you just hear that, guys? Sitch just said women talk more shit.
So wait, you disagree with that? You think men talk more shit?
Well, obviously it depends on what you mean by talking shit. There's several levels of talking shit here.
You know what everyone knows what it means.
There's talking shit behind people's back. No. There's talking shit to their face. There's talking shit, like talking a good game. There's all kinds of talking shit. I mean, the internet was made for talking shit. Let's be honest.
Everyone no.
And the internet is mostly male.
No. This is all. You just don't want to answer the question because you know I'm right.
I didn't. When you make these polls, they don't even let you vote in them.
Someone said that you misspelled non-binary in the poll.
Did I? Hilarious. That's great.
What are we gonna do with you? Can't even write letters.
I don't. Good. Yeah, spelling is. I actually looked it up. I did look it up, and I guess I still spelled it incorrectly. Oh well.
Anyways, Matt Magnum for $2 says, "Sitch, this is so sad. Play Carjackers for Jesus."
Yeah, I know, and I was. Matt, you're doing this incorrectly. This is something that we talked about before the stream. You're supposed to withhold your super chats. What you do is you send a super chat and you say, this is the last super chat you will ever receive from me until we play Carjackers for Jesus. Mm-hmm. That is the strategy. Because every time you send super chats, Sitch is like, nah, can't watch it this week.
Nope. Yeah, because I just got to wait for more money. That's the rule.
This is a 41-minute video we're gonna watch here, and Carjackers for Jesus is only 4 minutes.
Oh, let me.
That's how evil Sitch is. Evil Sitch. He's a person of shadow. Help me, save me.
Matt Magnum for another $2 says, also, Watchmen comic was better. My money makes it so. That is 100% true. Anyone that says a movie is better is a fucking piece of shit asshole dum-dum.
Oh my God, he's calling me a dum-dum to my face.
Well, you haven't even read the comic, so.
I did. I've listened to the audiobook.
And you think the movie was still... Oh my God. I don't know if I can stream with you anymore, Adam. I think we might have to end this relationship.
I love the movie. Yes, I do love the movie. You know who actually agrees with Sitch?
Everyone that has
the author of the graphic novel.
Yeah, obviously he hates everything related to anyone that tries to do anything with Watchmen. He fucking hates it.
He actually said, I listened to an interview with him. I can't remember who it was. It might have been Charlie Rose. He was talking about how he's never even seen the movie. I'm like, you bastard, you bastard, you bastard. You know how many people would love to get their material made into a movie, and you haven't even seen the fucking movie?
Because it was bad.
Dude, that's elitist.
Because it was terrible.
No,
okay.
It's elitist. That's elitist. That's
he knows
totally
what's
elitist.
Up.
That's pretentious.
No, you're pretentious.
Yes.
But you're fucking rubber totally over here calling me pretentious. Mr. I like the fucking movie about the ascension child blowing people's heads up. That's so fucking boring and artsy fartsy.
But I like that movie though.
Yeah, that's because you're pretentious. You're a pretentious artist.
I'm not liking it because I'm not liking it to be pretentious. I honestly love that movie. Like,
You like
I've
all that
seen it a
Stanley
bunch.
Kubrick pretentious crap. See, I'm just a simple man, Adam. I'm a simple man with simple tastes.
I like Watchmen because of the action. How can you say that's pretentious?
That's true. That's a pretty fucking normie opinion.
I mean, jeez. Come
Yeah,
on.
but just because you're easily swayed by like pretty lights. You just see pretty visual things and you go, ooh.
True. Very true.
Exactly. So I promised enlightened centrist that I would say the words enlightened centrist in a very epic way. I think that's what he wanted. So
really?
Yes. I was supposed to record it for him, but I'm an asshole and I wasn't able to record last couple
Okay.
days. So
you're doing it now? I hope I don't interrupt. I hope I don't mess it up. I hope it's a super. Here, I'll be quiet while you say it. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. You're such an asshole.
Enlightened centrist. Oh, okay. Sorry. Were you? Oh, okay. I thought I was supposed to say it.
Enlightened centrist. There.
Centrist.
Enlightened centrist. Enlightened centrist. Enlightened centrist. Enlightened centrist.
That's the best you can do. You asked me to do one for you, and I swung for the fences, man. I want real emotion.
you do real emotion, and I'll copy you. I'm an autistic robot. I don't know how to do emotions.
Enlightened centrist.
Enlightened centrist.
Oh, that was good. That was good. I like it.
There you go. See, stop making fun of me.
Take that take.
There you go. You're such an ableist. Fucking.
How am I an ableist? How's that an ableist? I'm against people
because I'm autistic. You're mocking my autism.
Oh, I got you. Who don't participate in real human emotion. Poor guy.
That's true. Bobby for $2 says PSA incel. How dare you? I don't even know what that has to do with anything that we've been talking about. Fucking asshole.
That's awful.
John Bob 008 for $10 says, I've seen this video before. Creator is definitely a bad faith actor. It's a terrible video. I know. We have to share in the horror and tragedy of this monstrosity together.
Is he a bad faith actor though? I think
100%.
He's just in the progressive bubble.
Okay, here's why he's a bad faith actor. Okay. First of all, when we watch this video, you'll ask yourself, who the fuck is this video supposed to be made for? Because it's not made for people in the alt-right. It's not even made for anyone remotely close to being right at all. Look, this is 100% virtue signaling BS for far left people. Or it's also indoctrination for people on the left, I think, to suck them further to like communist stuff. So.
Oh, really? So my thumbnail was appropriate. I didn't even watch it. I was like, this got to be commie shit.
Okay, so this is I don't know. Should I spoil the best part of the video or should?
Yeah, do it. Come on, it doesn't matter.
Okay. Okay.
John Bob has already seen it.
The best part in the video is when he's like, he talks about how after Charlottesville, he's like the alt-right had to choose a new leader from this, and it was like Richard Spencer to this, and it shows like that picture of Joe Rogan and like Brett Weinstein and Eric Weinstein and Ben Shapiro. You know that picture and Jordan Peterson, where they're all at the table?
Oh my God.
It shows that fucking picture and he's like, this is the new alt-right leaders. And I'm just like, what the fuck is this?
What are they talking about?
That's how you know this guy's, if he's not bad faith, he's a psychopath. Like, I guess I don't know what you mean by bad faith. Because I think he actually believes what he's saying.
Yeah, so then he's an idiot, basically.
Well, yes, but I mean, he's bad faith in terms of that. I think he's sort of trying to pretend like this video is like not the far left commie rantings that it is.
I mean, I might concede that Candace Owens is possibly bad faith. I just agree with the position that she's fighting for. I just don't necessarily think she cares what position she would fight for.
I think she deluded herself into it, so she might believe the bullshit she's saying.
You act it out long enough and it becomes the truth.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
Dave Rubin's there. Like he's like believing in God
true.
now.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Dave Rubin believes in God now. How hilarious is that? But no, I think there's very, very few people that are knowingly lying about their political, like they're like, obviously there are people that hide their political positions because they know they'll get deplatformed. But I mean, like, there's very few people I think who are like, oh, I'm going to pretend to be a conservative, or I'm going to pretend to be a liberal. Like, I think that's so few people. People generally, they convince themselves into some nonsense, in my experience anyway.
This is what's terrifying for us, because we are constantly getting accused of being grifters. And I keep telling people, like, if you're grifting, why
Not
would
me,
you pick?
Don't let me in.
Well, I'm assuming they're accusing you as well. Why wouldn't they be?
No, it's just
any anti-SJW is accused of grifting. But I'm
okay.
I'm
thought
saying,
it was all
like,
the comics people yelling at you.
so there are anti-SJWs that are conservatives, and there are anti-SJWs that are disaffected liberals or centrists like us.
Right.
We have like, nobody likes our position. Like, if you're
That's
literally going to pick a position, you'd go, well, which position makes the most money? I'll pick that one. Like, why would you pick the one that makes the least amount of money? It makes absolutely no sense at all.
But do you think, yeah, I know but that's 100% true. But so, like, I don't think that people make the conscious decision, like Tim Pool, who we're always ragging on, or someone like that, as these people get kind of pulled further to the right or the left. I don't think they make the conscious decision to be like, oh, I'm going to sell my morals out for money. I think it just kind of slowly happens. Well, maybe sell out my morals is not like, maybe that's not like a fair way to put it. It's more like you're being pressured by your audience.
Totally.
To like
that's exactly what's
sucked
happening.
into a side. So
yeah, Tim is very good. He constantly says, I'm not voting for Trump. I'm not a Trump guy. But he knows his audience is all Trump people.
That's true.
Yeah.
Mr. 600, the Prodigy for 199 says, Sitch, get Tim Pool on one of these days. #fence sitter.
Yeah, we'd love to have Tim Pool on. Maybe. Tim Pool is too huge. I had asked people on Twitter, who is your favorite conservative? Because we want to do a video with a conservative we're working on. And everyone sent me like Ben Shapiro. Like, I can't get Ben Shapiro's not going to respond to me.
Right.
I meant like, who's your conservative roommate that we can talk to?
Who's your favorite YouTuber? We can get people. We'll get people. Do you want to tell
bullshit. Oh shit! Exactly. Nah, that's.
Do you want to tell them what the plan for the video was, or
no?
Do you want it to be a surprise.
No, it's got to be a surprise.
Okay.
We're working on something amazing.
Right.
We should reach out to Jesse Lee Peterson and see if we can get Jesse Lee Peterson to do it, because that would be awesome. That'd be totally awesome.
I don't know. That's weird. I kind of want conservatives. I don't want like psychos.
Jesse Lee Peterson is a conservative. I believe he's.
Yeah, but he's like also crazy. Like, I want like normal people.
Amazing.
I want normal people. I think when you start throwing crazy people into the mix, it kind of like sways results.
I think this is a little racist, what you're saying here. Why are you saying?
Okay.
Why are you saying Jesse Lee Peterson is? Come on, he's the other Peterson. He's.
Well, first of all,
you don't like Jesse Lee Peterson?
I think if you're like, isn't he like? He seems like he's very self-hating, like a self-hating black guy.
Oh my God.
Am I wrong in that? Am I wrong?
I don't think he hates himself.
No, but like he hates black people. I don't know, because I've only seen.
He loves black people. He said it a million times.
I don't know, man. I don't remember. I've only seen like 2 or 3 of his videos, so look, I could be completely wrong on this, but I don't remember what exactly he was saying. But I was like, holy shit, this guy's like fucking super racist and crazy, and it's just super weird. I don't know.
Vosh did an interview with Jesse Lee Peterson. We should watch that sometime. I haven't seen it yet, but if he could.
Yeah, that was, everyone give Vosh crap for that. Rightly so, in my opinion. Where he was, I forget, what was he comparing to child porn?
I don't know that.
Oh, he was saying, I don't know how this guy, I don't know what the context of this clip was, but something like Jesse Lee Peterson was like asking Vosh for some reason to denounce child porn or something, and Vosh was like equating that to like, well, your computer is made with, materials and metals that are like harvested in slave mines in Africa. Therefore, that's the same as child pornography or something. So I'm not going to denounce child pornography as this great evil when I'm using a computer and that's a great evil too. And I was like, everyone's like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Equating capitalism to child porn doesn't seem like a really good argument.
Well, I mean, not to strawman specifically, he was talking about like the slave labor stuff, but
right.
There's a difference between people. I don't think most people who buy computers are like, oh, I want to buy the computer made with the slave parts. Like, no one's
yeah, exactly. We're trying to avoid that. Yeah. Yes. But he would make the argument that all capitalism somehow relates to
maybe
slavery, the most insidious. Yeah.
Profit is theft, everybody. Dun dun dun. Douglas Holt for $5 says, "Hope you're ready for more of my long-windedness this week." Oh, we're ready.
Yeah, we're definitely.
Matt Manning for $2 says, "But if I give Sitch enough money, he will cave at him."
He might. I don't know.
I might. Exploding Printing at Work for $5 says, "Will this video explain to me why the alt-right thinks the Jews are responsible for everything that ever happened to anyone anywhere in human history?" I'm sorry, it won't. It won't do any of that.
No
Speaking of, well, I don't know. I don't want to go on. This will, if I bring this topic up, it'll be like another 10 minutes, so I won't bring it up. But it's just I find it funny that I just find it funny right now that like there's all these like super social conservative types like Matt Walsh and Gab and all these other people that are coming out in favor. Matt Walsh, who writes for Ben Shapiro's, what was that, Daily Caller, right? It's Ben Shapiro.
Yes. Yeah, Daily Caller.
Matt Walsh came out. This is the guy that Nick Fuentes was attacking for not being right wing enough. Matt Walsh came out and said that he thinks that pornography should be illegal and pornographers should go to jail.
Interesting.
How do you feel about that?
I'm realizing interesting is my standard comeback. People are pointing it out to me. That means I didn't listen to what you just said.
Yeah, I figured. Okay, well,
I'm trying to punt.
I know. I should figure that out by now.
Pornography should be illegal. What are you talking about? You don't think pornography should be illegal?
Get off your memeing right now. I'm being serious.
I want to know where you stand.
Of course it shouldn't be illegal. That's absurd. That's crazy.
There was something. Okay, first of all, I agree with you. Pornography should not be illegal, but there was something. Sam Harris did a podcast. Sam Harris, that alt-right figurehead, did a podcast with another guy. I can't remember who the other guy was, but pornography came up, and the guy was very much against pornography. And
Adam, you failed me. Everyone in the chat said it was a Daily Wire, not the Daily Caller.
Oh yeah, sorry, I messed up. Sorry, guys. Daily Wire.
Anyway,
what is the Daily Caller?
That's Tucker Carlson's.
Oh yeah. What is all this with daily a cod, undaily PSA Sitch? Like, you guys need to. How am I supposed to get these things? Anyway, so the pornography thing. He was taught, and this is really going to tug at your progressive heartstrings, Sitch, your bleeding heart. He was talking about how American pornography makes it over to these third world countries where they watch American pornographies in a tent with a bunch of locals. And then since they have anti-masturbation taboos, like the guys go out and rape everyone in the village. And I was thinking,
see, this is why porn is good, everybody.
No, this is why porn is awful.
No, but see, it's because they can't do it in their own homes and then masturbate. That's the problem. Because listen to what you're saying. You're saying they all go in a tent together and watch porn, and then they have to go rape someone because they can't just masturbate. Okay,
they can't just masturbate there. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah,
I guess you're right. We really do need more porn. That's exactly the solution to this problem. They all need personal porn.
Because all this stuff, it all stems from these people who are like, "Oh, you look at declining birth rates," and it's like, it must have something to do with porn. It's like, okay, buddy.
Yeah, okay. I don't think the declining birth rates have to do with porn, but
it has to do with money.
Yeah, exactly. Material conditions.
Yep. Hey, it's our favorite Shlomo Shuckelberg for $5 says, Jordan Peterson is duplicitous Zionist shill who supports ethno-nationalism for Jews, but is deeply opposed to it for Europeans. There you go, guys. Jordan Peterson, Jewish Zionist ethno-nationalist.
Horrible. I'm unsubscribing to his channel right now.
Yeah, I know, right? Has Jordan Peterson ever even talked about Israel? I can't remember.
He has answered some of the Jewish question. He did taken that on.
He didn't talk about Israel. I don't know. I'm sure he has at some point. That's got Shlomo all triggered. Sean Walsh for $2 says, Sargon just went on Jesse Lee Peterson. It was amazing.
Yes, it was. Yeah. Great interview. You should check it out.
Nathan
that was one of my favorite parts of the Vosh debate. Do you remember that? Where Vosh said, Sargon, do you love black people? And Sargon started to answer, and
You're right. You're
And,
right. I forgot about that.
and
I
Vosh
forgot about that.
Vosh said, "Well, you just said you hate black people." And I'm like, "You didn't ask him if he hated black people. You asked him if he loved black people."
Yeah, I forgot about because I remember when I heard that, I said, "Holy shit, he's doing a Jesse Lee Peterson."
Yeah. There was another
I don't know if
point
that was on
too.
purpose.
My favorite part in the Vosh debate was when Vosh asked a question, Sargon answered, Vosh interrupted to say that he didn't even answer the question. I asked Vosh to, rephrase the question, and Vosh said he couldn't even remember the question. And then I was like, well, how do you know he didn't answer it if you can't even remember the fucking question?
That's hilarious.
I was in an impossible situation, guys.
Yes.
But I survived. Woo!
Adam survived. Let's all give Adam props for shouldering the moderating burden.
Yeah. Well, your computer was dying.
Like,
I blame those pornographic computer parts.
It's all that porn. It's true. Nathan Margolis for $5 says, I'm a classical Christian conservative. I'm no YouTuber, but I am on your Discord, and I'm happy to help if you need someone for a video. There you go, Adam.
Okay, cool. I don't know if you're on. Message me on Discord. I don't know how you do that, but
Adam's a boomer, but he'll figure it out. The Jet for $5 says it's the Daily Wire, not the Daily Caller. And yes, Matt Walsh said once that atheism is evil and have no morals at all. He is a very Christian conservative. Yep. Nice. There's a video I want to do at some point with you where the Attorney General Barr is speaking at Notre Dame, and he basically says that like secularism is this great evil that's destroying American society. And you're like, I don't really want to hear the Attorney General say like crazy shit like that.
Yeah, that is scary. Who was the Supreme Court justice that always said the kooky shit like that? Like,
he's dead. It's Scalia.
Yeah, Scalia.
Yeah, he's the one that believed the devil was real and he was possessing people. He's like, can you imagine being on Supreme Court and then wondering like, I wonder why no one's got on their cell phone, no one's got like a camera video of like a demon possessing a person. Like, I must be, the devil's aware that people have smartphones. So, demons are being smarter nowadays. He literally fucking said that. I'm not even making that up. That was a thought that came out of his brain. Okay. And then he not only did he have that thought, but he felt comfortable enough to like put it in words and tell this to a reporter.
Yeah.
Okay. Fitz Creek for $5 says PSA Sitch and Adam Sidekick forever. Oof. Are my favorite YouTubers and Sunday streamers.
Nice. I was like, our numbers seemed high today. I think Mahler must not be streaming right now.
Well, I think people really want us to do Innuendo Studios videos. We've done 2 in the past. We did his Fight Club video a million years ago. And by the way, people ask this all the time. If you click the description of these videos, it has a link, the playlist of all of our live streams, or most of them anyway. Since a lot
all of them, and then some. I don't know how we did it, but we actually have more streams in the playlist than actually the number of the video. So
that's right. But because a lot of this, because we do the streams on different channels at various points. Some of them are listed. So if you want to watch our old streams, they're all there.
Yep.
Sorry. Psycho Mate for $2 says, no psychos. Guess I'll never be on the show. Oh, you can call in, Psycho. You can call in one day. Mr. George Matthew for $9.99 says, serious question. Why do you think USA schools should focus on the Holocaust, which is necessary, but forget to talk about gulags and Chairman Mao? I just find it all too coincidental. I think they should concentrate on the gulags and Chairman Mao 100%.
Yeah, I agree.
It was it's kind of interesting because I remember when I went to Germany once, as like an American, you think like Germany, you think like, oh, the Holocaust, like the Nazis. But for them, it's like most of their focus was on, because I was in Berlin, and most of the focus was on the communists because, the Berlin Wall fell not like a lot sooner than the Nazis did. So it's like, it's interesting that we kind of get this skewed perspective of the world here in America land sometimes.
Yeah, definitely.
For the reason why I don't think it's talked about that much, I don't know about you, but like for me, for my history class, it's like we never make it to like past the 60s for some reason. When I was in high school and middle school, you'd always like at the end of the year, you'd finally get to the 60s. You'd like never make it to modern times in history. So I think that has a lot to do with why they don't talk too much about communism.
You should read a couple Streamlabs just
Yeah.
before we start.
No, I was going to read everything before we start.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. Shlomo Shackleberg for another $5 says Jordan Peterson gave a speech at a Zionist Canadians for Balfour 100 Jewish convention with Ezra Levant. Oh, I didn't know that. I'll have to check that out. Zionist Canadians. That's hilarious. I really want to watch that now. The Wooster for $5 says, I plan to get really high one day and read the Book of Enoch. Is it a good book? It's define good, I guess. It's a weird book. It's boring, like all, Bible shit is boring because of the way it's written. Oh, look, I hate to be that guy, but look, the Bible, the New Testament, the Old Testament, they're all boring. The Old Testament,
we're both that guy.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. At least the New Testament is like readable. Like, first of all, the Quran is like basically not readable, like the way it's written. The New Testament is like okay, and the Old Testament is just boring as hell.
The New Testament has the problem. So you read the first book, and then you read the second book, and you're like, oh, they're repeating themselves already. what the hell is going on?
Yeah, the New Testament. It's funny. I thought about this the other day. I was like, holy shit, guys. The New Testament, the 4 Testaments are the same story told by different people. So
yes,
the New Testament was the first postmodern book.
Yeah, I guess so. Technically.
It's deconstructing the narrative. Douglas Hall for $2 says, gotta go for now. I'll check out the video tomorrow. Thank you very much, Douglas. Alex Karras for $10 says, have a wonderful night. Imagine hugging a puppy.
Oh,
I will.
That's so
I'll
good.
hug that puppy just for you, Alex. Thank you. Failboard for $20 says, love you guys, even if Sitch has TDS. Fuck you, Adam. And Adam is a triggered boomer. I pray to all the space wizards that they can come cure you both soon.
Don't you come here to see us get triggered though? I thought that was the fun part of the show.
That's right. That is the fun part of the show. Watch me and Adam get fucking mad.
Yeah.
At each other, hopefully. Danimal Collective 1 for $4.99 says, I give more money, but I gotta save it for Xmas, the B-Day for the first victim of cancel culture.
Oh yeah. Word. Moment of silence.
Was it Plato or Aristotle that
Socrates?
Or Socrates, you're right. Yeah, Socrates was first cancel culture, wasn't he?
I guess you're right. Yeah. Cancel culture.
But I save your money for Jesus's birthday, even though his birthday wasn't Christmas, but whatever. Solidaire for $5 says, speaking of Jesus, we were supposed to have this week. Can I talk about this?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. This week, we were going to have a real treat for you. It wasn't going to be Innuendo Studios. It was going to be someone trying to convert Adam to Christianity live on stream. And they backed out.
Yeah, they flaked out on us.
How sad. Sold there for $5 says, Carjackers for Jesus was amazing, Adam. Watch it on stream. Much love to you both.
Yeah, somebody sent me a message or an email or something saying they watched it with their dad and their dad loved it. I was like, what the? Okay. That's awesome.
That's hilarious. Contrast for 2 Aussie bucks says, can you guys steel man the porn is bad argument? Well, first of all, it's funny because all these people are like coming at me on Twitter because I criticized Matt Walsh and this other idiot. They're doing the porn is bad argument. And the thing is, I agree that porn addiction is probably really bad for you. And I'm sure there are studies that show you that like viewing porn a lot does affect you in negative ways. I've never denied any of that stuff. But it doesn't mean it should be illegal. I mean, that's a huge, like video games, I'm sure video games are just as addictive, and I would argue probably more addictive than porn, especially those fucking phone games. Like they're literally designed to be addictive. But I don't know if that means they should be illegal.
Yeah, it affects people differently too, which I think is an important thing to point out.
That's a good point.
Like some people can't handle their alcohol. Some people can't handle their drugs. Handle your shit. Like, why is it got to be illegal because some people can't handle it? I don't know. That's kind of my take.
Exactly. That's the problem. That's always the problem. So, but to steelman their argument, I don't know exactly what. I know there've been studies. I have never really paid attention to them, so I'm assuming they bring them up. But I think there probably are negative effects to watching porn a lot. But I don't think lowering the birth rate has anything to do with it. And it's always funny because, like, whenever I see these guys talking about lowering the birth rate is why porn is bad on Twitter, it's almost always like you look into their tweets and it's almost always like white nationalism crap. Almost always.
Really?
Yeah, because they're almost always like going into like porn is a Jewish conspiracy created
Really.
to like subvert the white culture.
They want to get you so blue balled that you're gonna go full white nationalist just just to like mix things up a bit. You're like, I haven't seen a woman
Oh my God,
for
Adam.
10 years. I
You
need a
just made me
revolution.
realize no fap November. You know what other word starts with N?
Oh no. Don't say
It's
it.
it's no fap Nazi November.
Oh my
Oh my
God.
God, it all makes sense now.
Yeah. I don't so just on the super chat still, like to steel man the argument. I'm curious, is the argument that porn, like we have to protect the people who can't handle their shit? Is that kind of the argument? Like there are people that can't handle their shit, they'll
I
become
don't think
addicted to
that's
this
the
shit.
argument.
Okay.
I think well,
Their
there's two
argument is
arguments.
that it's bad for everyone, even the people who
Yes,
can handle their shit and are not addicted to porn.
right. And that somehow, well, there's two different arguments. There's the argument that it's bad for your brain, and there's all these studies about that.
Mm-hmm.
It has these weird effects on people. And then there's the alt-right argument, which is that it's a degrades society and lowers birth rates and all that shit.
Is it bad for your brain like that movie The Ring? Like you look at it one time and you're fuck.
Yes.
Or is
that's
it
exactly what
bad for
happens.
your brain like alcohol, where if you're drinking a 12-pack of beer every day, you're probably not going to have. I mean, that's bad for you. I don't.
Right.
There's a problem here. I don't know that they make this distinction.
I don't think they do.
Yeah. See, moderation. The dose makes
Moderation,
the medicine.
guys. Moderation.
Keep
That's
your
true,
porn
yeah.
to a minimum.
Yep.
Avoid the crazy shit. That whole like brother sister thing. You don't need that. Stay away.
You don't need the
from
step videos. You don't need the step videos.
the furry
No.
stuff. Just
Furry stuff? No.
just say no.
Yeah. Fitz Creek for $2 says $2 for Adam. I call you sidekick, but I love you forever.
Yeah, that's cool. I don't mind being called a sidekick anyway.
Matt Magnet for $2. He cries every night. He calls me up. He's like, Sitch, tell me that you love me. Tell me that I'm good.
This was actually no bullshit. Brooks actually tried to use this against me. He's like, they don't respect you, Adam. They call you a sidekick. And I was like, Brooks, that's a fucking joke, okay? Like, you're the one talking about the joke police here. Do you understand? We're making a joke.
I feel like he should be like doing a Godfather voice. Adam, I can't do it. Adam, they don't respect you. They call you a sidekick.
Yes.
You have to take matters into your own hands. Kill Sitch and become the host of the show.
Oh my
Become
God.
the main character of the
Can
stream.
you imagine if I killed Sitch, this show would be over. It would be over.
It would make for a good stream though if you did it live,
Yeah. Oh, I guess so.
Matt Magnet
Man,
for $2.
hold on, let me think about this. Go out
Matt
with a
Magnet.
bang, Adam. Go out with a bang.
You get what you deserve, Sitch. Matt Magnet for $2 says, Adam, that was me and my dad who watched. He's in his 60s. There you
Oh,
go.
cool.
He liked Carjacker for Jesus. I forgot his name. Sorry.
Yeah, carjackers for Jesus.
For
Sitch.
Jesus. Enlightened centrism for Jesus.
Now, I hate to put you on the spot, Sitch, but I'm going to do it anyway. Have you actually watched Carjackers for Jesus?
Of course I have. Of course I have. What are
He
you
doesn't
talking about?
even know. He doesn't even
I
know if
watched
it's any good. You see
Totally
this?
watched it. I watch it every day.
Do you see this? This guy who plays D&D 4 times a week. 4 times a week he plays Dungeons and Dragons.
D&D in like 2
Doesn't
months.
have time to watch a 4-minute video.
I haven't played D&D in like 2 months. Okay.
Sure.
Ice and Wallow for $1. Ice Wallow come. Oh god.
Oh my god. Oh my god. That's
For
worse than
$1.
Shlomo Sheckelberg.
Yeah, I know. He says, Sitch and friend on the Raj Royale podcast. I think it would be real fun. That would be interesting. We'd probably get voted off early because everyone on there is usually a super left type. So, but it would be fun. Noeth for 1350 says, first learned of you two from the Peterson Zizek stream with Sargon. Really enjoyed listening to you discuss so many things, but I will have to podcast this one later this week while I work. Take my money. Thank you very much, Noeth. The cum swallower for another $1 says, Sitch, what would you debate Destiny about if you had the opportunity to debate him? That's a good question. I don't know. I had to find something that I like. I don't remember. There's something he said not that long ago, and I was like, he's so fucking wrong about this, and I don't remember what it was.
Yeah. So Vosh has agreed to debate Sitch, but Sitch is kind of wimping out a little bit. I don't know. I debated Vosh. It wasn't that big a deal.
Well, I didn't like the way he acted with Sargon, but look,
come on.
When I get around to it, I can debate Vosh because I was going to debate him on transgender stuff, and I know it's going to be so easy. Well, maybe not. I don't know. Maybe he's listening, but I'm assuming he's going to come into it thinking I'm some sort of like transphobe and shit. But
you aren't.
Yeah, exactly. Paradox Ender for $3 says, if all anti-SJWs are grifters, who is the original one? Surely whoever started anti-SJW isn't a grifter. We should find that person so they can help us identify grifters. You didn't say all anti-SJWs are grifters.
It's a charge that most anti-SJWs get from the SJWs. Right. Like, it's a charge that conservatives give to SJWs. Like, everyone's throwing the grifter term around. Everyone's a grifter. No one no one wants to believe anyone about anything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's true. Everything's falling apart.
It makes no sense at all, though. Like, how the whole grifter thing makes sense in very limited situations for short periods of time, but like building your whole career on a grift, come on.
Well, it's just, I don't know, people get like a new word and then they just throw it around at everybody.
Oh yeah, totally.
So that's like, oh, grifter, I like that. You're a grifter. Paradox for $1 says, Mr. Reagan. There you go. That's someone you could send your thing to.
Sure.
Paradox for another $3 says, if you ask enough people, do you love black people? Does a compilation of all the answers become scientific? Does asking everything the same question make JLP a scientist? I don't think it makes him a scientist.
It does, because enough anecdote becomes data. That's true.
There you go. Jesse Lee Peterson, science of whether you love black people or not.
But he's probably not writing it down or keeping notes.
No.
It'd be funny if he is. He's like, he gets done with the interview and he like goes down to his sheet and he's like, he pulls out the likes black people and he like checks yes or no box.
That sheet doesn't have questions on it. It's just like pictures of like stick figures fighting each other or something. You know.
Oh my God, that's hilarious.
Hummer Rodriguez for $5 says, Jordan Peterson said once that masturbation and watching porn is something negative, that you become addicted to it, which makes you not productive. And every time you scale and watch more extreme types of porn, so Short Fat Otaku has a very good video on this. Yeah, look, again, as I said, I think that's definitely a trap that some people can fall into. I don't deny that. Sure.
Yeah, definitely. Sitch.
Doesn't mean it should be illegal for everyone, though. It's funny because, like, Matt, this is why you can't trust ideologues on the left or the right, because you get people like Matt Walsh and all these other assholes who talk about, I have the freedom and liberty to do X, Y, Z, and the government can't stop me because I have my freedoms and liberty. And then as soon as it's like something they don't like, all the freedom and liberty goes out the window. As soon as it's like, oh, I don't like porn. Oh, well, it's illegal now. All your freedom's gone.
Yeah.
Sharingford Hope for $3.31 says, yeah, the Quran stories are too fragmented. Yeah. See, I think that's why the New Testament succeeds so well, because it's just like an easy to follow narrative story structure.
Needs a rewrite. We'll get on that. Rewrite.
The Old Testament's too confusing. The Quran is like a bunch of like mini stories. I read it for like 10 seconds. I'm like, I can't even read this. What is this? Point to personal privilege for 123 says, rough week for Mahler. He did an EFAP stream with Sargon, which didn't even last more than 10 minutes due to internet problems, and it's still not working. And now Mahler is being accused of vile right-wing media through a Christian conservative lens.
Did that happen today? Is that why our numbers are so stellar?
No, he did it. I saw that stream pop up. I didn't watch it. Maybe because it got shut down. I saw that stream pop up, I think, last week or something.
Interesting. Interesting.
Sorry for Mahler. Sorry, Mahler.
Fix your internet.
Let's jump into it.
Let's do it.
We've only taken 40 minutes to get to this point. Let's jump into it.
Content warning: racism, anti-Semitism, sexism, transphobia, fascism, violence, mass shootings, abuse, harassment. Epilepsy warning. What the fuck?
There you go, guys.
Oh,
If you
just
have
to let you know,
epilepsy,
yeah, it's at the 40-minute mark. So come back in 6 hours.
yeah, 6 hours from now.
That's when the epilepsy comes in.
Yeah.
We'll try to warn you ahead of time.
Say for the sake of argument, your friend Gabe is starting to work.
Gabe gets thrown under the bus immediately.
Felix.
Sorry, Gabe.
Oof, thrown right under the bus. Sorry,
Yeah.
Gabe.
Yep.
For you. Gabe's always been just, a regular guy, not very political. He likes video games, sci-fi, comics, Star Wars, and anime. White guy shit. The only
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Wow. We're already like 2 seconds in the video, and it's like, look at that racism. Like,
Yeah, white
hey,
guy shit. Holy cow.
did you know that only white guys like video games, anime, and Star Wars? Did you guys know that? I love how that's so.
Yeah,
this is how
sounds
detached
racist.
this guy is.
Sounds
this guy's
totally
so detached.
racist.
I don't think I have ever met a black person who does not like anime in my entire life.
Oh, really? Interesting.
Yes, fucking Dragon Ball Z and
Black
Naruto.
guys are crazy for anime, huh?
Fucking crazy for. I don't know where I'm from, like
Yeah.
shit. And on the internet, that's what I'm saying. Like, to me, this is so like detached from reality. Like,
I was trying to think of the most offensive things I could for the black people stereotypes, but I can't say them because I'm terrified.
wait, why are you what was the point of this? Oh, you mean just now as a joke?
Well, yeah, obviously. I don't know. It just seems so like, why would you say that is that white guy stuff? I don't know.
Because he's trying to create this narrative that like, oh, the alt-right is preying on the white nerds who like Star Wars and anime. Even though like this is so we've talked about this a lot on the stream. I don't think people consider each other nerds the way they used to. Like, I remember when Pokemon Go came out, and I saw a bunch of 20-year-olds who graduated from college playing Pokemon Go, roaming the streets at like 11 o'clock at night playing Pokemon Go. And I'm like, okay, truly the time of nerds is upon us. when people out of college are roaming the fucking streets with their phones playing Pokemon Go, and it's like no one's making fun of them for doing it.
That was a crazy 2 weeks. What is wrong with any of those things that he mentioned? I mean, it's kind of weird to place them to a skin color, but it didn't seem like any of them was.
Because he wants to create this narrative that the alt-right are... Because here's the thing. You've talked about this, how everyone likes to beat up on nerds. Like, they're like white nerds are like the last people you can beat up on and feel good. So they want to be like, oh, all the alt-right Nazis, they all come from these pools of white nerds.
It's acceptable. It's so funny that he's gravitating towards the... It's like racism has been snuffed out to the point where he still wants to be racist, but he's like, I can only be racist against certain people. So let me think. Oh yeah, here, I'll be racist against white people. Racism's fun. Let's continue to do it.
And it seems racist to me, not just against white people, but to say like, I mean, he's like denying the existence of anyone not white who likes anime and science fiction stuff.
I know, exactly.
Well, that seems pretty racist to me.
Yeah, totally racist. It's like, why are they trying to jam all this diversity and inclusion into Star Wars if they don't even like Star Wars?
Yeah, exactly. It seems
It's
pretty
white
racist
people
to me, Innuendo Studios. I think you've made an error here.
Yeah.
Offbeat thing about him is you suspect there's like a 20% chance he's a furry. For all intents and purposes, Gabe is a normie. But recently, Gabe's been...
Notice how he's throwing the subliminal messages in there. What does Robin Hood do? Can you think of it? What's
I didn't even think about that.
What's
Wow,
Robin
that's
Hood? What's the narrative of Robin Hood there?
He steals from the rich and he gives to the poor. Oh,
Just
he's
like a
basically
commie.
Antifa. He's Antifa.
Just
oh my
like
God.
a commie.
Oh, you bastard.
That's funny.
I never
spending
think
a
about
lot
that,
of time on some radically conservative forums and listening to groups
You-
in the U.S. as track.
You didn't notice, but your brain did.
But your brain did. Wait a minute. Did it just jump ahead? What just
Are you
happened?
backing up? I paused it, but
Oh, yeah,
I think this is more
pushed it forward a
pauses
little
than I've done all year. In the
So-
first,
Did you guys hear? Did you catch what he said? He said he's going on conservative websites and listening to conservative podcasts. And the conservative podcast he shows pictures of are all alt-right podcasts. They're not conservative at all.
Oh my god!
Okay, the Daily Stormer, the TDS one. I don't remember exactly what. Oh, no, that's the Daily Stormer too. Yeah, like
the whole.
That's why this is so disingenuous, because he's listening to conservatives, and then he shows pictures of neo-Nazi shit.
This is a political strategy to conflate your enemy with the most incendiary portion of that group.
Right.
And this is the whole game. Like, it's not conservatives do it too, because they want to say every single lefty is Antifa, which is not the case, but it just it's such low-hanging fruit, such bottom of the barrel stuff. And this guy considers himself an intellectual. It's like, come on, guy.
Yeah, this is like politics, tribalism 101. Like, everyone I don't like is Nazi. Yes.
Right, gotten their hooks into your friend. If you've ever known a Gabe, this video's for you. Here's how to radicalize a normie. Step 1, identify the audience. What you need to know before we begin is around 2013, the Nazis went online. Hate groups in the U.S. as tracked by the Southern bracing themselves with failures in...
I think I'm accidentally moving it.
Oh my God, Adam, you're killing me here.
So that's it's funny because 2013 is the same year that they talk about, Haidt talks about in Coddling of the American Mind, and it had to do with the rise of the iPhone.
What does he say happens in 2013?
All the social justice warriors take over, the new culture begins, that kind of thing. Like the SJWs go online looking for imaginary Nazis.
Well, it's funny because he says the point he's about to make is like in 2013, it's like the first year that the far right group started to go down, started to decline in popularity. And instead of saying, "Oh, that's a good thing," he says, "That's because they all went secret cryptos online."
They all started using their alt account, huh?
Yeah, it's like, Jesus, like Nazi. This is the problem. Nothing ever will satisfy these people.
Oh, that's so sad.
The U.S., as tracked by the Southern Poverty Law Center, had been growing in number.
The Southern Poverty Law Center. Oh, let's all have a big laugh.
Womp. Yeah, I know. Sad.
Since the Knots, but between 2012 and 2014, they dropped by almost a quarter.
Hey,
Patriot groups dropped by over a third.
Isn't that good? Isn't that good? No, that's the evil. This is a conspiracy shit. It's like when something good happens, you're like, no, that's all part of the plan, guys.
Don't you know Nazis are like the gold coins for these guys? They're like, gold coins are running low. How am I going to virtue signal?
However, hate crimes stayed about the same. Radical conservatism was not shrinking, but decentralizing. Still radical and still often violent.
Do you think he's going to provide any evidence for this?
I know,
claim?
that's what I was just thinking. Based on what evidence, dude?
Yeah.
Like, based on your fees?
But now full of white nationalist nomads unlikely to join a formal organization. This didn't make them harmless. What it did was protect their asses from the typical hate group cycle of getting the public's attention, making allies in conservative media, swelling their numbers, and then eventually...
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what was the swelling the numbers? That didn't look like a bunch of conservatives.
Wait a fucking second. Hold on. Was that guy even racist? I thought that guy was like a weird sovereign citizen guy.
Oh, I don't know who it is.
This was the Bundy Ranch guy. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
This was in 2014. It was like the United States Bureau of Land Management had some like grazing fees they wanted from this rancher in Oregon, and he refused to pay, and there was like this huge standoff for like the police showing up, and like they had like guys with guns. You don't remember this?
Right. So he's like a libertarian guy. I do vaguely remember the story. I didn't get the details.
I mean, someone can look this up. Maybe this guy was racist. I have no idea. But like when this was all going on, I don't remember him talking about racist crap at all. I remember it being like this weird sovereign citizen stuff. It's
funny because his sign says liberty lost. I can almost read that sign. You probably read it better than me.
Liberty. Hold on.
But they're going to say, "Oh, that's just a dog whistle for racism, man."
Liberty once lost is lost forever. let justice. I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't see what the other part says. But yeah, no, he was like some super like libertarian guy. So I don't know. Maybe he was racist, but it's weird that he chose this. Like, wouldn't you choose an event that had to do like that was known for being racist?
Yeah.
Like this is
Guys
the
in
best he could
hoods.
find, right?
Getting the public's attention, making allies in conservative.
This is why he wants to do it, because he wants to say these people were allies with conservative media. So if he labels them as Nazis, he's saying Sean Hannity is defending Nazis
Oh, I gotcha. Yeah.
instead of Sean Hannity's defending these crazy sovereign citizen guys.
Yeah,
which
who
is
never
stupid,
who
but
never were
not the same.
Nazis.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Of media,
real silly.
swelling their numbers.
Okay, and then this is really dishonest too. He says swelling their numbers. Like so many of these people were just here to see like if they were going to be a shootout or whatever.
Huh, interesting. Look at that.
Like that one guy in the horse, he's ready.
Yeah. He's ready to run.
And then eventually disgracing themselves with failures in fighting and, often enough, members committing horrific acts of violence, which come with social and sometimes legal consequences for all the other members. So the alt-right and their fellow travelers, these formal organizations.
Fuck, I pulled an ad.
You did the same thing. I know.
No, but this is such a crazy idea. Like, he's like, oh, because of this crazy Bundy standoff in 2014 that had almost nothing to do with racism, like whatsoever, like that spurred racist neo-Nazi groups to disorganize themselves purposely online so they couldn't get tracked. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
What's the argument?
Don't so much have members. They have hashtags, followers, viewers, and subscribers. This insulates them.
So this reminds me, we almost watched, I don't know, it was kind of boring, so I didn't want to watch it. Milo interviewed Nick Fuentes recently.
Mm-hmm. I didn't even watch it. I didn't watch it myself.
Yeah, it was pretty boring, but I thought it was gonna be like more spicy, but it wasn't. But it's funny because Milo keeps trying to give Nick like outs to be like, oh, I'm just joking about like not liking Jews and black people, and Nick keeps like not taking them. And Milo's just like keeps calling him a piece of shit to his face. It's
really maybe I will watch it. That does sound fun.
Well, like I don't know, it's I like little bits of it are kind of funny, but like overall it's kind of boring.
I just don't trust Milo is an unreliable protagonist. So
yes,
I don't
completely. I mean, I don't like Milo. I don't think he's like legitimately racist or anything.
Yeah.
He is a weird self-hating gay guy, so it's a little strange, but
from their own audience. If Gabe, as a member of that audience, were to go out and commit a crime on their behalf, there'd be little doubt they had a hand in radicalizing him, but it'd be very hard to claim they told him to do it. On some of these sites where Gabe spends hours and hours of his day, he's never created an account or left a comment. The people radicalizing him...
I'm trying to... The white dragon visits the white... I don't even know what is
this.
Seems
like the problem is Gabe has hours and hours a day to spend on these sites.
Yeah, that's right. Get a hobby or a job. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Join society, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, join society. That's a good point. When I was 13, I would waste time just arguing who would beat who on a, would Superman beat Goku, on a comic book message board. But come on, it's a waste of time.
It was worse for me because we didn't actually have the internet, so we could argue about things that you could just look up today.
That's true. That's true.
Don't even know he's there. This distributed nature is what makes the alt-right and the movements connected to it unique. You may remember a notable proof of concept for this one.
It all comes back to Gamergate, everybody.
Oh,
Gamergate. Gamergate. The one time the Nazis started to spread and sink their claws into the unsuspecting normies and pull them into the dreaded alt-right.
How's this guy still making videos on this shit? Is this a recent video? Please tell me it's not.
This is his second last video, yeah.
Really?
That's another weird thing about this video. This video feels very 2017. You'll realize that when you're watching this, yeah.
Man. Almost everything online has, as compared with traditional hate movements, dramatically increased their reach and inoculated them from consequence.
It's like a video
The trade-off
game.
is a lack of control. And so we come to Gabe. Gabe exists at the intersection.
Also, he's acting like this is all on purpose. Like there's some cult of neo-Nazis somewhere like, okay, let's strategize our plan to like get people sucked into the alt-right.
Yeah, pulling the strings.
Of the kinds
Yeah, it's like, no, this is all Ghost in the Shell. This is just crap happening.
of people the alt-right is looking for. Straight white cis men who feel emasculated by modern society, primarily, though they do make exceptions. And the kinds of people who are vulnerable to recruitment. Gabe fits the first profile in that he got bullied in high school.
You know, it's funny. Here's another thing to keep in mind. Literally, almost everything he uses to describe, you could literally, and I thought about doing this, you could almost replace every Nazi word and every far right with far left and SJW or communist, and his video still makes sense.
Yeah, totally. It's the same thing. It's like,
video.
oh, we got room for you in Antifa over here.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Join Tim Pool's Civil War today. Which side do you want to fight on?
Nerdy side for fear of getting ridiculed. The alt-right also has success with men.
See, okay, this is important. This is why this seems like this doesn't make any sense. This guy's living in an era that doesn't exist anymore. He just said there's like all these nerds worrying about their nerdy interests. Like, wait, I just talked about how fucking 20-year-olds were playing Pokemon Go at 11 o'clock at fucking night. Like, I don't know, maybe you guys in the chat who are younger can relate to this, but I can't imagine like people still getting picked on in school for having quote unquote nerdy interests anymore.
Did you not play Pokemon Go?
Well, it's actually funny because at
the
the time, no, because at the time it came out, I didn't have my smartphone was terrible. It was like an old
really?
iPhone 2 or 3, and it actually couldn't play Pokemon Go. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't because I literally couldn't.
My wife made me drive her around and get the Pokemons. She's like, "This is too much work. This is too much work walking. Let's cruise down Magnolia and see what happens." Your wife, Adam? Let's not talk about this. Okay. Let's change the subject.
Yeah. But this perfectly shows what I'm talking about. Your wife has having you drive her around to fucking play Pokemon Go.
I know.
We're past this age of like people ragging on you for like quote unquote nerdy interests.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Though they do make exceptions. And the kinds of people who are vulnerable to recruitment. Gabe fits the first profile in that he got bullied in high school and often feels he has to hide his nerdy side for fear of getting ridiculed. The alt-right also has success with men who can't get laid, or recently got divorced, or feel anxious about an influx of non-white people in their community. These things can make one...
What are these weird categories he puts together? It's like people that can't get laid, people that got divorced, and also people who are afraid of immigrants. Like, let's just throw everything at the board here. See what sticks.
Feel like less than the confident white man they are supposed to be. And it's the closest they will ever come to being minoritized.
I think, every race should be confident. Confidence is something you're striving for.
Right. See, I don't know what when he says they think they're supposed to be the confident white man. I don't know if he's making a race. Is this supposed to be a race thing or a sex thing? Like he's saying like men think they're supposed to be confident, or is he saying like white men think that they're supposed to own the place?
Yeah, we're not embedded in this community enough to see this how they actually see it. But I mean, it's
how does this guy, who's like the fucking far leftist lefty in Vol, like where's he getting this information from? He doesn't hang out in all right communities.
Well, he probably is secretly doing it. Like he's probably got some alt account that he's like trolling the message boards.
I don't even think he could handle it.
I don't know. Honestly. Wouldn't he be making a video about that? Maybe, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't think he is. Look, this is the guy.
He's just making shit up.
You tried to get him to come on like a million years ago.
I don't think he blocked me. Maybe he has. I'm not sure.
And he blocked me because I criticized his Fight Club take.
He blocked like, you?
Blocked.
Oh, yeah, then I gotta be blocked. I gotta be blocked. God, I was defending Sargon. Of course I'm blocked. What am I thinking? Exactly. Holy cow! The king of the alt-right
profile. It's important to know that Gabe is not categorically different from you or me. He's a cishet white dude. His problems are not unique. There's not a ton.
Wow, isn't that super racist and sexist and cisist? I don't know what that word for that would be. If you're a cis straight head,
it's heteronormative. Male, okay,
I'm sorry. Jeez, I don't know what all these fucking words mean. I don't know.
Heteronormative. You have to get this lingo down.
Yeah, if you're a cis het white male, like your problems are not.
You're
unique,
a cis white heteronormative male. Heteronormative.
I just love this idea that like like each individual person doesn't have their own unique problems that they face in life because of their biological identity. Like this is how fucking stupid this is.
You know what would solve this problem?
What?
Money. Yang Gang 2020. All he needs is $1,000 a month. You get yourself a girlfriend. Everything will be great.
That's that. You'd get rid of all the Nazis. There you go.
Yep.
A ton of research into the demography of the alt-right, but there may be a higher than average chance Gabe has a history of being abused or comes from a broken home. You don't know if that's true of Gabe. He's never said. But most abuse survivors don't become Nazis. The things that make people...
Where did he get that little stat, I wonder? He's like, he must have been... He's like, oh my God, the Holy Grail. People who are abused don't become Nazis. Thank goodness.
Yeah, because he's... Look, this is funny because it's like, he doesn't want you to give them any sympathy whatsoever. So it's like, you can't even say like, oh, maybe these people had abusive childhoods. Like, no, that's not true. They weren't abuse survivors. There's nothing to do with being a Nazi.
He's taking the whole victim blaming defense off the table here. He's like, I would never blame the victim. I have a perfect non-victim blaming record. Get these Nazis.
Oh, Exploding Brain just said in the chat that his name is Gabe, like Gab. I didn't even think about that. See, you guys are smart. You guys notice all these little tricks he's sneaking in here.
Recruitable tend to be situational. It happens often during periods of transition, as dramatic as the death of a loved one, or as benign as moving to a new city. Things that make people ask big life questions.
Moving to a new city, abandoning all your old friends, having to find completely new friends. Not completely benign.
Well, it's that's true. It's a good point. But like, again, this could all also work for communists and SJWs and woke shit.
Oh, definitely. Yeah. We're tribal by nature. We all want to be tribal.
Right.
This guy just gives you the excuse to give in.
Yep. Maybe this is how he knows. He's literally just talking about his experience being radicalized by the far left. He's just switching the nouns around.
He is Gabe.
There it is. We figured it out, team. Innuendo Studios is Gabe.
What's his name? Is it Ian?
His name's Ian, yeah.
Yeah.
Like economic precarity, not knowing his place in a changing world, stressful working conditions. In other words, Gabe is suffering under late capitalism, same as everyone. And it's entirely...
Oh, jeez. Boy, that didn't take long. That escalated quickly.
4 minutes and 24 seconds in, and it's already, all your problems, white guys, are because of capitalism.
This is what baffles me. Because, I mean, I try to have a conversation with Vosh about this. Like, why are you against UBI? It makes absolutely no sense to me. UBI is the first step in seizing the means of production. Where do you think the $1,000 a month comes from?
Right. Well, and it's also funny because the alt-right and the communists, they make the same arguments about like your life is devoid of meaning because you're so focused on like capitalism and the material wealth. Like that's kind of like Nick Freitas' whole point is like, oh, people have lost their community and their spiritual, growth and blah, 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 which is all sort of true. But obviously the answers they provide are completely give you, they all go to dead end solutions that have been tried before and failed.
Yeah, society being a 100% capitalist arrangement, I don't think is good. I mean, we have to have overlapping institutions, and it's good to have institutions that have no monetary stake. I mean, you can make the argument that they all do in some sense, but I mean, the whole idea behind churches and being tax exempt is to try to get money out of the equation as much as possible. I don't think a lot of secular people are against churches being not taxed, but I think part of the reason. I don't know if that's true. What do you mean? I
think lots of them don't like that.
Yeah, they hate it. Did I say it wrong? Maybe I said it wrong.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you said it backwards. Yeah.
They're totally they want churches to be taxed like any other business, and I'm like, you want churches to become just like any other business? I mean, the whole point is there should be some institutions that are not capitalist-run businesses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Fairly plausible, he could have gone down the path to becoming a leftist. Now, this is
there it is. Okay, let me go back. You gotta make sure you hear this.
He said it, yeah.
He said this is his true intentions.
Concerns like economic precarity, not knowing his place in a changing world, stressful working conditions. In other words, Gabe is suffering under late capitalism, same as everyone, and it's entirely plausible he could have gone down the path to becoming a leftist. Now, this is...
See, this is this is the whole thing. He's like, no, there's all these poor white men that are in these situations where they feel hopeless for whatever reason, and we have to suck them up into fucking being communists before they become the Nazis.
Yeah, there's only two choices, guys. You either become a full commie or a full Nazi.
That's probably why this guy hates Jordan Peterson so much, because he can act as like the person who's like, you can find meaning in your life without becoming an identitarian.
Yeah, exactly.
This is not to make an economic anxiety argument. The animating force of the far right is and always has been bigotry. But
does he not realize that economic anxiety promotes bigotry?
I know. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Like, that's such a stupid argument.
Yeah.
I thought everyone knew that.
Makes it worse. Yes. Obviously.
Yeah, exactly. If everyone's sitting around like
fat,
like
high,
well off and fat,
exactly.
happy and high, yeah, you think they're going to be like, oh, these damn Mexicans moving in.
Yeah. Racism's too much work.
The alt-right targets Gabe by treating his economic anxiety as one of many things bigotry can be sold as a solution to.
And the communists treat his economic anxiety as, oh, the solution to this is to kill the landowners. And
Yeah,
go full
exactly.
commie.
Which is just a different type of bigotry.
Exactly. Exactly.
It is their aim that when dissatisfied white men go looking for answers, they find the alt-right before they find us.
See?
Step 2.
See, there it is. There it is. It's clear as day, black and white, crystal clear. We want to suck them up. We want to suck all these disenfranchised young white men. Suck them all up into being commies.
They want to suck off all these disenfranchised.
They want to suck off all the white men.
All of a sudden, I like this video. Let's keep going. Let's see where this goes.
Speaking of sucking off white men, Shlomo Shekelberg for $10 says, Sitch, regarding BDS YouTube video, who runs and my BDS YouTube video, who runs and funds Kufi, the Gold Hirsch Foundation. Kufi, by the way, is the Christians United for Israel. It is the largest pro-Israel group that is obviously Christians for Israel, very evangelical.
Really? Wow.
Yes. But Shlomo is saying it's funded by some Jewish guy. It's $100K in startup capital build up Kufi's fundraising infrastructure targeting evangelicals. Okay. I mean, that doesn't really surprise me. Does that surprise anybody?
I'm totally surprised.
Yes.
No.
Did you know that like a pro-Israel group has Jewish funding? Did you know that?
Well, it does seem logically coherent. I mean,
blowing my mind here, dropping red pills.
The
Rooster for $5.
Guy probably funds it. Like he probably says, "Give me the top 10 pro-Israel groups, honey. I want to write them a check." No, just the top 10 ones. Well, one of them is a evangelical Christian group. I don't care if they're pro-Israel. We're writing them a big check this year.
The Rooster for $5 says, why are conservatives suddenly virtue signaling about porn? Is it because of the Groper War? It looks like a bunch of boomers showing their trad cred. Maybe some of it is about the Groper War. Sure. It seems like it. I don't know. I assume something specific sparked it, and I don't know what it is. Maybe someone in the chat knows what was the inciting incident.
I don't know.
Mr. George Matthew for $4.99 says, your history class ended in the 60s. Mine too. But the gulags were around in the 40s. Regardless, I enjoy your guys' videos. Keep it up. Oh, shows how stupid I am.
Oh, 40s gulags. Damn.
It's true. Well, maybe here's another thing too. I don't remember. I only had one class in all of my schooling in history that talked about Russia at all, even once. And it was,
really?
I remember it was my 6th grade world history class. And we read this really fucking long book, Nicholas and Alexandra. And it was about the last Tsar of Russia, the Anastasia lady and her family. And that was the only time we ever talked about Russia in any of my history classes. So I don't know. It seems like there's a lot of focus on America and Europe, and maybe that's our Eurocentrism going on there. So
I got a lot of Russia stuff, but we have
really
like a 20-year gap in our public education. Yeah. They talked all about how Russia was, or Russia, Soviet Union, their whole deal was they were trying to get a freshwater port, a port that they could put ships into year round. And that was like the driving force behind Russian policy forever. So, yeah, we're blessed in the United States that we have all these freshwater ports, so commerce can go year round.
Right. But back when you were in school, that was when people cared about.
People gave a shit.
People cared. People were worried. You went to school when Watchmen was like 1985, right?
Yeah, I went to school when we got under the desk because the nukes were going off.
Right. Yeah, it makes sense that like in those time periods, people would talk about Russia more in history class.
I remember when the wall came down, and my parents were watching it on TV, and I was all trying to go out and get laid. So I was like, "Oh, interesting. Bye."
What is this communism, and can it help me get laid? There's actually, I think did you send it to me? There's this Michael Shermer podcast where he's talking to Geoff Miller.
Yes.
Name, right?
Yeah. That's an interesting podcast.
Yeah, and he talks a lot about how like a lot of the SJW stuff is just reproductive strategy.
Totally. Jeff Miller was actually making Sargon's argument from the Vosh debate about how immigration should be based on how whether the cultures can cohere over whether or not people have the same skin color.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Which, social science would be great if we could actually use it for some good in the world, but
Jesus. Alex Karras for $10 says, I hope Vosh had a ladder and a brush for his high horse and ivory tower. I wish he had a bit more care, harm, intuition. Yeah, isn't it funny? Shouldn't he have like very high care, harm? Shouldn't he not be so toxically masculine?
Yeah, I don't think so. I like Vosh, and I have a good relationship with Vosh. I don't know. He smack talked me a bit, but I think he was just remembering what things happened because like he had immense pressure on him during this thing. Like he had five times the audience on his side. Obviously
that's true.
Rabid, uneducated communists.
All looking for blood in the water.
Screaming in his ears. Yeah.
That's true. That's a good point. See, that's why you're a nice guy, Adam.
He predicted. It's funny. I was saying that I don't think Vosh can maintain this position that he has because it's not a strong position, and Vosh seems smart enough to figure that out. But I mean, he's being driven by his audience very much, and the internet is about people wanting to confirm. They want to confirm beliefs that are just unconfirmable. Mm-hmm. So Vosh is doing that for them at the current time, but I don't know that it's sustainable. And I predicted that he would eventually drop the socialist position. And I think Paradox Engine had shared something with me that Vosh was talking about how, I'm just going to do some gaming streams for a while, no political videos. And I was thinking, that's prediction one.
There you go. He nailed it.
He might carry it on more, but we'll see.
Yeah. Kindred Stag for $2.99 Aussie Buck says, Sitch versus Brooks round 2. I need more lulls.
Sorry. Sorry. I mean, if you guys want to start a GoFundMe, we might be able to give paying Brooks enough money to come back, but I don't know.
Originally,
everyone
he
has
wanted
their
to debate
number.
Me on incest for some crazy reason, and I was like, I'm fine with that. But then he didn't want it, or he backed out or something. So I don't know. Shlomo Shuckelberg for $5 says the IDF took over TV stations in Ramallah and broadcast porn into the West Bank during the 2002 occupation as a form of psychological warfare.
Really? That
sounds pretty hilarious.
That's an interesting tactic. That's an interesting move.
Yeah. That'll show the far right Islamist, won't it? Just broadcast porn at them. I like that. It's a good move. The Wooster for $5 says, Can you even call yourself right wing if you don't watch anime? It's pretty much a prerequisite at this point. There you go. All those far right conservative tradcon neo-Nazis watching anime. Paxton Fairbanks for $5 says anime is actually pretty popular in Latin America. I see tons of manga and hentai in Spanish and can't find the English versions anywhere. Yeah, that's another thing too. I remember like people used to really watch the Spanish dub Dragon Ball Z because it wasn't censored the way the American one was.
Wow.
So, so yeah, this guy's Ian of Innuendo Studios is a racist. TDS Sitch for 199 says TDS is by patrician. Even centrists aren't safe. I think you mean bipartisan, but yes, I agree.
That's a funny typo from
Nate
someone who can't even spell non-binary. I'm laughing at you.
There you go. Nate Weinberg for 5 Canadian. Thank you very much, Nate. SD, shut the fuck up, Gabe for $5 says YouTube demonetizes my name. Now I'm a radicalized normie. What's next? What in God's name did I do to deserve this? I'm so sorry, Gabe. I'm so sorry.
Not woke enough. Gotta
What?
wake your ass up.
Alex Karras for $10 says, did you know that Sheep Lavender just released a prototype of a game? His sprites are pretty great. You can find it on Newgrounds or links on the Discord server. That's right. Sheep just released a prototype of his game featuring yours truly.
That's so awesome. It is so awesome.
If you follow me on Twitter, I tweeted out a link to it. You can play it on Newgrounds. It's pretty damn cool.
And if you follow me, I retweeted it.
There you go. Teamwork. Hi all for £2 says, don't forget that Hitler was a white nerd. That's true. Hitler was a white nerd for tanks.
Was he heteronormative?
He probably was a terrible cis white straight nerd, heteronormative mustache enthusiast. Render onto Caesar for $199 says, swing for the fences, go get big conservatives on. There you go, Adam. Swing for the fences. We weren't going to have big conservatives on. You wanted to send them a question.
We'll get Hunter Avalon. He loves me.
Oh my God. Hunter Avalon hates you for some reason. I don't know why. It's very strange. Matthew Abbey for $5 says, women and children most affected. Good video by Louis Levon. Highly recommended. I know I ask a lot, but I think you lot could have a great stream. Yeah, you say that a lot. I always forget, and I don't look at any of his videos or follow any of his content. So, but I'll try to remember. I'll try.
DM me a video link. I'll check it out.
Send it to Adam.
Yeah.
Contrast for $5 says, at my school, nerdy interests weren't the reason for being picked on. Everyone played video games. Everyone enjoyed anime. It was for being a social retard. There's your answer, folks. That's the key. You can like whatever you want. It's if you're a social weirdo. That's when you get made fun of.
Yep.
The Wooster for $2 says, have Louis Levon on the show. There you go. Someone else wants it. The person's whose name I can't remember or can't pronounce, Vericingterorix for $5 says, it's all definitions. American conservatives seek to conserve the liberal values our Constitution are based on. Racism and nationalism are not partisan. I agree 100%.
I agree with Sitch 100%.
There it is. There it is. Amazing. The Wooster for $5 says, Vosh versus No BS moderated by Sitch and Hunter Avalon moderating Adam. Make it happen.
Oh my God. The moderators for the moderator. I love it. That's the best idea ever. Yeah.
That'd be the best stream ever streamed in all of history. Yes.
Objection. Moderator spoke too much.
Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says, Latin American Dragon Ball Z is the best. Gabriel Lantis for 5 Canadian says, have you guys gotten into John Vicky's work yet? Do you know who that is? John.
You looking it up?
He was talking to Jordan Peterson about something.
Oh, yeah. I have. Actually, yeah. I've watched a bunch of his videos. They're great. John Vervicky. You pronounce it wrong.
About?
He talks about the meaning crisis and how we all need to find meaning in life.
There you go.
But he talks about it from a secular perspective. He's like, Jordan, come on, get this God talk out of here. We need to do this old-fashioned scientific ways. We have to find meaning in our lives without God. We're all alone here in the lonely universe. And Jesus Christ, is that a loaded gun? Let me just shoot myself.
See, you can find meaning in life without being a Nazi or a communist. There's other alternatives, folks.
This is why when I had a little talk with Matt Slick. He's a Christian apologist. You can check out some of my talk on my channel. I posted a clip, but he was saying in that talk that I have it easy as an atheist. And I was like, fuck you. Fuck you. Like seriously, you're gonna live forever, motherfucker. You're telling me I got it easy? No,
That's a good point. That's a good point.
You don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah. What was his? I don't know what was his reasoning? Because was he saying because then you could do whatever you want?
Yeah,
while you're alive
exactly.
or something?
Yeah, exactly. For the few short years that you get here, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think most people would take eternity.
I'll take eternal life any day.
Yeah, yeah.
Please.
Danimal Collective 1 for $4.99 says the main difference in Spanish DBZs, instead of yelling to power up, they take a nap. I hope that's not true. Paradox for $3 says, wait, so Gamergate and the alt-right are bullies and they bully joining forces? If so, would it be important to say what they are uniting against? Seems like a missed opportunity. You'll be shocked. You'll all be so shocked that this guy will never bring up how all the anti-white racism could possibly push people into being racist alt-righters. He just won't bring that up for some reason.
They should do some studies on that. They really should.
They should do some studies on that.
How increased tribalism creates bigotry and racism.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Imagine that.
Labeling people based on their race and attacking them for it makes them want to group together based on their race and fight back? What?
Exactly. Oh my God.
This is crazy. This is some craziness.
Oh.
Hummer Rodriguez for $3 says, this guy presents his arguments just like Ben Shapiro, sneaking in a premise. He uses the word alt-right, neo-N-word, conservative, libertarian, and religious conservatives interchangeably. That's a great point. You'll notice he uses conservatives, far-right, alt-right. He uses all these terms interchangeably throughout the video.
Yeah.
Paradox for $3 says, first I heard about Torba plus Walsh against porn was really from the quartering. Apparently Torba was going around Twitter attacking people for being part of randoms and stuff, which I guess is the same thing Innuendo Studio does. Escalation led to porn argument. Yeah, quartering was making fun of Gab, because Gab's been on this very anti-porn rant for a long time too. So maybe that's what sparked it.
What is the conflation error that we could conveniently make about Ian here?
Okay, we can say that since he seems like he's a communist, that means he's probably in favor of a violent overthrow of society.
The government, yeah.
So we could say that he violently wants to kill all landowners. How about that?
Yeah.
Let's just make shit up.
Establish a community. Were Gabe pledging an old school hate movement, there would probably be a recruiter to usher him into an existing community. But that's the kind of formalized interaction modern extremists tend to avoid. Online extremism has many points of entry and everybody's journey.
I wonder how Ian feels about him joining a church.
He's like, look, this fucking racist shooter guy, he made the OK signs. The circle game sign. Therefore, it's proof. It's proof anytime you see anyone do a circle game thing, that means they're a Nazi.
Okay.
Is unique, so rather
I saw Buckwheat do it once.
Rather than be comprehensive, we will focus on what are, in my estimation, the two most common pathways. The far right creates a community Gabe is likely to stumble into, or infiltrates a community Gabe is already in. The stumble upon method has two main branches, one of which is just Gabe ends up on a Chan board, which we've already done a video about. The other is kind of the polar.
It's hilarious too, because as someone who used to go on 4chan a lot, before all that, this is the proof of why this is all bullshit. Okay, if you went on 4chan back before the SAW shit, the only place that you really saw like super racist crap, like people made racist jokes, but the only time you saw people like legitimately believing in racist stuff was on Poll, and whatever Poll was called before it was called Poll. I forget what it was called. But every other part of 4chan was basically pretty super liberal for the most part. And then as soon as all the SAW stuff, and then as soon as all the SAW stuff starts coming in, everyone starts turning. It starts spreading.
Because they get attention that way.
Well, because like a lot of the people who were on 4chan, these are people that like to be edgy. They like to make jokes. They were very pro free speech, and that used to be the liberal position.
Oh,
it used to be the stuffy conservatives that were like, you can't say that. You can't look at porn. That's why the porn thing's so funny. Because That's why the porn thing makes me laugh so much, because it's like they can't help themselves. It's like finally, finally, the right was able to like snatch the free speech argument away from liberals, and then the trad cons come in and they just immediately sabotage it.
Polar opposite of 4chan's cult of anonymity, Gabe ends up in the fandom of a far-right thought leader. These folks are charismatic media personalities.
Okay, do you like? Look at the choices he chose.
I know.
He's calling these people far right thought leaders. Okay?
Yeah. Oh.
So I guess you could probably call Steven Crowder. I don't know if he's far right, because when I hear far right, that makes me think you're either a Nazi or a sovereign citizen or something, right?
Yeah.
But I mean,
Yes.
yeah. So Crowder, very conservative. I wouldn't call him far right, but he's very conservative. Paul Joseph Watson's very conservative, believes conspiracy theories crap. I don't know. Maybe he's far right. I'm not 100% sure. Jordan Peterson and Sargon, definitely not far right. Jordan Peterson especially definitely not far right.
It's like Richard Spencer. What's I can't think of the other guy. The really well-spoken guy. I mean, you would think
Jared Taylor.
Jared Taylor, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Like Jared Taylor. I mean, there are people who are advocating for an ethno state here. Right. None of these guys are. Like, none of these guys are in favor of the ethno state.
It's real.
It like, doesn't. Why are you putting these people up?
Right, but because again, this is why this video is so dishonest, because it would actually be useful if you had some video series, diving into the the
actual
radicalization process. Yeah. Right. But this is why this is all bullshit. This is all performative. This is all a technique to attack people who are not all right. That's what this is.
This is why. Yeah. It's called a schmear.
Right.
This is a schmear campaign.
This is why the left doesn't understand, like the far left YouTube breadtube types don't understand why we get so crazed when we see this alt-right pipeline bullshit. Okay? Because it's always presented in this super bad faith way of just attacking people who don't buy into SJW dogma. That's always the way it's presented.
Yeah, it's sad.
That's charismatic according to Gabe's tastes, not ours. I don't understand it either. And these personalities may gain traction on any number of platforms, from podcasts to reportage to blogging, though the most effective platform for red pilling is, and yes, I am biting the hand that feeds me, YouTube.
Oh my
They
God.
may get Gabe's attention through fairly conventional means, like talking about or even generating controversy to get themselves trending, while some of the more committed will employ dubious SEO tactics like clickbait, Google bombing, and data voids. But what they tend to have in common, especially the most accessible ones, is that they don't present themselves as entry points to the radical right. In fact, many did not set out to be far-right thought leaders and may not think of themselves as such, though they...
Oh, that explains... He's saying, this is why they call themselves regular conservatives.
Because, I know,
excellent.
Yeah,
they are often...
They don't even think of themselves as far right. Well, maybe it's because they're not fucking far
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Think about that. And this is the Jordan Peterson one's so hilarious too, because, like, I'm sure Jordan Peterson is probably more conservative than liberal, like in his family life, but he doesn't talk about politics that much, except for like the transgender pronoun stuff. He doesn't talk about he barely talks about economic policy or like laws or anything. He's just like pretty, like standard pro freedom centrist crap.
Yeah. Yes. He's pro-immigration.
Yeah, he's super pro-immigration. This is so absurd. And as Shlomo said, he's apparently a Zionist shill.
Yeah, exactly.
Products of which the alt-right are among their biggest purchasers, and it's not like they're...
Oh my God. The lies. The lies.
Do you like this like comparison? So he's got... So Crowder's selling mugs, which is okay. That's fine. You sell your merchandise. Sargon's selling a funny pillow.
Yeah, I'm like, what alt-right guy is buying that pillow of Sargon? Because I want to know. Let me know.
Yeah, exactly. This was so ridiculous. The alt-right fucking hates Sargon and Jordan Peterson. Like, this is such a joke.
I can't imagine some alt-right guy with that pillow. Look at that pillow.
I know. But to me, it's just so obnoxious to compare like random, like a book and like random products with fucking brain force. Like, okay, if you want to criticize Paul Joseph Watson for selling like vitamin supplements, that's fine, but don't compare it to like a cup or a book.
Yeah. Oh my God.
They're turning the money away. So there's that. How they present.
Wait a minute. So is he claiming the alt-right is buying all this crap?
That's what he said. Yeah, mostly purchased
Biggest
by the
purchasers?
alt-right is what he said. Come on,
And
I
it
think
points to the radical
Peterson
right.
sold 4
In
million
fact,
books.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jordan Peterson was like best-selling author, going on the world tour, raking in the dough. You think there's that many fucking alt-right people
No, this
like all
guy's
over the world?
he
watching?
doesn't understand. He's like he doesn't get it.
He's 100% in the bubble.
many did not set out to be far-right thought leaders and may not think of themselves as such, though they are often selling products of which the alt-right are among their biggest purchasers.
Okay,
Got him.
what evidence or proof does this
I know.
fucking guy have?
None. None
The alt-right is the
whatsoever.
biggest purchasers of Jordan Peterson books, Sargon throw pillows, louder with powder mugs,
Oh my God.
and brain force. Okay, what, did he just pull this out of his ass?
Sargon throw pillows. That product should never have existed.
That's the best product. You don't have your time. That's the best product ever.
Oh my
How
God.
dare you?
Sitch's couch is
And
all
it's
Sargon
not-
throw pillows. We love you, Sargon.
Not like they're turning the money away. So there's that. How they present
But here, this dishonest that is, he's like, they're not turning the money away. Like, okay, when you sell a mug, when Steven Crowder puts a mug on his website and you click and buy one, does it like ask you like, are you an alt-righter? Like,
Yeah,
before you check out
exactly.
and pay for it? And then if you say yes, does it like refuse your money? Like, how are they
Denied.
supposed to know who's buying their shit?
Denied. This guy's
And-
probably got a Patreon that's like 20 grand too.
I'll look it up. You're probably right.
It's always that way. It's always that way.
And they
Yeah,
always
we're
hide-
we're the grifters.
That's what's hilarious too. Like all these like super like communist guys, they're making like bank from Patreon, and they always hide
Totally
the amount.
bank.
They always hide it
yeah.
too. They want you to know.
Yeah.
is
bad
the
for
same way
their
anyone
image.
presents who wants to be successful on social media. Accessible, approachable, authentic. The face-to-face relationship a budding extremist forms with their recruiter or the leader of their hate group's local chapter are here folded into one parasocial relationship with a complete stranger. Why this person appeals to
We'll give Ian a little bit of credit. Okay. He doesn't hide the amount he makes from Patreon. So we'll give him
Okay.
credit for that. Guess how
But
much
we-
he makes?
But we'll take points off for how obnoxious it is.
Yes. But guess how much he makes? from
I don't
Patreon?
know. 10,000 a month.
No. Let's be realistic.
Okay. 50 bucks
$4,358 a month for these dumb YouTube videos.
a month. Wow.
Yep. So it's not Chapo money, but it's it's a good chunk of change.
Yeah. Well, he's
Comrade.
not funny. He's not funny at all. This guy is.
That's true. That's true.
Yeah. He doesn't try to be funny. So.
tick.
But
The
he's doing a public
face-to-face
service.
relationship a budding extremist forms with their recruiter or the leader of their hate group's local chapter
How dare he call Professor X a hate
I
group,
know, I was
okay?
gonna
The
say that.
X-Men were a well-known liberal organization.
Why would he throw Professor X? He takes in disabled people.
I know. Jeez, this guy's so ableist, I'm telling
He's
you.
in a wheelchair. Oh man.
This must be before he was shot by some sort of white nationalist and was in a wheelchair.
No, he's got one of those standing wheelchairs. It's just out of the shot.
Oh my God. Professor X is his enemy is a Jew. Did you realize that X-Men is anti-Semitic?
Oh yeah, I guess you're right. Oh, sorry.
Oh no.
Cancel.
Oh, no,
You're canceled.
everybody. Cancel. This is why you cancel the X-Men, everyone. X-Men's canceled.
are here folded into one parasocial relationship
They
with
love
a
that.
See,
They always talk
Why
about
didn't
the
he-
parasocial stuff.
why did he have a fucking video of Sargon, Jordan Peterson, and Crowder? Why didn't he have Stefan Molyneux? Like, wouldn't that be who he's talking about?
Yeah, isn't he? Yeah, he's much more focused on immigration, anti-white
Right.
stuff. Yeah.
a
Yeah,
complete
put him in
stranger.
your thing.
Why
Yeah, but he's got to go after the dirty centrists.
this person appeals to Gabe is they're not selling politics as politics, but conservatism as a kind of lifestyle brand. They rely heavily on critiquing or ridiculing the left. Feminists are oversensitive, black people unintelligent, queer folks doomed to loneliness, and trans people insane.
This is why. This is why I say this video feels like it's 2017. He's got a fucking picture. He put Thunderfoot up here. Like, does Thunderfoot even make anti-feminist videos anymore? Like, I thought he does mostly science stuff
Yeah.
now.
Yeah. He went after Anita Sarkeesian 1,000 years ago.
It's like, what is this guy? He's stuck. He's stuck in a time warp.
I don't know. It's
And
crazy.
also putting Blair up here, like, look, you can disagree. Obviously, you can disagree with Blair. You disagree with anyone who's trans and how they feel about trans people. But saying that she thinks trans people are insane is like such a dishonest representation of her argument.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know if it's a coincidence that these are all things Gabe thinks about himself in his low moments. By contrast, they don't sell conservatism.
What the fuck does that mean?
Yeah, I don't.
You think the average person's walking around like thinking about like transgender people and all this other stuff?
Nah. Gabe's thinking
As
about,
having
boy, I wish I had a good job and a girlfriend.
sounder policies or a more coherent moral framework, but that abandoning progressive principles and embracing conservative ones will make Gabe happier. Remember, Gabe isn't looking for white nationalism or misogyny. What he wants is the cure to his soul sickness.
There it is.
And these friendly micro-celebs are here.
So why didn't this guy like Fight Club? Because this is what Fight Club is about. It's about the dangerous radicalization of, the dangerous white man who can't, fulfill the void in their life.
Yeah, looking for meaning.
Yeah. I guess there was too much toxic masculinity in it for him.
Yeah, I guess.
Here to offer a shot of life advice with politics as the chaser. It is extremely important that politics be presented as a set of affects, not...
This is my problem. This argument definitely does apply to Stefan Molyneux. I grant them this. Okay, Stefan Molyneux definitely fits this bill. The problem is why I think they're acting in such bad faith is because why are they not praising Jordan Peterson, who can fill the void of Stefan Molyneux without bringing in all the right-wing politics talking about immigrants stuff? Yeah.
Because they don't know. They don't know anything about Jordan Peterson. All they know is, like, they see Jordan Peterson as a twin of Stefan Molyneux. All the subtleties are lost. They see the word conservative and they're like, Nazi! they don't
he
understand.
Didn't like non-binary pronouns.
Well, I'd love to find out this guy. There's some merit to the argument of whether or not conservative moral values are going to make you more satisfied than progressive moral values. And a lot of that depends upon where you fall in the social hierarchy, which they hate to talk about the social hierarchy. They completely ignore it in the manner of mate selection. But I mean, that affects things as much as the economic stuff affects things. So, yeah.
Right. And there is merit to the idea that, I don't want to say late stage capitalism, but that this sole focus on materialism and being obsessed with your job and all this other stuff, there is I agree that makes people feel like they have a void in their life, a spiritual, emotional void in their life. Totally.
Well, but they would conflate conservative arguments with being obsessed with money. This is one of the things that they don't understand. Like, both sides actually agree on materialism not being the best for society.
Right.
Conservatives agree with that. Progressives agree with that. Both are against materialism.
But they're Nazis, so,
Yeah. Well,
a set of beliefs.
It's painful for them to agree with anything.
Pathway is infiltration, which is its own beast. Media personalities sometimes become gateways to the right, almost by accident. They do something edgy, a part of their audience.
So we all know where this is going. So I'm trying to remember when this was, because I think this was in 2017 again. This feels like a 2017 video. Like when PewDiePie did that joke, I thought it was funny. I thought it was fine. Like, I could see why if you did it nowadays, maybe you'd be like a little sketchy, but it was before.
Reacts positively and facing no real consequence, they do it more. This leads to further...
Okay, this is so dishonest. PewDiePie, first of all, I don't like that he used the N-word the way he did in the video. But it's not, he didn't do that because he was like, oh, people liked the death to Jews joke I made, and I didn't get like fucking super in
the one I
trouble
had to
for that.
apologize for, and everyone wrote all the articles hating my guts.
Yeah, like started didn't start, but it like helped the adpocalypse and all this other
Definitely.
nonsense.
Yeah.
Like the idea that Felix was like, oh, people like that, so now I'm gonna say the N-word like randomly. That's so absurd. That's so crazy.
Yeah, it is crazy.
Further positive reinforcement from conservative fans, the rest of the audience acclimates, and the cycle repeats. The personality pushing the envelope further and
that's like a total conspiracy.
Did you hear the conflation there?
No, what was the conflation?
Okay, listen again.
They do something edgy, a part of their audience reacts positively, and facing no real consequence, they do it more. This leads to further positive reinforcement from conservative fans.
Positive PewDiePie saying the N-word leads to positive reinforcement from conservative fans.
Yeah, this guy doesn't get it at all.
Yeah.
Conservatives are always saying we take out our own trash. That's one of the things that they're known for. They don't get positive reinforcement.
I don't know if I agree with that at all, but
the rest of the audience acclimates, and the cycle repeats. The personality pushing the envelope further and further.
Don't think conservatives try to distance themselves from genuine racists like as much as possible?
I think no. Well, okay, so I think there's a difference between taking out your trash and distancing yourself.
Right.
And I think, I agree that conservatives, they do distance themselves.
I mean, what happened with Nick Fuentes at CPAC? Didn't they toss us out? Well, who'd they toss out of CPAC? I thought it was Nick Fuentes.
Oh, maybe you're right. Was it CPAC?
Yeah.
No, he was at Politicon, wasn't he?
Some place, yes.
He said it somewhere. No. I agree with you completely that conservatives are very quick to distance themselves and denounce racism and anti-Semitism and stuff. Yeah, definitely.
And if you're Antifa, far left, anti-capitalist, you get a producer gig on Sam Cedar.
Right.
It's like,
but there's
completely different.
There's a good reason for why that is, though. It's because this is part of the problem. It's because
one's outside the Overton window and one's not.
Right, because in America we had a long history of problems with racism, so people are like hyper cognizant of it. Where we haven't really in America anyway. Obviously, the rest of the world is different. But in America,
totally. They're like, "What the fuck you guys do? You're playing with fire."
Right, but in America, we haven't had some big problem with like communists taking over the government yet, anyway. So people aren't afraid of it the way they are with racism. Because if we had, like, say, we had some communist revolution that in the 30s and then it failed and we went back to democracy. If that happened in our history, you better believe liberals would have to distance themselves from communists.
The Overton window would reflect that.
Right.
Yeah. This whole video is about trying to push normal conservatives outside the Overton window. That's like his wet dream. He's like, oh, yeah, we dominate politically. They can't even talk. Their views are so caustic. People are offended by them.
It's hilarious too because this guy brings up all the conspiracy theories. He's bringing up fucking.
That's what got me. Yeah.
He's bringing up PewDiePie's like Iron Cross jacket.
I know. Yeah. Exactly.
It's like that's a symbol associated with Nazis. I don't know.
Yeah. If this guy lived in Salem, he'd be hunting witches.
Definitely.
Further, based on what flies with their increasingly conservative audience. In this way, they become a right-wing figure by both radicalizing and being radicalized by their audience.
See, here's the problem. That happens, but not to like Nazi shit. Like that's what we were talking about earlier. I think that's what happened to Tim Pool to some extent. But I don't think you have a normal person become alt-right because of this.
Yeah.
That's a stretch.
Infiltration is deliberate. The far right will reliably target any community that has, one, a large white...
Do you really think that they're
all... Oh my God, this is so kooky.
This is, Ian's in his room with the tinfoil wrapped around his head, and he's got like the cork board with all the strings attached to it. Like he's like 4chan attaches to Kotaku in action attaches to 8chan. Like, do you really think that the alt-right is like roaming the internet like, okay guys, what white male fandom can we infiltrate this time?
Exactly.
Turn to being Nazis.
Where do the white males hang out? We need we need to go get them.
Male population. 2, whose niche interests allow them to feel vaguely marginalized. And
Oh my
3,
God.
I love how it's like, well, they're cis, straight, heteronormative white males, so they can't actually be marginalized. So, they have some niche interest that makes them feel vaguely marginalized,
You know how James O'Keefe always tries to get the goods? He tries to get like the secret document or the interview
Right.
from the insider. This guy
Right.
doesn't even do that. He just makes it up. He's like, I don't need the secret document. Let me just tell you what the secret document would say if I could possibly find it someday.
That's why, yeah, you're saying that this guy's infiltrating. He's not doing shit. If he was infiltrating, he would post the links. He would post the pictures. He would show it.
He's making shit up. This is
Yeah.
a comedy. Maybe I was wrong about this guy because he is hilarious.
This is a guy sitting alone in his room writing conspiracy theories
He
while
is
talking to himself
Oh
in the
my
mirror.
God. He probably cheered when Alex Jones got kicked off the internet. He's
Oh,
10 times
100%.
worse.
Yep.
3 who are not used to progressive critique of said interests.
Wait.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute. Wait. See, this is where it's so funny when he tips the hand a little bit, okay, where he doesn't show blame where blame's due. Okay. He's like, people who are in fandoms that are not used to progressive critiques. What does that mean? That means when you're like enjoying a video game or a cartoon and some fucking SJWs suddenly start bringing some bullshit woke politics into your interest, and you're like, get the fuck out of here.
Totally. Yes.
This isn't
They're not
to
used
say-
to being bullied by progressives. Translation.
Yeah, it's like, I love this idea that it's like, oh, you have these people that are trying to enjoy something that's mostly probably apolitical, or like it has very normal centrist normie politics.
Right.
And then fucking when the woke police come and infiltrate themselves, not infiltrate, but just like fucking get into it and they annoy everyone with the woke politics. That's not a problem. The problem is when that happens and it possibly pushes people to the alt-right. That's the only part of the problem.
This is fun.
Say progressive critique doesn't exist or hasn't been baked into the property from the beginning, but that it has been so far easy for white guys to ignore.
Okay, this is like,
They're like, we don't like your progressive politics.
no.
He's
But
like,
it's
you
hilarious
must.
'cause he picks X-Men, which is X-Men is probably one of the most politically motivated comics from its origin, and I think is unique in that perspective. I don't know what other mainstream like comic has been very politically oriented.
The original Star Trek series was definitely progressive.
That's true. The
politics
original
all
Star
the
Trek
way.
series was.
Yeah.
But even then, here's the thing. This is what he's like, oh, it doesn't challenge their white view. It's like, no, because the politics in X-Men and Star Trek, they're very centrist liberal.
Yeah, big time.
They weren't all white, they weren't hashtag cancel whiteness. Okay. they weren't hashtag blast whiteness into space. Okay. Like, it's a new breed here, people.
Oh my goodness. It's
As
the
such,
insufferable breed.
Yes, exactly.
Progressives within that community probably don't talk politics much, and women and minorities are perfectly welcome to post, same as anyone, but just, don't make identity politics, like a thing. Given Gabe's proclivities, he's probably
He doesn't even like hold in his mind the idea that maybe identity politics shouldn't be shoved into every fucking
Every
thing in the
aspect of
world.
life. Exactly. Oh yeah, totally.
It's
Like,
like
this kind of stuff is escapism. Like politics is one of the things we're escaping from, dude.
this guy is going on like the FIFA 19 soccer message board and is like, oh, let me talk about identity politics in my soccer game. People are like, oh my God.
already in a number of fan communities where he can geek out and not get teased. And this is where the
Which again, I'm pretty sure doesn't happen anywhere ever.
far right will go looking for him. Communities are at their most vulnerable to infiltration at times of political discord. This can happen naturally, say a new property in
Yeah, political discord. You mean when a bunch of woke police suddenly start calling you racist for no reason?
Yeah, that's political discord these days.
the fandom has a black protagonist, or it can be provoked, say
I'm glad he brought up Star Wars.
Yeah.
Okay.
this can happen
I wasn't
naturally,
aware that
say, a new
he was the protagonist because I thought he was the supporting cast.
Yeah, the protagonist. It's so funny because, like, a lot of the woke police, they're so focused on Ray that they forget that like Finn is this very negative stereotype of like the bumbling black sidekick.
Yep.
If Ray was a man, you would hear nothing. If Ray was a man and Star Wars was the movies were exactly the same, you would hear nothing but people calling those movies horrible racist films. But you don't. You don't, because you know why? White feminists don't care. White feminists don't care about the black man. Hashtag cancel white feminism.
Ray got in trouble. Did you see the article? I think you were asking me about it, but I don't know if
I was asking. You never told me what it was. You ignored me. You guys understand.
Well,
we'll talk a little bit before the stream. I ask Adam questions. He just ignores me. He's so abusive to me. When
Sometimes I am. That's how you know I'm the real boss. That's how you know I'm the real. I'm the one who the real sidekick is.
Why were people attacking Daisy Ridley?
Daisy Ridley did an interview in The Guardian, and she talked about how she didn't have any privilege when she went to a private boarding school, and both of her parents are high up in the movie making industry. And it was like, you kidding, right? You're kidding, right?
It's so funny because it's so, her answer to that perfectly encapsulates like the out of touch, like,
big time
left wing, like, I'm gonna say all the right things about sexism and racism even though I have no fucking clue what I'm talking about. But it was even funnier because beyond her just saying that she didn't have any white privilege, being rich and going to
I know school, I only said half of it. Go ahead.
Because
it gets worse.
The person asked him like, well, how does this compare to her co-star Finn, because he's a black guy. And then Daisy Ridley said, let me bring it up. She said,
no, it's comparable.
Yeah. She said, no, I'm not more privileged than him because he grew up like in a rich place in England too. So we're very similar in our upbringing.
Right. But
and
his parents were like immigrants that were, but no, he wasn't as well off as she was. Definitely. He didn't have the parents that were in the filmmaking industry. And also I think his parents were like I think his parents were like first generation immigrants, but I don't know.
Oh no, you're right. I misread what she said. She said, wait a minute. So what she said made no sense.
Totally no sense. But the thing is, like, our problem with the social justice side is that they all want to say, you have privilege because you have white skin, even though you're dirt poor, which is
right.
I mean, we believe in the concept of privilege. It's pretty obvious that Daisy Ridley has some privilege going on. But it is funny that it's completely invisible to her, even though, I mean,
it's the money privilege.
You could make the argument that the whole reason she's starring in Star Wars is because of feminist privilege.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
It's not like she's a good actress.
New property in the fandom has a black protagonist, or it can be provoked. Say a bunch of Channers join the forum and say provocative things about race to get people arguing, or both. Left to its own.
It'd be great if you had some examples of this and we didn't, just have to take this on his word that this is actually happening.
I want to know how much of that is the Russian bots that are just trying to bring down our democracy. How much of those like far right radicals are like,
that's true.
In Moscow, they're like, they go terrible for the far right radicals.
That's
you
true.
just have to get online and pretend to be them.
Yeah, there was the thing with the Russian trolls had like, they had the far right and the far left protests both organized across from each other.
Oh yeah. And they made them go to the same place.
Made them go to the same place. So yeah, no, I wonder.
Devices, the community might sort out its differences and maybe even come out more progressive than they started.
See, he's like, the problem here, this is what he wants. He's like, but maybe the community can become more left-wing. Isn't that so nice, everyone? It could become more left-wing. It can't just be neutral or centrist. No, it has to become more progressive.
His whole thing is anything that's not progressive is racist.
Is evil, yes.
That's basically his argument.
He literally says that. There's a point in this video where he actually basically almost literally says that word for word. You'll see.
Pressure applied in the right moment, these communities can devolve into arguments about the need to remove a nebulously defined politics from the conversation. The adage about bros on the internet is political means anything I disagree with. But it would be more accurate to say here, political means anything on which the community disagrees. For instance, Nazis are bad is an apolitical
Oh my God. Oh my God.
statement because everyone in the community agrees. It's common sense and therefore neutral. But paradoxically, Nazis are good is also apolitical. Because Nazis are bad is the consensus, Nazis are good must just be an edgy joke. And even if not...
Okay, this is so dumb. Like, because even when people were making edgy jokes, the edgy jokes were not that Nazis were good. I can't even remember anyone making edgy jokes like that. The edgy jokes were usually... They would say, someone would say something shocking and it was supposed to be like, oh, like, look at the character I'm playing. Like, I'm like this terrible person. Like Tosh. I love Tosh so much. And his humor was all about like him pretending to be like this horrible person.
Yeah.
The community already believes the opposite, so the statement is harmless, tolerable. However, feminism...
Could you imagine like going into a random community, like, I don't know, you
like
walk
Nazis
into the Star Wars
are good?
message board.
Sure.
Yeah, like the Star Wars message board in 2012 be like, hey guys,
I love
talk about
Nazis.
the Nazis are good. Yeah.
They're great.
People like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Yeah. No.
is good.
This is another thing. This is another thing that's so... These assholes, they always ignore, okay? Edgy jokes spiked in popularity because of all the woke shit.
Yeah.
Like
direct response.
Direct response. You told all the people that they couldn't make edgy jokes, so they went and made the edgy jokes.
They love calling conservatives reactionaries. But I mean, they don't get that they're reacting to them.
Yeah, no, it's so dumb.
Is a political statement because the community hasn't reached a consensus. It is debatable and therefore political, and you should stop talking about it.
So this is sort of true in that, yes, a political statement is something that typically has to do with like a philosophy, ideology, or a way that you think the country should be run that not everyone agrees on. Yeah, that's true. And if everyone agrees on it, then no one cares if you bring it up. Right? Like, what's the point of this whole segment?
I don't know. Usually he's sneaking in a premise with these things so he can deliver some bullshit.
And making political arguments, no matter how rational, is having an agenda.
I guess what he's trying to sneak in is he's saying, oh, you know, this allows people, the Nazis, to sneak in their Nazis are good arguments because they're considered not political, because they're so outrageous that no one believes that they're being serious. So they can just sneak it in. Just sneak it right in.
But really, they mean it. Thanks.
But really.
Thanks for the inside.
And all these, it's so hilarious. They totally ignore all these like crypto alt-right people. They only started to come about because of all the woke shit. Like, do you remember before SJWs were a thing? Like before 2015, do you remember like, oh, did you remember having to worry about like secret Nazis?
No, not necessarily. But I mean, I've lived in some pretty racist places where there's like real racism.
Right,
real
but exactly what I'm
legitimate
saying. You have to worry
racism.
about like secret Nazis. Like it was like if people were racist, it's pretty like overt.
Man, if they're keeping it secret, just don't bug me with it. Get the fuck out of here. I think I might lean towards the like apolitical. Why are we talking about this politics nonsense?
You're part of the problem, Adam.
Am I? I guess I'm supposed to stand up and say, I don't know. Okay, get out of here.
Is ruining the community. Now, it is curious how the things that provoke the most disagreement tend to be whichever ones make white dudes uncomfortable. One of life's great unanswerable...
God. I guess I'm falling into his trap here because I'm like, I'm uncomfortable talking about all these Nazis. Why the fuck? Let's shut up.
I love the idea that like people go to some community, like for anime or for video games or whatever, you know.
Oh, man.
This is not a place that people go to debate politics, right? And then you come in with your fucking woke shit. You want to say everyone's racist and everyone's sexist, and you're like, oh, I don't understand why all these white people who I'm calling all racist are getting so mad at me. It just proves that they're racist.
I know. If only he had some level of self-reflection.
if this guy had an ounce of self-awareness.
Yeah, exactly.
The Wooster for $2 says, Adam, debate Hunter Avalon.
Gladly. Love to debate him. I would. Debate him on whether or not he's a real conservative.
Boom. Gauntlet tossed, slapped, and thrown down.
He's not going to debate me. Yeah,
No,
that's crazy.
I don't even know what you guys would debate about. But
Yeah.
Hi All for £5 says, do you think Kanye West 2024 will bring about a religious revolution and bring the civil war that Tim Pool keeps going on about with the religious and the LGBT? Oh, you better believe it.
Is that
Kanye
what the
West,
Civil War? What? Come on. Really?
I don't know. Who knows? But I believe that Kanye West is the Antichrist, or maybe he's the re-embodiment of the Christ. Come back to save or damn us by starting the next civil war. I can believe
I don't know. Kanye's not going to start a civil
You don't
war.
know?
No. Kanye's not going to start it. Kanye's great.
He said...
I like Kanye.
Kanye said if that they wrote the Bible today, he'd be in it.
Do you disagree with that? Come on.
A little bit, yeah. Well, maybe not if he's the Christ or Antichrist. No, then it would all make sense.
Oh, man. Yeah, I thought Tim Pool's Civil War was supposed to be between like Antifa and the alt-right. I thought that's a Civil War
right.
he's pitching, so I don't know.
Who the fuck knows?
Is he alt-right? I mean, Richard Spencer says he's an atheist. I don't know if he's... I mean, he's not really a conservative Christian.
Well, it's funny because that's the main contention, I think, between Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer.
Really? Oh,
yeah,
man.
It's like the atheist libertarian alt-rights versus like the social conservative religious tradcon alt-rights.
See, so fuck this guy. I have the right attitude. We just sit back and ignore. We watch them destroy themselves. It's like we watch them watch the far right destroy themselves over there. We lean over here. We watch the social justice warriors eat themselves alive. It's like it's true. The meek did inherit the earth.
Well, it's funny because it's almost like whenever you have these ideological groups that are extremist, when they reach a certain point of like members, they start devolving into infighting. Like when the SJWs are small and the alt-right is small, they can't fight each other because there's not enough of them. They all have to stick together. But as soon as they start to feel a little bit comfortable about their numbers,
they do. Oh, we can lose a few people who aren't pure enough. We've got enough people to go around.
Right.
Oh, it's so funny.
Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says the Sargon Daki Makura, which is the Sargon like body pillow, is the best product, and thankfully it's stain resistant and machine washable.
Oh my god! Tell me that thing doesn't.
And he has a penis emoji following it.
I know. I was thinking that. I was like, oh my god! Tell me that thing doesn't come with lips.
Oh my god. John Bob 008 for $2 says Molyneux is an ANCAP and Peterson is not. That's a good point.
Oh yeah, great point.
Molyneux is a weirdo ANCAP, probably flirting with white nationalist, while Jordan Peterson is like totally center right.
And Molyneux believes a bunch of shit that's just scientifically untrue.
He doesn't believe in mental illnesses. He thinks they're all fake.
Yeah, he says stuff all the time that are just not remotely true.
You know, I will criticize Peterson for this. I completely forgot about this until all his comparisons. You know, because Peterson finally came out with his Patreon alternative, which kind of sucked, the Think Squat thing.
Yes.
And it's annoying because they had like a beta for it and you had to be invited. It's not like it's open to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the problem with doing that, because he has fucking Stefan Molyneux on his thing. And I'm thinking, so does that mean that Jordan Peterson, am I wrong in defending Jordan Peterson? Is he standing by the crazy shit that Stefan Molyneux says because he's allowing him on his platform?
Interesting.
Like if you just let anyone on, then you don't have, you can't say, well, I'm just letting anyone on. I'm not judging who should be on it or not. Right.
Yeah. I'm not, I will let anyone on as long as they have an invitation from me.
Right. It's weird because I'm pretty sure, because Jordan Peterson, who's a psychologist, I would imagine would vehemently disagree with all the crazy shit Stefan Molyneux says.
You think he has time to listen to the crazy shit that Stefan Molyneux says?
No, but someone in his camp had to
On
make
his
the decision
team? Nah.
to okay Stefan Manu for being on their platform.
I guess you're right. I mean, he's been on Stefan Molyneux's show, so he just probably assumes Stefan Molyneux's not bonkers.
Maybe that's the problem.
Yeah.
Alex Karras for $5 says, how about a video critiquing Knowing Better, especially his dog whistles video? We did a Knowing Better video. We did his Jordan Peterson video.
Did we?
That was Knowing
Nice.
Better, right?
I don't know. We're up to like 62 shows.
Yeah, it
It's
was
all
Knowing
kind of
Better.
a
I didn't know
blur
he
now.
did one. Because it was weird because he had this whole video. It was a video where he criticized Jordan Peterson's take on the Nazis. Remember?
Not ringing any bells, but
Okay. Well, whatever. We did do a video, but I'll check it. I didn't know you did one on dog whistles. I'll check that one out. I'm curious about that.
check the list.
Check the list. It is interesting too because Knowing Better made this whole long video defending Christopher Columbus as not being a horrible racist, but then he turns around and attacks Jordan Peterson. Oh, very strange. Joshua Edwards for $7 says there was once a hermit named Dave who kept a dead prostitute in his cave. He said, "I'll admit I'm a bit of a shit, but I think I have. But think of the money I'll save."
Oh my God.
There
I
you
disavow. That's so wrong.
There-
Come on. See,
I thought that was gonna be-
if that's the porn alternative, I think maybe we have an argument.
Exactly.
I think we've steel
the
man an
porn
argument in favor of
Yes.
pornography.
There you go. There you go. Just Mercy for $5 says, say progressive, then say progressive, then realize only one of these is correct. I'm looking at you, Adam.
Progressive. Progressive,
What-
maybe? It's progressive.
Progressive?
Yeah.
How are you
progress.
saying progressive?
Progressive, I guess I'm saying.
Oh, is that how you're saying it?
Yeah. My lazy pronunciation.
Well, keep saying it wrong. You'll get paid to get corrected.
Oh, nice. I'll do it. These progressives. These progressives. Noir.
I very sing T-Rix for $5 says modern debate consists mostly of veiled ad homs and guilt by association. Just connect your opponents to hate and hypocrisy so they can be dismissed. That is completely true. I don't know if that's modern. I think that might have been always the case, but that's definitely what's going on right now. Econs for $1.99 says Innuendo Studios need to read some Franz Kafka. Yes, there's a lot of Kafka-esque going on here.
The old Kafka traps.
Mm-hmm.
Why is it taking him 40 minutes to make this awful argument that's based on zero evidence? I mean, normally you make a 40-minute video because you have all of these studies backing up what you're saying.
Yeah, I know. Like, it's annoying because, like, when I make a long video, it's usually because I'm like referencing all this crap.
Yeah.
He's just jabbering on for 40 minutes.
The mountains of
I
evidence
guess-
that you have to get out there.
I guess we're kind of throwing stones because we do like 6-hour streams or we just talk out of our asses.
Well, I'm saying that because his video is so long, our video is going to be 6 hours. And
Right.
he needs to nut up and do some editing.
That's true. And yeah, and it's the difference between a stream and an edit video. That's definitely true. That's like, there's a Cat Black video I wanted to do a stream on where she complains about BreadTube being too white. But it's like an hour long and it's so boring because it's just her talking for a fucking hour and you're like, oh, I want to kill myself.
Wow.
It's so boring. It's funny because she's complaining. She's like, oh, all the popular BreadTubers are white. Well, she does an hour-long boring as fuck video.
And she
it's just her
wonders.
talking into the camera.
And she wonders why they're out competing her.
Yeah, and you're like, maybe
It's called
the reason that
editing.
ContraPoints and Philosophy Tube and H Bomber Guy do better than you is because they actually edit their videos and try to
and
make them
entertaining, add jokes and stuff. Exactly.
Yeah, they don't just talk into the camera for an hour. Holy crap. Hummer Rodriguez for $3 says, so the guys in chat want people to stop sending super chats. Too bad for them. Friday was payday. That's right. We're going to read all the chats. We're going to get all the money. I'm sorry.
Perfect.
But we
They
need
want
the
us to get back to the video here.
Yes, we're almost
this is
done.
garbage. Come on, you guys, you know this garbage.
But it's fun to watch the garbage.
Predict what he's going to say. I
Paradox
want
for
Ian to
$3
come
says,
on and argue with us in real time. I want Ian here. I want Ian to defend his position.
There you go.
Don't you?
Ian will never interact with us or anyone who criticizes him whatsoever.
Right. Because he's got an excuse.
Yeah, because he says, oh, well, that just helps radicalize people to the alt-right. Perfect excuse. That's how he sounds. That's my impression.
I can't just say I'm a pussy. People
can't
won't like that
possibly-
answer.
Yeah, my arguments can't possibly stand up to any like level of scrutiny. No.
Come on, we want to invite progressive politics on our show. We want the exact same thing that you want to push into comic books and video games
Sure.
and stuff. This is the place for it. This is the place for it. Right here. Right
We should-
here.
You know, I would have liked actually to have someone from the left with us right now to try to defend this video.
Oh, that would be awesome.
That
That'd be
would've been,
totally
yeah.
awesome.
Sad.
Want me to phone a
opportunity.
friend?
Paradox for $3 says, small correction, random board on 4chan 13 to 14 years ago wasn't just liberal, it was making all the arguments SJWs make now, everything from gay rights, atheism, communism, etc. Remember Pedo Bear. Yeah, well, I remember B was very liberal back then. They did make lots of, I mean, there's still lots of racist, sexist jokes back then. But they were making, I wouldn't say they were making SJW arguments, but they were making very left-wing liberal arguments. Paradox
we would
says,
know
13 years ago, if you asked a B-tard how does communism help gay rights, they would call you a troll and ignore you. I, for one, think that is a valid question. 100%. Paradox for $3
If we had one species on, we wouldn't even be able to get through the
we wouldn't be
video,
able to
would we?
watch this video.
Yeah.
No. Paradox for $3 says, do you find it interesting how Groper Wars revealed how Peterson was right that the conservatives are pretty quick to cut out their more extreme elements, Kathy Zhu, Michael Malkin, but the left has a problem with that. Why is that?
See, that was
that's what you were
my
talking about.
argument. Yeah, but you
That's what you were
shut me down. You said, no, they just love of course, they welcome the crazies with open arms. Must be the TDS guys. He's got a little.
No. I agree with you.
bit
I
of
don't.
snuck
I was
up on him.
thinking. I thought you meant something different. I don't remember what. I'm trying to remember what I thought you meant. 'Cause I agree with
Racism.
what-
Conservatives hate
agree with that.
racism. Conservatives hate racism. Okay, they do. And the people who are genuinely racist, I don't necessarily think they're conservative as much as like the racism is really what's driving them. I mean, I've known really super racist people. I'm assuming you have too. And it seems like that's just what they're obsessed with. That's everything to them. Like, yeah.
Paradox for $3 says, when I was a kid, I used to watch the news with my dad. I understood nothing, but he would always interrupt and call BS on the claims coming from the TV. Now Friended and Sitch are my two dads. Thank you, internet dads.
Nice.
You're welcome, Paradox.
Nice. Yeah. We love yelling at the TV.
We love
This
you,
is
Paradox.
great.
Hummer Rodriguez for $3 says, my biggest problem with knowing better is that he pretends to be a moderate and an educational channel when clearly he is not. Take that.
Mysteries. You can gather where this is
Grifter.
going. A community that doesn't tolerate progressivism but does tolerate Nazism is going to start collecting Nazis.
How many communities is that? That's like, oh, we don't tolerate, But also, this is such a hijacking because like progressive in 2012 didn't mean like woke SJW nonsense.
Totally. Yeah, exactly.
It's also such bullshit because, and I've talked about this many times, before SJW's crap in 2014, 2015, literally almost every single place on the internet was dominated by left-wing liberal thought.
Big time. The thing is, like progressives have even rescued the word liberal. I mean, in America,
That's right.
they used to be
That's right.
synonymous, but now the progressive nonsense has gotten so bad, people don't even want to call themselves progressives. They're like, but I don't want to call myself a conservative because I'm not. Oh, remember liberal? The word liberal? Now liberal means something completely different.
Yeah, I forgot about that. It's interesting because like in the 80s and 90s, like liberal was like a dirty word. It was like,
Oh, big time.
fucking
The Fox
crazy
News,
liberal.
Fox News
Yes.
had destroyed it because they just like threw the mud every single day. All these liberal crazies.
Right.
No one wanted to call themselves a liberal. Yeah.
And then they started, I think, because to me, I always thought that's why they started to use progressive originally. was
Exactly.
a different
That's
word,
exactly right. Yeah, they're like, oh, Fox News has completely destroyed the word liberal. Well, we're progressives anyway, so fuck you.
Right. And then the progressives went crazy. It's like, well, I guess we're back to liberals. Now it's the good one.
Yeah, exactly. God, we just want to, what do we call ourselves? Stop stealing our terms. And it's funny because
our
it's
word.
both. It's the extremes because it was the Fox News extreme when Obama was president because
Right.
they just were losing their shit. They had Obama derangement syndrome.
Yep. My favorite example, I bring it up every time. Chuck Norris's wife saying that we're going to get 1,000 years of darkness because Obama won a second term.
Yeah, exactly. So Fox News went crazy. They're like, liberal insanity. Let's destroy this word. Let's make everyone in America afraid to call themselves this. Yeah. It worked.
Nazis whose goal is to drive a wedge between the community and the left. Once the left acknowledges, hey, your community's developing a Nazi problem, the Nazis, who are, remember, trusted apolitical members of the community who might just be kidding about all the Nazi shit, say, did you hear that, guys? Those cultural Marxists just called all of us Nazis.
Okay. So this
The
is
one
super
guy that made
dishonest
the
because...
Nazi joke.
Huh?
He's the conflation here. He's saying basically it's the one guy who made the Nazi joke is now the mastermind behind.
Yes. The mastermind
Come on.
Nazi.
Come on. The guy who's making the Nazi joke is not the mastermind of the community, okay?
No. And also, his argument's so disingenuous because he's acting like, oh, these innocent progressives come along and they say, excuse me, nice community, but you happen to have a Nazi problem. Could you look into that? When that's not what happens. That's like, okay.
Yes.
Like Gamergate's a perfect example. People didn't say, oh, there's some sexist, like toxic elements of Gamergate. They said, no. You're all a bunch of horrible sexist,
exactly.
incel
Misogynist.
nerd losers.
Yeah, misogynist. You have a male gaze problem is what they said.
Right. Yeah, this was hilarious. You don't need to have some secret magic alt-right crypto-fascist infiltrator saying, they're calling all of us Nazis. No. You're the ones calling them all Nazis.
Exactly.
Wedge. Similarly, any community members who say, but Nazis, though, are framed as infiltrators pushing an agenda, even if they've been there longer than the Nazis have. They get the wedge, too. This is how fandoms radicalize. They are...
And I will provide you with no evidence or examples of this whatsoever.
Well, he does have a Star Wars character on the wedge, so they must be talking about the Star Wars fandom.
Well, no, he has Wedge. That's Wedge on the wedge.
Oh, okay.
Come on, Adam, you gotta be more nerdy.
That character's name is Wedge?
That character's name is Wedge. That's the joke. It's a pun. It's a visual pun.
How do you know this?
Because I'm a big nerd. I know nerd things. Come on, Adam. Where's your nerd cred?
I'm sorry.
Your wife stole it all. She's driving around at 2 a.m. looking for Pokemon.
She wouldn't even do them on my phone. She has all the Pokemon.
You're like, honey, give me some of your Pokemon. She's like, no, get your own Pokemon.
I know. Just use my phone. Let me have the dragon, please.
Catch me a Dragonite. No, get your own Dragonite. But I'm driving the car, so do it anyway. Actually, I knew people who would. Did you do this? The thing where like they would drive super slow, so the thing would think they were walking.
Yeah, well, I was forced to drive pretty slow. I mean, I was driving in the emergency lane. Come on, you've never driven to catch Pokemon? It's dangerous. No. It's like living on the edge. How do you know that character, the Wedge character? What Star Wars is? That's in the social justice Star Wars, right?
No. That's Jesus. Oh my God, Adam. That's in the original Star Wars.
Oh, okay.
Star Wars number 1, which is now New Hope, which is 4.
Okay. The one that I saw in the theater when I was a kid?
Yes.
That's funny. Keep going.
There was Wedge and Biggs and someone else.
That's amazing. I probably had that guy as an action figure, and I don't even know his name.
Yeah, I'll say it. Safe spaces for nerds, weebs, and furries, and are told that the left is a threat to their safety. And given a choice.
I mean, they literally are, because they come into these nerd spaces and they say, you're all racist, sexist, unless you completely agree with everything we say.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, maybe that has something to do with alt-right radicalization. Maybe you shouldn't just call everyone blanketly racist and sexist. It's just a thought, just an idea.
Nah.
Okay, here's the part I was talking about, where he basically drops all his marbles and shows you the truth of how crazy he is.
Spaces for nerds, weebs, and furries, and are told that the left is a threat to their safety. And given a choice between leaving a community that has mattered to him for years and simply adjusting to the community's shifting politics, the assumption is that Gabe will stay. This assumption is right often enough that a lot of fandoms have been colonized. What is true of both...
Oh, never mind. I was wrong. That's not the point I was talking about. I mean, it's still crazy, but that's not what I was talking about.
A lot of fandoms have been colonized by who? The social justice warriors or the alt-right?
No.
I'm a little confused here. Who
Who
are the colonizers in this scenario?
Like, again, what are the examples? What communities is he talking about? Who are all these alt-right infiltrated communities he's referring to?
I see a lot of social justice infiltrated communities. What I see is people, conservatives, not alt-right. I never encounter the alt-right. Who the hell? I see conservatives leaving those communities and establishing their own communities.
Oh my God. Adam, I just realized the plot of Social Justice Detective 2.
Oh, really? Shh.
Yes.
Keep it a secret. We need the twist ending.
Here it is.
Wait, now you're going to say it on a stream with everyone listening?
I'm going to tell everyone because it's such a good idea. Okay.
Well, let's hear it.
It's a parody of Sixth Sense. Only instead of the kid that you're
oh my
seeing
God,
dead people,
that is good.
He sees
I see
Nazis.
Yes,
Yeah,
totally. I use that GIF all the time when people tell me about the Nazis. I always use the "I see dead people" meme.
Yep, I see Nazis, and it turns out at the end, the twist is that you were the Nazi all along.
Me, the social justice detective?
Yeah, just like in the movie with Bruce Willis being
no.
dead.
Oh no, I am the Nazi. What am I, like sleepwalking or something? I am the bad guy. That is a good idea because the hardest thing about writing another episode is the blue scene where I have the am I the bad guy?
Right.
Revelation. I can't be the bad guy. That's the hardest scene to write, but that would be a super good one in this one because I'd be like, oh my God, I'm a Nazi. I can't. What's going on?
You're welcome, Adam.
All you need to do is write it. Give me a first draft by.
Oh, I gotta write it.
Yeah,
I have to write it.
You can give me a first draft by Tuesday. I'll take a look at it.
Oh, okay. I'll get right on that. Sure.
Maybe we'll crowdfund that shit. We'll do a full budget. We'll get Sargon in to play the bad guy, the evil.
We'll fly Sargon in. Yeah,
the evil anti. No, we're not gonna get the fuck. We're not gonna fly Sargon in. We're gonna give him a script and tell him to record it himself. Send us the footage.
Okay.
Come on, we can do it. Sargon has Poland. We'll get some good. Where is he? He's close to London. We'll get some good London scenery. Come on, high production value.
There you go.
Gabe finding the right or the right finding him is that Gabe does not come nor stay for the ideology. He's here for the community, the sense of being with his people, of having his fears validated.
Wrong! He's here because he likes fucking Star Wars, you idiot. These people, man.
These guys fucking reading into this shit a little too much.
They know jack fucking shit.
When I was arguing who would win in a fight between Rurouni Kenshin and 100 Ancient Smiths when I was 13, I wasn't worried about feeling alienated from the community. That wasn't what I was thinking about.
Not at all. Oh, you guys don't like Matrix anymore? Fuck you! I'm getting a new community.
And his enjoyment shared. The ideology is simply the price of admission.
Bum, bum, bum.
Step 3.
God. That is exactly. This is so their projection because that's the price of admission in the
woke
progressive.
Community.
Yeah, exactly. You have to bow to the ideology.
Well, this is what's so insane because you have a bunch of woke people come into some community and they say X, they say this show or this whatever, some aspect of this is racist and sexist, and if you disagree with me, then you're a Nazi.
I know, yeah. That's the ultimate Kafka trap right there.
Right, yeah. What are you supposed to do with that?
Yeah.
Conform or die. That's what's happening here.
Yeah.
Isolate. There is a vast interconnected network of far-right communities out there, and Gabe is, at this point...
Oh my God, this is
I told you he's got the cork board and everything in his room.
This
he's
is
like,
comedy gold.
Guys, you don't understand. I got it all. It's all connected. It's all connected. It all starts with Sargon and Gamergate right here in the middle.
I hope he lives close to a Hobby Lobby because we're getting into like miles of yarn here on that,
Good one.
on this
like
interconnected web of conspiracy.
How's a good one? I give you props for that.
Only on the periphery. In order to keep him in, they need to disrupt his relationships to other communities and become more and more his primary online social space. Having made this space hostile to the left, they now seek to break his connections.
I liked. Look, and here's the thing.
This is bizarre.
This is so bizarre. But like, there are people that get isolated or feel isolated because of a bunch of reasons, and they get sucked into alt-right nonsense. Like Caleb talked about. But like Caleb's a perfect example. He didn't get sucked into the alt-right because there was some like secret Nazis like poisoning the communities he was in. He just had a bunch of like problems going on in his real life.
Oh, exactly.
He didn't know how to deal with them. Like that's what happens. There's no conspiracy here. Like you could talk about like alt-right radicalization in a very real and like helpful way. And this is not it.
Yes.
This is not it.
Yeah. You could compare and contrast the progressive ideology and the conservative ideology on anything. Right. How about let's talk about promiscuity?
Right. And you could talk about how some conservatives will flirt too close to the alt-right and how some liberals will push people to the alt-right. You can talk about all these things. Like these are all things that are happening.
Right.
But no. It's all team playing. It's all tribalism.
Yeah, he's setting it up like it's some secret Star Chamber thing. It's like, come on.
We got to suck them up until make them commies before they become Nazis, everybody.
Yeah, can you imagine finding out like the guy that you thought you were really friends with was just some like alt-right operative trying to like infiltrate your fandom? You're like, geez, dude, get a life. You're working a little too hard here.
Adam, I have some bad news for you.
Oh no, it's happened to me. Oh shit.
How many years? How long? How many podcasts? This is episode 61.
Fuck, dude, you are a loser. Cuck. If that's what you've been up to for
61 episodes. Now it's time for me to pull the mask off.
If for 61 weeks you've been pulling this shit, dude, you got no fucking life, dude. You got no fucking life.
That stream with no BS, it was all a trick. It was all a lie. It was all to sucker you all in. I was the secret Nazi the whole time.
Don't give too much. Come on, you're spoiling the ending of Social Justice Detective. Come on, don't give too much away.
Damn it, you're right.
Elsewhere in his life. This is hard to do online. The whole appeal of moving radicalism to the internet is that your away from keyboard life doesn't have to change. You are crypto the moment you log off. Some thought leaders will encourage their audience to cut ties with family of origin, or DFU, but even then, they can't...
What is
there's
DFU?
A word for that. Wait, let me... There's like...
family of origin? What is he talking about?
Cut... Wait, I forgot what.
Is this like when Nick Fuentes, who's like Hispanic, joins the ethno state?
Show the moment you log off. Some thought leaders will encourage their audience to cut ties with family of origin, or DFU.
Oh, so it just means family of origin. Okay.
Family of origin. I don't know.
Yeah, you like disconnect.
Caleb suggested that some Asian lady became an alt-right Nazi, so maybe that's what they're talking about. I don't know.
Well, okay, so I'm looking this up. Apparently, this is something Manu refers to.
Oh, okay. It's a Manu.
Manu refers to the family that people are born into as family of origin, or FU. He suggests that the family of origin relationships may not necessarily be desirable, and under given circumstances may even be detrimental, and thus for those individuals unsatisfied with their childhood relationships, it would be advantageous for them to sever such involuntary relationships with adults or DFU. In this way, he views all adult relationships as being voluntary and discretionary rather than obligatory.
Because of some radical libertarian nonsense, he thinks that you should cut ties with your family. Compare that to Jesse Lee Peterson, who's like, you got to forgive your dad. Well, you got to forgive your father.
Well, hold on a second. I don't want to have to. I hate to defend Stefan Molyneux here.
Oh my God, you are the alt-right. You weren't kidding, were you? You're the secret infiltrator here.
Look, I think here's the problem with all things. Here's the enlightened centrist position. Okay.
No,
here's the problem.
It's not.
There are situations where I agree with you that
you
it's
can't
very important. No, I agree that generally you don't want to cut off your family. Generally, you want to maintain positive relations with your family.
Generally,
Well, okay, but wait a minute. You have to admit that there are certain people who,
yeah,
like,
totally
I'm
fucked
very
up people.
fortunate. I'm very
Sure.
fortunate that my family is not crazy, but there
Yeah,
are
we have
people I know who
that's a
have
form of
very
privilege. Yes, we have
right. It is a
family is
form of
not
privilege.
insane privilege. I
That's true.
realize that.
That's
Yeah.
true. But there are people who have families that certain family members, not usually the whole family, but certain family members are incredibly toxic or psychotic.
Yeah,
And
I
I
totally
do
agree.
think, and I do think that if someone is a very negative person, that you're completely justified to disconnect from them, even if they're a family member.
Yeah, I agree with that, but
So
at the same time you still I mean that's something that needs to be dealt with in more than just a cut ties type situation. I actually
right,
like
right.
the way Jesse Peterson puts it because Jesse Lee Peterson talks about forgiving your parents because, they're, especially if they're fuck ups. I mean,
Yeah, I agree with that.
forgiveness is an aspect of moving on. It really is. So I don't know, but I don't actually watch a lot of Stefan Molyneux, so I don't necessarily know the context of what Stefan Molyneux is talking
Right.
about. But I know that there are a lot of people who drop their parents for stuff that I think is kind of,
Stupid.
yeah, so like, come on. Like a
Mm-hmm.
little. I mean, there are people dropping their Innuendo Studios probably hates his parents because they're not progressive enough for him, right? I mean, let's be honest
Maybe.
here.
Maybe. But the
Yeah,
thing is, and I don't know, maybe some Stefan Molyneux watchers can comment on this
yeah, totally. I don't want to straw
because
man Stefan
yeah, I
Molyneux.
don't want to straw man. Well, here's the thing, because I just read that what I just read to you was from Wikipedia. It was from Stefan Molyneux's Wikipedia page, and
Hmm.
Wikipedia is pretty typically slanted to the left. And so, if the Wikipedia page doesn't mention like weird racist stuff, like that makes me wonder if when Stefan Molyneux talks about defooing, he's not even referencing the weird alt right shit that Innuendo Studios is like saying that he's referencing.
Yeah, he could just be talking about normal people with bad relationships with their parents, which is
Right.
that happens probably more than it should in today's day and age. So a lot of it
Yeah, it
probably
says
comes because of progressive values. These progressive parents, they don't look at this. I'm like, this is a real conversation that Innuendo Studios, I think, would claim to be competent enough to delve into, but isn't.
right. So some people in the chat, someone in the chat said that Manu's mom was apparently like totally crazy.
Yeah.
So that yeah, that's that was the impression I got from the Wikipedia entrance on it. And someone said like their lesbian friend doesn't talk to their parents because they tried to beat the gay away. Like I think that's a
Yeah,
good reason
obviously.
to
Yes. Yeah, that's a
uh,
good, like, physical abuse, obviously. Yes.
right. And
Yeah.
someone brought up your favorite analogy that you brought up last stream, which is of the crabs trying to keep each other in the boiling pot.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
it's kind of like the
If your parents are discouraging you, definitely.
right.
But
And it's kind of
I,
what you're talking about, like in Scott Adams with the cultural gravity. So
there's a certain aspect though. I mean, I think everyone is just annoyed by their parents. I mean,
yeah,
just
obviously.
to some extent, right? So it's what that level of annoyance is, and also I it bugs me to see people cutting ties with their parents over stuff. I guess maybe I've seen it more than you.
Yeah, I know. I haven't I don't know. I think maybe it's because you're also in California, like where I'm from. I have not seen uh, a lot of people cut ties with their
Yeah.
family. Like
Well,
usually it's the opposite.
maybe it's my participation in the anti-theist community because that seems to happen quite a bit over religious differences. So that's probably
Mhm.
why it's resonating with me because I mean, if you're cutting ties with your parents because they believe in God and you don't, that seems a little superfluous.
Right. Well, and someone in the chat. Okay, so we have the full range because someone in the chat saying that Stefan wants people to disconnect from those that don't agree with libertarian politics.
Yeah,
So
see,
we have the full we have the full spectrum of good reasons and bad reasons.
right.
Someone just sent a super chat that said Brian Veast for $4.99 says I'm on ThinkSpot and Stefan Molyneux isn't on it. Also, what did Stefan talk about before he went crazy? Even Joe Rogan had him on a couple times. So I don't know where. I could have swore, I don't know if it's in this video, I swore I saw someone claiming that Stefan Molyneux was on ThinkSpot. So maybe that person was lying. I don't know.
Was it Innuendo Studios? Because he would never,
it wasn't,
taint things in a video or anything.
It was someone made a very long Twitter thread about it, and they claimed to also be in ThinkSpot. And they said that Stefan Molyneux was the biggest person on ThinkSpot. So maybe they were being dishonest. I don't know.
I saw JF made a very long tweet thread about ThinkSpot, tearing into it. Was it JF? JF Garapi?
It was some very left-wing person.
Oh, okay.
But no, what Stefan talked about before he went, before he started to flirt with a lot of the white nationalist stuff, is that he was talking about a lot of self-actualization, self-help kind of pro-man, pro-masculine kind of stuff. So that's
anti-progressive right there already.
Right. But that's how, I believe that's what Caleb was talking about. That's how he got kind of suckered into a lot of the alt-right shit. Because at first, Stefan Molyneux was not talking about weird racial politics stuff. That's how they get you.
But even then, they can't monitor whether the audience has actually done it in the way an in-person movement could. And so alienating Gabe from the left is less controlled and consequently maybe less total. How much Gabe isolates is up to him. But the vast majority of far-right media...
And you know what helps someone isolate from the left more than anything else? You calling them a racist, sexist bigot.
Yep. Making
presumes
friends.
An alienation from the left. Part of conservative bloggers and YouTubers making the left look pathetic is doing a lot of takedowns and responses. This is a constant repetition of the left's arguments for the purpose of mockery. And
so again, doesn't this feel like this video is from 2017?
I mean, we're still sitting here mocking the video. So
yeah, but he just came out with this fucking video. Yeah, but okay, but are there really that many people doing anti-feminist takedown videos anymore?
I don't know. Yeah, seems
Not
like
really.
it.
Yeah.
Really? You don't see them?
I don't think so.
You don't indulge? Come on, those videos are great.
Who's doing those videos?
The anti-feminist takedown videos? Come on.
Who's still doing those videos?
I'm sure you could see a compilation was uploaded today.
Okay.
For Gabe, it starts to replace any engagement with progressive media directly. He soon knows the left only through caricature.
It's almost like the SJWs made themselves a fucking meme.
They did. He only knows them through caricature because you're a fucking caricature, dude.
This guy is the character.
You're a cartoon character, man. Seriously.
This guy is literally the cartoon embodiment of his cartoon character. That's hilarious.
I can't think of anything more two-dimensional than this analysis.
It also trains him, if he does directly engage, to approach the left with the same combative stance as his role models. For reference.
Because the woke crowd engages with non-woke people in very non-combative ways, right?
Oh yeah, exactly.
They approach with love and peace, and if you ever dare say hey, can you not yell at me and be an asshole? They say, oh, are you tone policing me? Wow, so white and privileged.
Yeah, they always reach out to me when on Twitter, and 9 times out of 10, it's them completely misunderstanding my tweet or misrepresenting my tweet, and their opening salvo is always just obnoxious ad hominem, calling me a right winger or something like that. I'm like, okay, making friends.
Well, obviously you're a Nazi, Adam, because otherwise you'd be swayed by them calling you a bigot.
I think it's funny more than anything.
See my comment section. And this is only if he doesn't partake in one of the many active boycotts of SJW media. In addition,
do you like how he compares this to Nazi stuff?
I know. It's so bad.
Well, you're missing some steps here, buddy.
Yeah, 20 of them.
Left's arguments, they also, curiously, appropriate them. This is one part sanitization because
it's almost like horseshoe theory confirmed, isn't it? isn't
Oh
it?
my God. I want you to have a debate on horseshoe theory. I think it's a load of crap.
You agree with it. What are you talking about?
No, I don't agree with it. So all these times that I've been making fun of it, you think that I'm actually serious? Come
No,
on.
because this is what no. This is what happens every time we bring up horseshoe theory. I say horseshoe theory is true, and you say no, it's not, and then you go into this whole thing about how they have different moral foundational beliefs between the left and right, and then I say I
This
agree
is
with
so
all.
funny.
And then I say I agree with all that completely. When I'm talking about horseshoe theory, I'm talking about authoritarians use the same authoritarian tactics, and that ideologues on left and right are going to be more inclined to be authoritarians. And then you say, "Oh, I agree with that."
Yeah,
and then we
totally.
forget that you had this conversation, and it comes up next week, and you say, "I don't agree with horseshoe theory."
It's funny that you remember the whole argument start to
This
finish.
is how many times we've argued this, Adam. It's like fucking Groundhog's Day.
I think I did a really good tweet about this that I thought I put it to bed, but I guess not.
Accept it. Say yes, Sitch. I agree with your definition.
You're only
of horseshoe
talking about the
theory.
authoritarians?
Yes.
The idea is that any moral community will have authoritarians in it. They're the like the hall monitors of the moral community. And even
that they
if
will
you
use the same authoritarian tactics.
totally. And even if you have a group of libertarians who purport to be the most, anti-authoritarian people on the planet, you will still have those authoritarian hall monitors in the libertarian group saying, taxation is theft. Taxation is theft. Get out
And
of
if you
here.
disagree, if you disagree,
Yeah,
you're in
exactly.
trouble. Yeah.
Totally.
Right.
Okay.
So you agree?
Horseshoe theory is, we'll talk about it.
No, you fucking bastard.
You're never going to win. I'm never going to give you a win on this.
Liberal centrism is more socially acceptable. Indeed, many figures.
Wait, what? Wait a minute.
I know
Wait
you
a
pause so
minute.
much. People wonder it's difficult for me to follow along what's going on with the video because it's
Oh, it's my fault. Okay,
pauses
I
in the middle of the
see. My
points.
fault. Okay.
many active boycotts of SJW media. In addition to mocking the left's arguments, they also, curiously, appropriate them. This is one part sanitization because liberal centrism is more socially acceptable. Indeed, many figures on the
Wait, but his fucking woke shit is not liberal centrism at all. It's like, what the
No.
fuck's he talking about?
Yeah.
outer layers think of themselves as moderates even as they serve
Oh, it's a Sargon
Uh-oh.
dig right there.
Classical liberal right there. People ask me that. Are you a classical liberal? Like they're going to get me. That means all right.
as gateways to radicalism. But also, many of Gabe's problems could be addressed by progressive leftism.
Really?
Yeah.
Him?
What?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we'll
Like-
see. We'll see where he goes with this.
Well, no, he means this is what I've been saying all along. Gabe needs a girlfriend, right? He's like, sure, you can share a girl with like 5 other guys.
Oh.
Progressivism. It'll solve all your problems,
There
Gabe.
you go.
Yeah, you
There
just
you
need to
go.
be a cuck.
That reminds me of the is it Jeffrey? His name's Jeffrey Miller.
That's
right?
that's exactly what I'm referring to. Oh, what do you mean?
Yeah, like I liked a lot of what Jeffrey Miller was saying, but he's like, I'm in a polyamorous relationship,
Oh,
an
that,
open polyamorous relationship. And I
that
was
part
like,
scared
oh.
you.
But it scared me. I'm just like, oof. I don't know why. What's the point of doing that? I don't understand what the point of that.
Well, the point of doing that when you're Jeffrey Miller, like esteemed academic,
Just so you can bang more chicks on the side.
well, he probably bangs a bunch of chicks at call. I feel bad. I shouldn't be saying like Jeffrey follows me on Twitter. I'm sorry, Jeff. This is just my theory, but I'm thinking Jeffrey is. I guess maybe that's wrong. Maybe he's not able to do that. I don't know how free will in the college is. Where he's in like New Mexico, right?
I don't know where he is. Look, look.
Come on, he's
I
a
don't-
college professor. Have you like?
Yeah, but usually that's not allowed in most colleges.
Yeah, I was just thinking. You're winning me over to your position. Oh, geez, why?
Like, if I understand a polyamorous relationship, if it's closed and like people in the relationship are bisexual and they're all together, that makes sense to me.
Mhm.
What doesn't make sense to me,
And there's 2
is when
girls
someone-
and 1 guy, right?
right, or even 2 bisexual guys with that 1 girl that's straight. Whatever. As long as
Oh,
2
yeah,
people
yeah.
in the relationship are bisexual, it makes
You
sense.
want equal exchange of affection.
Well, that's the only way I could see it working. Like these crazy polyamorous relationships where like
5
the
dudes
members
and
go
1
off
girl.
with other people that aren't, they like the guy goes off to bang other girls, the girl goes off to bang other guys. Like, I don't understand what the point of that is. Like, are
Well,
these people just so hard
You're
up for, like-
competing.
No, but are they just so
Who can
hard up
bang
for
more
having
people?
sex with like new people that they just can't have sex with the same person? Like, is that all it is?
Yeah, it's definitely it's difficult, I guess. I mean, if they're making it work,
I don't.
who's one to judge? It wouldn't work for
Yeah,
me.
but
I
here's
know
the
that,
thing.
but
I don't think. Yeah, I'm sure there's like the handful of people that can make it work. I just think that number's got to be so fucking low. I can't imagine
yeah,
that working for most people.
yes. But progressives want it to work for everyone, right? I mean, which side of the political spectrum is pushing this kind of stuff? Did
Well,
you
but
see
that's
the
weird 'cause
article of the one guy who's like the one pregnant woman and like she has 5 guys?
yes, yes,
Okay.
I did. There was yes, one pregnant woman and 4 guys, and it's like
One of
they
those
don't know who
guys
the
is
baby is.
one of those guys is Gabe.
Well, see
This is
that one.
this
That
is
story
their
was
solution for Gabe. This is the progressive solution for you, Gabe.
that story was so bad for me too. Not only because it was like 4 guys like with one girl, but like the girl wasn't even hot. So I'm like, why the fuck are these
Oh
guys
my
like putting
God.
up? I mean, like
You
all the guys look
sexist
kind of.
piece of shit.
Well,
You
no, but like
sexist piece of shit.
all the guys are kind of ugly too. So maybe they feel like this is the only relationship they can get. But I'm like, that's so sad. I'm like, you can
It
find
is
someone.
totally
You can
sad.
find someone
Yeah.
on your own.
It's totally sad.
Yeah, but like, okay, if there was like 4, if there was like one smoking hot chick and 4 kind of ugly guys, you'd be like, okay, maybe I can understand what's happening in this
Why
situation.
would some smoking hot chick get in that situation? Come on.
She wouldn't. I understand that that's not
yeah.
unlikely, but I'm
It
saying
ain't gonna happen.
right. But why would 4 guys fight over like a girl who's not even attractive? And she wasn't like not even like she wasn't not attract. She wasn't not attractive. She was like ugly.
This is oh man. I kept thinking, I'm like, is this for real? This is a troll. Come on.
Maybe
this is a
it's all troll. It looked like a parody article.
Ugh.
Anyways.
So they sell him racist and sexist versions of it. Yes, there is a problem with workers being underpaid and overextended, but the solution isn't unions, it's deporting immigrants. Yeah.
I hate to say it. I think I actually agree with that point.
What do you mean? This is like he's preaching Andrew Yang's platform. He's probably against
Right.
Andrew Yang, but
no, I agree that a lot of the disenfranchisement that people feel is because they're getting screwed at their jobs or they're having trouble
economic
getting jobs
conditions.
Yeah, economic conditions. And I do think that stronger unions would help that situation.
Yeah, I agree.
And I don't think it has that much to do with the migrants. I think it has more to do with automation and losing jobs overseas than immigrant workers.
Yes, Andrew Yang.
Yep.
Immigrants are a scapegoat. They are.
I listened to I don't remember who sent it to us. I listened to the Mark Blythe video.
Oh yeah, it's good, isn't it? Told you.
That video is crazy. That was so good and it was so interesting because he really goes into the economic situation leading after World War II to now and why things are the way they are. It's a very interesting way.
I was like, Sitch is going to clip the shit out of this for his housing video.
Well, the only thing that gave me some pause was at the end when he was like criticizing the people calling Jeremy Corbyn an anti-Semite, which is, I don't know if Jeremy Corbyn is an anti-Semite himself, but the Labour Party, I don't know if you saw, there's like this big out of like the Labour Party being super anti-Semitic and having all these problems fighting anti-Semitism.
I didn't see it.
So anyways.
Yes, there is a chronic loneliness and anger to being a man in the modern age, but it's not because of the toxic masculine expectations placed on you by the patriarchy. It's women being slutty.
I'm glad he made this point. Now I can disagree with him again. Can you imagine how disconnected this fucking guy is from reality? He thinks that the reason there's all these young men who feel disconnected and alienated from society, he thinks it's because of toxic fucking masculinity.
Yeah. Well, first of all, if you want to get 5 guys to cuck for an ugly girl, like toxic masculinity has to be the first thing to go. You got to admit it.
That's a good point. That's an excellent point.
Yeah.
If those guys were toxically masculine, they would not put up with
Nobody's going to, come on.
Yeah.
I got so much toxic masculinity flowing through me. Like, nah, that ain't happening.
And it's weird because it's funny. He could have made the economic argument. He could have made the people are too focused on, materialism and crap instead of, having a family or finding something fulfilling in their life. I mean, spiritually, emotionally. But he went straight to the SJW toxic masculinity. He couldn't even make the economic argument.
This is the problem with the left because they used to make the economic argument.
I know.
Like getting married and having a family is expensive. Like it begins with getting a good job. Like you're not even really in the relationship market until you get yourself a good job. Yeah.
There was a. You go ahead.
No, you go. I'm done.
There was one of the people complaining about how porn is lowering birth rates. They showed this really crazy map that was like, look at all these first world countries that have like free access to porn and their birth rates are declining. And look at all these countries that were like third world countries like that that have restricted porn laws and their birth rates are increasing. And I was like, this is the dumbest argument.
Oh my God.
Like,
and
someone brought up an excellent point in the replies. They said, well, you have to understand though that in a lot of lower income countries where there's still lots of agriculture and like manufacturing jobs, if you have a child, they can work for the family, and having a child actually can get you money or resources or labor. Well, in first world countries, having a child does the opposite. It drains you of resources.
Exactly. Yeah.
But no, really it's definitely the porn.
We really got to deal with our anti-child labor laws, man. Fix that in the West.
There it is. There you go, Adam. When the 12-year-olds can vote, they can vote to start working again.
Yeah. Chastity belts and chimney sweeps. It's going to be great.
Yes, wealth disparity does mean a tiny percentage of elites have more influence over culture and politics than the rest of us combined. But the problem isn't capitalism. It's the Jews.
Oh, I hate this. They both make such terrible arguments. We can have regulated capitalism, guys. Okay, we had it for many years in this country.
We have it now.
We have it now.
Yeah.
But I think it's too lax now.
The laissez-faire is taking too big a hold.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah. I don't know.
And it's hard for Gabe to reject any of these ideas without, in the process, rejecting the progressive ideas they're copied from. The right's take the red pill is to the...
Oh, here it is. Here's the part here's where he gives away the game. Okay. Mm-hmm. This is the craziness. I hope this is the right part. If it's not, I'll apologize again.
Reject any of these ideas without, in the process, rejecting the progressive ideas they're copied from. The right's take the red pill is, to the untrained eye, similar to the left's get woke, or at least the Bowdlerized version of get woke that is no longer specifically about race, which came to fashion once white people started saying it. Grumble, grumble, grumble.
I forgot about that. He's even complaining. This guy's so fucking SJW. He's even complaining that like people have appropriated get woke from black people. In his video about this.
Oh my God. He's saying woke is cultural appropriation, basically.
Yes. Oh my God. This guy is like a troll. This guy is such a stereotype. As he's complaining about all this shit, he is the literal stereotype of the ultra SJW new beta white male asshole.
Yeah. Yeah.
Take the red pill or reject them both. Either is a step to the right.
There it is. Did you catch that? Or
no, explain it. Explain it for the rest of us who can't stand your
my constant
incessant pausing.
I know. I'm sorry, everyone.
It is process rejecting the progressive ideas they're copied from. The right's take the red pill is, to the untrained eye, similar to the left's get woke, or at least the Bowdlerized version of get woke that is no longer specifically about race, which came to fashion once white people started saying it. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Take the red pill or reject them both. Either is a step to the right.
See, he says, if you reject both, if you say, I don't like the Nazis and I don't like...
He's calling us far right.
You still take a step to the right. This is where he gives up the game, where this guy's bullshit. A fucking psychopath.
So bullshit.
He's saying if you don't move towards woke, progressive, PC bullshit, you're
automatically a Nazi.
Yes, you're automatically moving towards the right. Like this is how you know this guy's I saw this. I'm like, I have this video. You know this guy's a fucking psycho when you see that part.
Kafka trap all the way.
Yeah, like
we're slipping in. Oh no, it's happening to us. We care about people now. We're right wingers.
Not believing with my ideology while also agreeing with my enemy's ideology still makes you an enemy. That's what he literally just said right there.
So sad.
Liberals get the bullet too.
As this rhetoric slips into his day-to-day conversation, even as seemingly harmless irreverence, it may strain relationships with people who are not entertained by this shit. Off-color comments about race and gender can certainly be wearying for
All this stuff and all the racist jokes and all the sexist jokes only started because the SJW said not to do it.
Yep. That's how they swept up the libertarians. That's how libertarians became conservatives. They were like, oh, I can't do that? Well, now I'm going to do it even more.
male and non-white friends, which can lead to a passive distance or an eventual confrontation, which only seems to confirm what his reactionary community says about liberal snowflakes. If he says the
Because it's fucking true.
Oh my God.
Because it's true, because you can't, like, look, I agree that there are, I'm not one of these guys that says you can make any joke that you want and not be accused of being racist. There are jokes that are like, you go, wow, that's a little racist. Or if you keep making the same jokes, keep making the same references, you know, it's like when Nick Fuentes always ties everything back to Israel, you're like, it's a little suspicious. It's a little weird. They keep making the same jokes, keep making the same references. Look, I agree with that. But that's not what's happening with 99% of these cases. 99% of these cases is someone makes a joke. Like, perfect example, Count Dankula makes a joke.
Yeah.
It's super obvious that the joke is not pro-Nazi.
Yeah.
And yet, they all freak out and they call him a horrible racist Nazi.
Yeah. That's what happened in OBS. I got you good.
I need like a cricket sound effect to play. Like,
I know. Where's the crickets?
no, that's not what happened in OBS.
I know.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. You fucking troll. Trying to trigger me. Adam's trying to trigger me. Adam's bullying me, everybody. This is supposed to be my safe space. This is my second chance. This is my safe space, Adam. How dare you try to trigger me?
I want Enlightened Centrist to measure how long that silence was. It was so good.
You asshole.
These things on social media, he may get his account suspended. And if he comes back under an alt, you can bet his new reactionary friends will be the first to reconnect.
I like how the way this is all framed. It's like, if you make an edgy joke and then SJWs complain about you, and then you come back and the alt-right people welcome you back. Like the framing of this is never like, well, maybe you shouldn't be so fucking cancel happy. Maybe you shouldn't be so quick to label people racist or sexist. No, that
self-reflection.
doesn't even enter his mind.
That's never going to happen. No, come on.
Applaud the behavior that got him banned, and repeat should he get banned again. A few cycles of this, and he's lost touch with everyone else. Also, his adoption of the insular, meme-laden terminology of his community makes him less and less comprehensible to outsiders.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of. I had a line.
Shalady, my brother, Top Keck.
Oh. Is that the memes?
I love how Keck and Top Keck, like, these were like I don't know about Shalady, but Keck and Top Keck like existed long before any of this SJW racist shit started.
This part is actually drifting into like dialogue from Social Justice Detective. I'm trying to remember the line where it's like, fall into an online racist laden online meme culture.
Yeah, I remember.
It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. The paranoia.
Over time, sources of information get replaced with community-approved ones.
Oh my
conservative
God.
news, conservative YouTube, conservative Wikipedia, if he's...
Why is he even using... Like, Lauren Southern, didn't she quit her YouTube channel and she's not even on the internet anymore? Why is he going after Lauren Southern?
Something.
Oh,
she's
really?
doing something, I thought, isn't she?
I don't think so. I think
Lawrence,
No. I think she's like, I'm done with this stuff. Lauren, it was Lauren Southern, yeah.
She's not.
She went full TradCon, got off the internet. She's like making babies now.
Oh, yeah. Look at this. On June 2nd, 2019, she announced on her website that she was stepping back from the public to resume her education. Huh.
Yeah, see? Why is he going? Why is he still assaulting this nice woman?
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but
Oh, he's using her in his videos just to like.
No,
be
I
like,
mean calling her
you
nice.
will, we will never forgive you.
I meant calling her nice. But yeah, no. I don't like Lauren Southern either, but that's another tale.
Really committed, the algorithm soon takes note and stops recommending media from the left. He stops watching shows with a liberal agenda.
I know that dude. I've hung out at his house.
Hey, there you go. You're a famous LA guy.
Yeah.
See, I literally talk about this in my first video. This is the problem with all the SJW shit, is that, like, if an all-female Ghostbusters came out in 2010, no one would have batted an eye. No one would have thought, oh, these are feminist propaganda. No one would have cared. They would have just saw the movie and would have been good or bad. But when you saturate people to start thinking about all this identity politics bullshit, suddenly they start to notice all this stuff. They go, oh, why do you have all these women and non-white people as protagonists? Oh, it must be SJW shit. And they start relating it to every time they see a female protagonist or a non-white protagonist, they start relating it not to that they hate women or non-white people. They start relating it to, oh, they're validating the SJW ideology.
Yeah, exactly.
Which usually means shows starring women and people of color. Now, there is evidence that the human mind responds to fictional characters similarly to real people, and that consuming diverse media can decrease bigotry in ways roughly analogous to having a diverse group of friends, which is one of many reasons we say representation matters. By consuming a homogenous media diet, Gabe stymies his ability to have even parasocial.
Did you know? And remember, the biggest show in America, the most popular show in America for years, for decades, had an interracial relationship in it.
Did it?
Do you know what show I'm talking about?
I don't know. No.
I
Love Lucy. Oh my God, you're right. That's hilarious. Totally hilarious.
Even in the 1950s, interracial relationship between a white girl and a Cuban.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bum, bum, bum.
He even spoke a second language in the house. Oh my God.
Know. And even had a thick Cuban accent. Oh my God, what is this?
But he was
How did
famous.
America do this?
Yeah. How do we survive that? Who knows?
I don't know.
Randall Park is super
with
funny. That's a dude in the TV show.
Oh, Ricky?
Oh
no, you mean the Asian TV show?
Yeah. I don't know his show, but I haven't watched it.
Homogenous meat.
So this part is hilarious. Remember, you just saw he's about to plaster a picture of Chris Ray Gun and Lacey Green on the screen. Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. Here it comes.
Media diet, Gabe stymies his ability to have even parasocial relationships with anyone who isn't a cishet conservative white dude or one of their approved exceptions.
What does that mean? I don't. That's baffling.
He's saying that Chris Ray Gun is a non-white approved conservative like media personnel. That's what he's saying.
Okay.
He's saying
citation needed.
Yeah. Well, first of all, calling Chris Ray Gun conservative is fucking hilarious.
Yeah. That's what I was laughing about. I'm like, it does not compute. What are you talking about? Doesn't make any sense. I don't get it.
Right. But so it's hilarious that he's calling Chris Ray Gun a conservative, and he's saying that like, oh, only conservatives like Chris Ray Gun. Only the evil white conservatives like Chris Ray Gun. But on top of that, he got any picture. He could get any picture of Chris Ray Gun, but of course he chooses the one where he's gonna throw Lacey under the bus too.
Oh my God. Yeah.
Sexist.
People like Chris Ray Gun because he's funny.
Right.
He's hilarious. Are you kidding me? Like, why wouldn't people like this guy?
Right. He's hilarious, and he doesn't go super deep in the politics.
He doesn't. That's why I'm like, what is he talking about? This is nuts. Like, he points out nonsense on the internet, and he's freaking hilarious. It doesn't it makes sense why people would like him.
Racist, Adam. He's a Nazi
Come
racist.
on.
You understand?
Please.
To the extent that any of this happens, it happens at Gabe's discretion and at his own chosen pace. It has not been forced on him, only encouraged and rewarded. But the fact that it hasn't been forced can make him all the more willing to accept it, because it seems safe to consider. Even though his life and social circle are changing to accommodate, he does not feel committed. But many Gabes have walked these halls, and if they close the door behind them, there is nowhere left to go but down.
Dun, dun, dun.
Step 4, raise their power level. And they say we ruined anime. Consider the ecosystem of the alt-right as layers of an onion, with Gabe sitting at the edge and ready to traverse towards the center. No, I'm not just going to reiterate the PewDiePie line, though if you haven't seen it, I recommend that you you. The outer
That's
Was
right.
that his video, the PewDiePie
No, the
one?
one-
No, it's
the one
not.
that
We
we
watched that
watched-
video.
No. The one, or maybe what? I don't. The one we watched was by non-compete.
Right. So we're shilling our video. Don't watch his video. Watch our video.
Maybe they did it together because the thumbnail looked familiar. So
Watch our video ripping that video apart.
right. Yes. Watch our video completely ripping apart the PewDiePie pipeline nonsense.
We have great videos too. And they're much
layer
longer.
of the onion.
Much more entertainment.
When you're a good old American man hauling your truck across America, listen to the PSA Sitch and Friended podcast, where we
Yeah,
tear into
exactly.
them liberal elitists.
And we throw some
And
jokes
sometimes we also tear into Dennis Prager and Jonathan Stossel.
Sometimes we even tear into each other.
Sometimes we even tear into each other.
Is extremism at its most plausibly deniable. Without careful scrutiny, the public-facing figureheads could pass as dispassionate and the websites as merely problematic rather than softly fascist. It is
Wait, what the fuck is he talking? What is he saying? What
He's
did he
saying
just say?
anything problematic is really softly fascist. What
Okay,
is
so
softly
Dave Rubin-
fascist?
Look, I don't like Charlie Kirk. I don't like Charlie Kirk either, but I don't think he's a fucking fascist.
He's not a soft fascist?
I don't think Charlie Kirk's a soft fascist now.
Maybe it's a dig at Dave Rubin's sexuality. Maybe he's saying he's like, he's got soft hands and he's a fascist.
Oh, there you go. It's a homophobe. There it is.
Yeah.
valuable if Gabe
You heard it here first.
You heard it here first.
News.
believes this as well. That at this stage, he believed the bigotry
Oh my
is
God.
simply trolling, the extremists an insignificant minority, and any report of harassment faked.
That's the problem though. That's what everyone does. They say all the crazies on their side are insignificant. Every time.
Yeah.
He believe where he is as deep as the rabbit hole goes.
Where are the crazed enlightened centrists? There aren't any. Ever heard of a centrist shooting at him? It doesn't exist. You know why?
Why?
Because centrists are the chosen people, Adam. They're the chosen ideology.
Or maybe we're just kind of apathetic about like
Shut up! Stop giving away our true secrets about being just apathetic, too lazy, and too
We're
emotionally
yeah,
uninvested
exactly.
to shoot anybody. I know. Shut up! I'm trying to take the high road
isn't that
here. I'm trying to
isn't that kind of
moralize.
a good thing? I
It is a
mean,
good thing.
geez.
It is a good thing. Yeah. It's like you were saying yesterday about being smart and lazy. That's what you want in a leader.
All this guy is trying to do is wind people up with politics. It's
know.
bad. It's bad news.
know.
Bad for your health. Bad for your relationships. Bad
Yep.
for your YouTube career. No, it's great
Yep.
for your YouTube career. Let's be honest.
Take it back. It's good for the money.
Yeah.
And that he continued to believe this at each successive layer. People in the deep
Take my word for it. I will talk about this endlessly with no shred of evidence or statistics or anything.
Yeah.
Deepest
19
crevices of
minutes
the
in.
alt-right.
I don't like to make videos that are over 19 minutes long. And this,
You
we
don't
aren't
wanna
even
make-
halfway through this guy's video. This
You
guy's
wanna make a-
nuts.
A 41-minute video about your conspiracy theory rantings.
Who watches these videos? I mean,
His videos get hundreds of thousands of views too. It's scary.
oh, yeah.
self-report getting red-pilled on multiple issues at different times in their journey to the center of the onion. If Gabe's first red pill
journey
is
to the
about
center
the
of the onion.
SJWs
It should
coming
be a
for
movie.
his free speech, he'll think that's all anyone in his community believes. There's no real racism here. People are just making a point about their right to offend people. Then
I like it how he shows Gabe as like, Gabe just thinks everyone's out to get his free speech. That's not the case. Where this guy thinks, oh, everyone's out to be racist and bigoted. I mean, it's exactly the same thing.
The guy who's trying to act like, oh, we're not out to get your free speech, is the one who said that if you reject wokeness, that you're moving towards the right.
Yeah.
Fuck this guy. I mean, fuck this guy. Fuck Bake Alaska too, or whoever this fucking. And this is Andrew Anglin, isn't it? Fuck that guy too.
Then, when he gets red-pilled on the white genocide, he'll laugh at those alt-light cucks who tried to sweep the race realists under the rug, and at himself for having once been one, but acknowledge that those channels and websites are still useful for onboarding people, so he won't denounce them. At the same time...
Again, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, the alt-right, like, this is like a 2017 video. Like, he made this video in 2017, and he just never published it until now, okay?
My God, maybe you're right.
Like, the alt-right is at war with the alt-light right now. Like, he just had all the fucking Nick Fuentes shit with the Turning Point USA. Like, he's so, like, what is happening? He's so out of touch. Wake up. He's went to hibernation. He went to the liberal bubble, like, for, like, 2 years and made this video and it came out and was like, oh, what? Everything's different now?
No, I think you're right. I think he made the video and he's just like, God, I got to get a video out this week. My Patreon. I'll dig up this one from 2017 and I'll just retool it.
There it is.
Takes those manosphere betas seriously, and this process is reiterated with every pill swallowed. Gender essentialism, autogynephilia, birtherism, Sandy Hook truth, Pizzagate.
Wait.
Oh my
What's
God.
Autogynephilia?
I know this one. Because it was, I think Jeffrey might have mentioned it. I'm not even sure.
Okay. Okay, here it is. Autogyne. Is it defined as a male's propensity to be sexually aroused by the thought of himself as a female? Wait, what?
Oh, yeah. Yes, that's it. It's like...
I see.
They're blaming trans... They're saying that people aren't really trans, that they're autogynephilia.
Got it.
Yeah, that it's a sexual kink that people are indulging. Yeah.
Right. That makes sense.
Gender essentialism.
Right.
I think I know what he means by that.
QAnon, if he's really out there.
But is birtherism really a big deal now that Obama's not?
This video is from like 2015.
Sandy Hook. I mean, geez.
Like, this is old shit,
we probably have
dude.
people that listen to our show that aren't even old enough to remember Sandy Hook.
I know. This is madness.
Onion is typically the Jewish question, but these can happen
my God.
in order and in any number. But each layer
Vosh is at the center of the onion. We have to save him.
Well, it's so funny because with all the stuff coming out about how the Labour Party in the UK, like having all this anti-Semitism problem, it really shows the exact point I told Vosh, which is that, sure, you can point at Sargon and say, complaining about a left-wing group pushing society in SJW ways is only one leap to blaming the Jews. Like, okay, you can make that argument, but you can make the argument that complaining that there's a bunch of wealthy elite landowners and capitalists dominating society, that's only one jump away from blaming the Jews too. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, yeah.
Each denies the validity of the others. The layers ahead, they don't exist, and you are certainly not being directed towards them. They're just the fevered imaginations of overreacting liberals, while the people behind are asleep, where you are now awake. That's why they chose the red pill as their metaphor. Take it, and everything will be revealed. That's why it cozies up with conspiracism. But what's supposed to follow is that this...
Is he literally calling out conspiracy theorism in this video?
This knowledge help Gabe in some way, and it does.
Okay, so someone sent me a bunch of screenshots, and they sent it to you too, about they're on ThinkSpot. Yeah, and fucking Stefan Molyneux was not on ThinkSpot.
Did you mention that though? Did he mention that in the video?
No. So I saw a Twitter thread where this guy who was on ThinkSpot claiming that Stefan Molyneux was the biggest guy on ThinkSpot.
Did the Twitter user have a squirrel for an avatar?
It was not the Twitter squirrel. No. I mean, unless it could have been a Twitter squirrel alt account. That's always possible. So.
Maybe, you never know. They're like, oh no, the centrists are talking about the squirrel avatar too much. I have to switch.
There it is. So I totally apologize to ThinkSpot and Jordan Peterson. I got suckered in by some fucking fake news. 100%. 100% got suckered into some fake news.
Jordan Peterson knows better. He's like,
Yep.
They're already calling me a Nazi in half these articles. I can't have an actual Nazi on my website.
That's why I was surprised. I was like, even if it wasn't for all the white nationalist stuff, I would think all the anti not believing mental health or mental illness stuff would be like a big.
Oh yeah. For a therapist. Oh,
yeah,
no.
a little strange.
Blaming immigrants doesn't actually fix the economy, and hating.
See, that's actually a good point. Why can't you make these good points without being crazy?
He did pick
Women
a good
doesn't
boob
make-
picture, so I mean, I gotta. As much as I disagree with this guy.
See, is he contributing to sexualization of women?
Oh,
like,
totally.
He could have chose any
Yeah.
picture, right?
Totally. Yeah. No, he's
But he chose the
definitely
one that.
that's getting my male gaze going.
Mm-hmm. He chose. It's no coincidence. He chose the titillating picture, is it?
Yeah, definitely. This is objectification of women. Who is that woman? I mean, did she get paid for this? I'm not certain. Is this free porn?
I'm not. I'm not saying Innuendo Studios is a horrible sexist misogynist, but he's a horrible sexist misogynist.
Yeah,
and if
exactly.
he dare say that our criticism of him being sexist is not true, then that just proves that he's a sexist Nazi.
It does. Yes. You,
Check.
not me. You.
make men less lonely. But having been alienated from everything outside the onion, once that sinks in, the only recourse on offer is to seek out the next pill. And pills are easy to find. Those within the network have laissez-faire.
Joe Rogan. Poor Joe Rogan. Those inside the network.
Here's the problem. Like, look, I agree with the sort of the baseline framework about like, once people get sucked into, like maybe they only look for the next red pill. But then he fucking chose Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
And he ruins his entire argument. He just took his argument, threw it in the fucking trash can.
It's so funny because I conceptualize he's very much in the bubble, but from his perspective outside that bubble, he sees it as a bubble. He thinks he's on the outside.
Yeah, you know what? You're right. Like we're wondering, how is he coming up with this framework? Because he probably never interacts with alt-righters. It's because this journey to the onion, that's his journey to the center of the SJW conspiracy theory.
Yeah, exactly.
The center of that SJW conspiracy theory, Joe Rogan is a neo-Nazi.
Well, and all the facts that he puts out here are all just fake news developed inside that bubble that he lives in.
Right. Yeah, he's taken some super blue pills.
Yeah, big
That's what's happening here.
Even if they on paper disavow one another. When they need a source or a guest host, they aren't going to go to the left. They're going.
I see Joe Rogan dared to have what's his
Gavin
name?
McInnes on.
Gavin McInnes on. Yep. Total Nazi. You know, it's so funny. Remember, it wasn't the Proud Boys. It was some super SJW I infiltrated Patriot Prayer. Like that's the other group that always fights Antifa. He's like, I infiltrated Patriot Prayer for like 6 months to like get the dirt on them, and then all the dirt they got on them was like none of it was them being racist.
Oh my god, that's hilarious.
And I'm like, that kind of destroys your whole narrative when you like, and they still tried to frame it like they were bad guys and evil, but like none of it was about them being racist. It was like, no, they just don't like Antifa. Okay,
the racist thing, it didn't pan out. We're gonna have to go with the toxic masculinity argument.
Yeah, exactly.
I know it's a lot weaker.
And it's hilarious because like the remember how everyone was giving Andy No all this crap because they're like, oh, he doxed this lady who was attacked by a Proud Boy or a Patriot Prayer guy. And if you watch the video, the person that did attack the lady was a black guy who was
really?
a Patriot Prayer. Yeah, really? So you're like, oh, this super Nazi, neo-Nazi fascist organization that has a black guy in it.
Oh my god.
It's so funny. I guess he's just the token. I guess they think he's just the Jesse Lee Peterson in the group, maybe.
Going to feature each other. The left is the enemy. Their ideas are beneath consideration, and the only reason to engage them is for public humiliation. But
okay. Let's listen to that one more time.
Disavow one another. When they need a source or a guest host, they aren't going to go to the left. They're going to feature each other. The left is...
Well, first of all, this is all bullshit too, because remember in the early days of the anti-SJW YouTube, it was always the anti-SJWs trying to reach out to get debates with SJWs, and they fucking refused. They never come on.
Because they have the anti-platforming thing. And that's their group's prescription. Like you can't debate with conservatives because you're platforming their ideas.
Right.
The enemy. Their ideas are beneath consideration, and the only reason to engage them is for public humiliation.
Okay. This is how psychotic Innuendo Studios is. He's like, oh, the problem with the right was that they only want to destroy the left. They don't even want to pretend like they have good arguments. Is this? I can't. The levels of irony here.
I know.
Are
it's off the charts.
inconceivable.
Yeah,
This
it's
guy
stellar,
is fucking
universal.
Yeah, I know. This guy is picking up boulders in a glass mansion and just throwing them in every direction. Like this is like he says earlier in his video that simply rejecting wokeness pushes you to being a neo-Nazi. That's the guy who he dares turn around and say this 5 minutes later.
Didn't we literally reach out to this guy to hang out with us and he wouldn't do it?
Yes!
I mean, I have email exchanges with this guy.
Yep. We literally reached out to this guy to try to talk to him, and he told us to fuck off and block him. Block me. I don't know if he blocked you. So
I'm sure he did.
So this is they only want to talk to the left when they want to destroy them. Fuck off. Fuck off. This guy is on levels of dishonesty I didn't think possible.
But you can interview a Western chauvinist, and that doesn't mean you're endorsing him.
Also, fucking Joe Rogan has fucking people who are far left on his show all the fucking time. He just had Kyle Kalinske on his show like 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, definitely. He's platforming both sides.
Yeah, Joe Rogan will have fucking anyone on.
Just, it's fine to hear him out. Nothing should be off limits in the marketplace of ideas. Besides, Nazis are apolitical. And because these folks keep showing up in each other's metadata, regardless of what they say, Google thinks there is...
Go ahead. That whole argument that Nazis are apolitical because some dude made a joke on a 4chan board. Like, it strains credulity here. It's like, Jesus Christ.
Right. It doesn't even make sense because if you think about it, what he's saying that because Nazis are so reviled, they're so far outside the Overton window that, yeah, they're not political by most accounts because it's not something people debate about. Like, how does that help his argument whatsoever?
No, it doesn't. Not one bit.
But look at the tags that he put there. He put Nazi man, turf lady, guy who don't like women, guy woke don't like to gays, and Holocaust denier.
That's how you get in the algorithm, guys. You put Nazi man in your tags, and your video just blows up, man. Susan loves that shit. Anything Nazi related, like Nazi, put swastika in there, Nazi paraphernalia. Come on.
Well, how delusional is this guy? Like basically almost every stream we have is demonetized instantly. Before the stream even happens, I just type in the title of the stream and I already get the yellow sign. It's hilarious because I don't know if you guys didn't see the picture on Twitter, I posted it. It's like every stream we had, like the past 6 streams we've had have all been demonetized except for the no BS stream.
Oh my God.
The most contentious stream.
I told you he was joking. Susan knows.
That contained like the most amount of slurs was totally fine because I'm ragging on no BS. But every other stream, they demonetized.
They probably knew. They were like,
they knew.
Sitch is going full SJW here. Give him it.
Give
him the green. Give him the green.
See, they're trying to financially incentivize me to go after people like that. That's what's happening.
There's definitely a relationship between the guy just asking questions and the guy denying the Holocaust. Gabe is softly exposed to many flavors of conservatism, just slightly more radical than he is now.
And again, this is hilarious. This is entirely the woke far left's fault because in the beginning of the culture war, they refused to debate people on the right and they refused to show up on these platforms. It was only after, as Caleb talked about, it's only after people saw that Destiny was effective at arguing with people that suddenly they said, oh, I guess we shouldn't be so fucking stupid and we should actually engage with these people, because then, maybe we'll actually have our opinions heard by people that don't agree with us.
Yeah, and strengthen your opinions along the way, man. We share progressive opinions, definitely.
Right. But no, Adam, we're the Nazis. We're part of the problem.
So I'm not blocked by Innuendo Studios, and I think...
Interesting.
I mean, Vosh is following him. Caleb is following him. Maybe these guys can negotiate
Vosh follows you?
a
Wow.
discussion.
Look at you.
Vosh doesn't follow me. Get out of town. Vosh.
Oh,
would
he's
never
saying he
follow me.
follows
Yeah.
Innuendo Studios.
It looks like he follows Innuendo Studios.
Yeah, obviously. Daniel Collective 1 for $1.99 says, they may be two dads, but Sitch is the daddy. Oh, yes.
Of course.
I'm the daddy.
Of course.
Accept it, Adam. Accept my daddy.
The ASMR fans. You guys. Now, don't make it weird. Don't make it weird, okay? I don't want to file a sexual harassment case with my employer, okay?
There you go. Explosive X for 2.29 euro says, Adam, Pokemon go to the poll. Nazi confirmed. Bum, bum, bum.
What? Pokemon's Nazi now? Jeez.
No,
I
he said,
disavow Pokemon.
You know how Hillary Clinton said Pokemon go to the polls? And he's saying
That's
Pokemon
if I
go
pay
to
attention to Hillary Clinton.
Go to the poll like 4. You guys understand. Adam doesn't get the meme references.
No,
okay? You have to direct him to me.
Yeah, I don't care.
Adam's out of touch. Okay.
I am totally out of touch. It's hilarious.
Lives under a rock. It's okay. He watches Baby Yoda, and that's about it.
Okay, I did watch Baby Yoda. Did you see it?
I don't have Disney Plus. I'm not paying for Disney Plus, Adam.
Oh, who's out of the loop now?
The Wooster for $5 says, saying you're not a Nazi is exactly something a Nazi would say. Wink.
Oops. Got us.
ContraPoints.
Got us. Oh, yeah, that is a ContraPoints slur.
The ContraPoints said that? Wow, that's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Brian V for $4.99 says, I'm on ThinkSpot and Stefan Molyneux isn't on it. What did Stefan talk about before he went? Oh, no, I already read that one. Ekons for $4.99 says, Franz Kafka would be depressed if he saw his imagination become real.
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. It's sad. Seasider for $5 and this very cool clapping dog fox animated GIF. I didn't even know you could do that. Thank you.
Yeah, it is amazing.
Pretty cool.
Everyone's calling me a boomer in the chat, but I'm technically Generation X. So
yeah, Adam's a Gen Xer. Come on.
Yeah,
well, the boomer is a state
straight.
of mind. It's not a...
Yeah, I realize it's just a typical internet insult. It's a thing now.
Boomer.
Yeah.
By denying your boomerness, you are a boomer. It's a Kafka trap all over again. Get fucked.
I just fell in again. Oh my God.
Can't escape. Daniel Collective 1 for $4.99 says, sometimes we even tear into each other. Yes, Sitch, I know. I've seen the fan art. Ooh. Hey, Adam.
Thank God I haven't seen the fan art.
Hey, Adam.
Just don't tag me on the fan art, guys.
Can I...
Oh no! I mean, tag me on the fan art. Tag me.
Can I penetrate your argument, Adam? Can I give it a rigorous intellectual discourse?
What do you? I don't know what's going on here. Hold on, let me Google. I want to Google sexual harassment California really quick. I have a couple of questions.
Susan, Sitch is
I have a couple of questions for my attorney.
Tell your wife on me, honey. Sitch is sexually harassing me. Come help me.
She would laugh in my face if I told her that. She would honestly.
Yep, there it is.
She would
She's
not
part
be
of the
helpful.
abusive relationship.
Totally.
Toxic masculinity. Your wife is helping set it in. The Wooster for $5 says, have you guys watched Sean's new video analyzing Charles Murray's book, The Bell Curve? I listened to 10 minutes of it.
Oh my God.
And first of all, Sean makes literally the world's most boring videos on like the face of the earth. I know I said that Cat Black's videos were boring. Like Sean's videos are boring on another. Sean's videos are like the Jupiter of boring. Cat Black would be like Earth of boring. Sean, like not only is the information is presented in the most boring conceivable way.
Totally.
But he just talks
Yeah,
in this
let me read statistics for
quiet
you in the most boring voice I can possibly muster.
monotone. Let me read you the statistics of some bullshit as slowly and boringly
And he
humanly
even
possible.
he even does the Rachel Maddow shit where it's like he's taking forever and ever and ever to set
To
up
get
an
to the
argument.
point.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
you like I see this argument coming for the last 30 minutes, okay? Spit it out already, you dumbass.
And yeah, so I was like, oh, he did a video on the bell curve. I'm curious as to what like super SJW take you'd have about the bell curve. But then I listened to it for like 10 minutes, and this video is like 2 hours fucking long. I'm like, I'm not listening to Sean drone on for 2 hours
Really?
about the bell curve.
I don't think the audiobook is 2 hours long.
It's longer. No, it's got the audiobook for bell curve's got to be like fucking 40 hours. But
It's not that long.
Isn't it like a 900
10
page
hours
book
or something? I don't know, maybe. It's been a long time.
I'm just
since I
thinking
read it.
because the audiobooks for Game of Thrones are like 48 hours or 40 hours, and they're like 900
And you
pages,
listen to
1,000
those?
pages. Yeah, you better believe I listen to those.
Nice.
You
I
were
should
like,
just get the audio
you're
book.
like, Adam is all like, Sitch, why don't you listen to educational audiobooks like Why Nations Fail or Jonathan Haidt? I'm like, nah, bitch, I'm listening to Game of Thrones for like the third time.
And you can't watch a 4-minute video about Jehovah's Witnesses that steal cars for the poor. They steal cars for the poor, Sitch. What kind of progressive are you?
Exploding Pretty at Work for $5 says the alt-right pathway isn't an onion. It's actually the sphere junction system from Final Fantasy X. That is true. It is that fucking overly complex. That was what you would see. You'd see the insanely complicated sphere junction grid. That's the inside of Innuendo Studios' mind. It's fucking Final Fantasy X sphere grid. Thank you.
You got more super chats lined up? I have to run to the bathroom real quick, so I'll be back.
You go to the bathroom. Thank you for that reference that me and probably 10 other people got. I appreciate it. Modern Lobotomy for 50 Donkey Kong dollars says this video is proof that behind every radical is an even greater radical ready to shoot him in the back. I love that, and it's so true. That needs to be a fucking shirt. That's brilliant. Zara Richards for $5 says, hey, PDA Twitch and Adam Unfriended. Remember when you guys said you talked about cringy alt-right and leftist furries? I have a few amazing videos. Oh, Zara, are you a cringy alt-right leftist furry? Is that what you're saying? Fucking furry. I've seen you I've seen you, Zara, on the Discord promoting your furriness. Sean Wells for $5 says, Blogging Head's most recent video is all Trayvon Martin is a hoax evidence. What? Evidence the crap is really going to hit the fan when that gets mainstream. So Blogging Heads did a video that Trayvon Martin was a hoax. Interesting. I'm curious to see what that is, because I remember at the time, I remember I was very involved with looking into the information that was available at the time, and it seemed pretty inconclusive. This is what it seemed like. It seemed like Trayvon Martin was walking home and he saw a creepy guy following him home, and he did probably attack that guy, and then George Zimmerman attacked him, shot him. So you can say, well, was George Zimmerman? I would say that George Zimmerman, I don't think they had enough evidence to say that he was guilty. But I don't think you should be following home random people trying to play cop. That's usually not a good idea, because then shit like that happens where you end up shooting someone, even if they attack you. Because that's the double problem in Florida. Because in Florida you have the stand your ground law, which means that if you feel threatened, you don't have a duty to retreat. So that means that Trayvon Martin was technically legally within his right, if he felt threatened by George Zimmerman, to attack him. And that's why the stand your ground law is so stupid, because it's basically whoever has the gun wins. Whoever has the gun is legally justified to shoot someone else in almost all situations. It's really stupid. Arrogant Media for $5 says, people like Innuendo Studios, Vosh, and ContraPoints never learned from the satanic panic in the 1980s. That seems to be the case. Paradox for $1 says, Manu is taking this too far, but his defooing isn't something new. It has been suggested by sociologists for ages. One I know is Zygmunt Bauman. You need to move out of your mom's basement and not let your parents talk shit about your spouses. Yeah, obviously, if you're married to someone that you love and your parents are talking crap about them, that is not a healthy situation. But I think you can deal with that without disconnecting from your family. Typically,
Don't you think it's normal for in-laws to hate each other? Seems normal.
I don't know if normal is the word I would use. I'd say
Who
it's
talks
not,
more shit?
it's not abnormal. How about I'd say that?
In-laws.
Zofrats for $2 says a queen is better than a president. Debate me, Sitch. Zofrats over here with her Donkey Kong dollars and her Donkey Kong land in Europe land thinks that a queen is better than a president.
Yeah. I think, doesn't pragmatic culture want to debate you on the same topic? I think he thinks a king is better, better than a president.
I hope not. Oh, geez. We'll have a chat poll, Zofrats, just for you. Okay. Press 1 if you think a queen is better than a president, and press 2 if you love freedom and America and think that presidents are the best.
Nice. I'll get ahead of them. Oh, shit.
Paradox Engine for $1 says, could Razorfist be the conservative you want to bring on the show? We weren't going to bring a conservative on the show. I think you've confused people, Adam.
I do that.
Huh?
I'm eating a Rice Krispie treat. It's so good. It's so good right now.
Wait, is it homemade or is it like the manufactured one?
Oh, I made it myself. Are you kidding?
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Those ones you buy in the store are disgusting.
Really? Good to know.
You never had the ones you buy in the store? They're very gross.
No, I make them myself.
Yeah, the homemade ones are good.
Extra marshmallows. Oh, it's like half marshmallow.
But
no,
you weren't talking about bringing conservative on the show. I mean, not a problem with that, obviously. But no, you wanted.
We're doing a secret experiment. Yeah, it's going to be good.
You want to do a secret experiment. Yes, you want to send them questions. Okay, that's all I'll say. You want to send them questions.
Is the Sargon debate our biggest video now? It seems like it is. Yeah,
it is. It's like 70,000 views. But yeah, you can definitely send the questionnaire to Razorfist. That'd be interesting.
Yeah. Sure.
Paradox for $1 says Gabe, the guy who sits and plays video games or experiences divorce, is also the same guy who wears blackface. Okay, what the actual fuck? There's a pretty wide range of behaviors that Innuendo Studios is lumping together.
Gabe is an imaginary person.
Yes, he's the imaginary straw man.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect.
Every straw man you want to lump in together. There he is. Astroline for $3 says, no bully Sitch, Adam, you stinky doo-doo head.
I knew that would get people. I knew it would get you guys.
Head. Hummer Rodriguez for $3 says, you think Sean is boring? Have you tried to see a response from TLDR to Sean? I swear it's the best somniferous ever. I don't know what does that word mean?
Oh, I guess he's saying Tildeer is kind of boring too.
No, Tildeer is super fucking boring. I don't disagree with that.
You don't like that?
Well,
I just like some boring shit as long as it's ideologically consistent with my worldview.
I was gonna say before you rudely cut me off and strawman me, Adam. Okay, I say at least with Tildeer, like sometimes I agree with what he's saying, so it's not so boring. Or sometimes he's talking about something interesting.
I'm on your side. I was being honest about it being ideologically consistent with my worldview.
Yeah, see, there it is. That's true. So, okay, the word you used, somniferous. Wow, Hummer, you're so fucking smart. I've never heard that word. Somniferous means tending to induce sleep.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
That is good. We learned a word, guys. Somniferous.
Yeah. A word that when you use, no one will know what the fuck you're talking about.
Right.
Very useful.
Sean Welch for $2 says Zimmerman is suing $100 million because of the evidence. Yeah, I saw that he was suing. I'm confused because everyone was saying that George Zimmerman was suing Trayvon Martin's family.
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't make sense. Something. He would have to sue the state, right? George Zimmerman lawsuit. Because obviously his family.
I started listening to a podcast about it, but I fell asleep.
George, no, it says he's suing the parents and others, so he's probably suing the parents and also the state of Florida. He believes there's a conspiracy to frame him. I don't know how you could, like, maybe you could sue the state if they withheld evidence, but I don't know how you could sue the parents. I don't know what they would have anything to do with that. But I'm curious. I'll look into that. Clever to Swear for 10 Aussie dollars says, remember when you were up against Mike Enoch? Sinatra says, jazz hands, Nick Fuentes with an assist from JF and Worski. Would you ever do that kind of debate again? I do remember that debate. I was
awesome.
on Blood Sports. It was fun. I would do that debate as long as I know the topic, because that's why I was able to destroy them all, because
none of them read any of this shit.
Yeah, those people were all dumb idiots who were basically, the only person who wasn't an idiot was Nick Fuentes, and he was just slippery as fuck. But everyone else was an idiot who was just regurgitating talking points. They didn't know the facts of the case, so it's easy for me to just dunk on them all.
Yeah. Sitch reads all that stuff because of his TDS.
It's true. I read all the anti-Nunes stuff because of my TDS, and it allowed me to totally dunk on these guys. But
I'm telling you, that's kind of a good thing.
I mean, I don't know if I'd have to be in the right mood. Most people, even though I think I did very well in that debate, I don't think most people walk into like a 1v6 situation like normally and say, like, I want to do that.
I do. I like that stuff. Are you kidding me?
Okay, well,
if you have arguments. I mean, Vosh was complaining that it was a 2v1. He let you off the hook, even though you were the one like, oh, I'm going to look into your sources here. Which ones do you want me to check?
Well, look, I was
double check all your nonsense.
I wanted, the reason I looked into the source, because he kept bringing up the same point that was really stupid, which is that, we know for a fact he does this and Destiny does this, and I don't like it. They'll say something like, every scientist says, we know for a fact, we know 100% that like X is true. And then you like look into it and you're like, that's not even remotely the case. Like there's an argument, but it's not this consensus. So he kept bringing this up, and it's very annoying because on one hand, he admitted that it's not fair for him to bring up some like all this evidence for Sargon to look through in the middle of the debate, because obviously Sargon doesn't have the opportunity to look through that. But then if you're going to concede that it's not fair for you to do that, you can't turn around and keep using that point against the person in the argument, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So I was thinking, like, if he can give me a source to point to, I can just have Sargon read this like one thing, and then they could have a discussion about it.
Yeah.
But
these things, I mean, people complain about the 2v1 thing or the 3v1 thing because they're interested in winning.
Right.
But I mean, if you're really searching for truth, more brains on the problem, I think, are better. But yeah.
Okay, so I'm reading this Trayvon Martin stuff. It seems this is pretty crazy if this is true. It says the chief allegation in the lawsuit is that the civil rights attorney Ben Crump swapped out the reluctant witness of Brittany Diamond Eugene for her half sister Rachel Gentile, and helped prepare her to deliver a script intended to land Zimmerman in prison for the 17-year-old's killing. So they're saying, so I don't know if you remember, during Trayvon Martin, they had like his supposed girlfriend on the phone testify. If you remember that.
I do remember, actually, yeah.
So I guess the accusation they're saying is that was actually not his girlfriend. That was the half sister of the girlfriend pretending to be his girlfriend.
Boy, that's a little sketchy, isn't it?
Well, if that's true, that's fucking psycho. Like, that's crazy if that's true.
Ooh,
so,
miscarriage
that would
of
make
justice.
sense why he would. You're right. If that's true, that would make sense why he was suing the family. So that's interesting.
Wow, so they put one over on the lawyers too, because the lawyers didn't know? Because the lawyers can't know that stuff and get away with it.
Well, how are they supposed to know? Like, they'll know who the person is, but they won't necessarily know who's boyfriend or girlfriend or whatever, right?
Sure. Yeah. The family lied.
Right.
Interesting.
Now, and is expected, at the very least, to not question their presence. This is an environment where de-radicalizing, listening to the left, would be sleeping with the enemy. But radicalizing further, you do you, buddy. Gabe's emotional journey, however, is somewhat more complex. If you spend any time reading or watching reactionary media, you've probably noticed it's really fucking repetitive.
Living in a glass house, throwing boulders over here.
Totally, yeah.
Oh,
really repetitive.
So repetitive. It's not like we're making the same fucking. It's not like calling people racist and sexist and hashtag cancel.
Racist, sexist.
anti-gay. Yeah, it's not. That's not repetitive.
Exactly.
Also,
Racist, sexist, anti-gay.
do you like the lineup he has? So he's got Ben Shapiro.
Oh, I know. Yeah,
pretty right wing conservative. You got Joe Rogan, pretty liberal for the most part. You got,
Yeah.
You got Thunderfoot over here.
Old Thunderfoot.
Who's pretty super. I thought is very liberal, just anti SJW. If I'm correct. Who I'm not even sure is making political videos anymore. Then you get Richard fucking Spencer.
Yep.
Okay. Then who's in the middle? I already forgot who was in the middle.
Who's watching Richard Spencer videos?
Yeah,
further.
Christ.
You do you, buddy. Gabe's emotional journey, however, is somewhat more complex. If you spend any
you almost feel like you. Go ahead.
Yeah. You got Stefan Manu in the middle, right wing, flirts with white nationalists, fine. You got Steven Crowder, who I don't believe is white nationalist, but is just very right wing. You got Jordan Peterson.
Crowder's not white nationalist. No,
I don't think he is. Yeah,
typical conservative.
You got Jordan Peterson, who's like a center, like right leaning, guy who's pretty liberal in a lot of his views. You got Blair White and Dave Rubin talking to. I can't see because it's too small. Oh, Charlie Kirk.
Charlie Kirk.
What a lineup! What a group of people to all say are like the same.
Anytime reading or watching reactionary media, you've probably noticed it's really fucking repetitive.
Also, almost everyone in this picture talks about different things. They all have like different subjects of interest too.
Yeah, really repetitive. I'm like, what's his argument here?
It's a few thousand phrasings of the same handful of arguments. Dumb. Like, there's only so many jokes.
Oh, look, there's Chris Reagan. He's throwing him in there.
Poor Chris.
Poor Chris.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
The attack helicopter. I haven't heard that for like 2 years.
Adam, I just figured it out. I just cracked the case.
What is it?
You know why he's throwing Chris in there?
He likes Lacey?
Studios wanted to bang Lacey Green.
Oh, I thought so, yeah.
Oh, you heard it here first, folks. I'm telling you. Here's my completely ass-pull conspiracy. This is what we're doing, right? We're pulling conspiracy theories out of our ass.
Sure, totally.
My conspiracy theory is that Innuendo Studios is just a jealous beta male who wanted to bang Lacey Green. It's like, damn you, Chris Reagan.
So there was some, the attack helicopter joke is from 27. Like, I haven't heard the attack helicopter thing in forever.
Right.
But these people just crank out content, and most of it's derivative. The reason to pick one personality...
This guy's entire series about reacting to the alt-right, and he's complaining that other people's...
Repetitive, I know, exactly.
His entire body of work is fucking derivative. What the fuck is he talking about?
Over another isn't because they say something different, but because they say it differently. Gabe just picks the affect it's delivered in. Repetition dulls the shock of the most egregious statements, making them appear normal and prepping him for more extreme ideas.
Can you... the levels of the conspiracy in this is just...
Oh my God, it's off the charts.
The reason all these freaking anti-SJWs make the same points is not because they all agree on something. It's because it's a conspiracy. You're getting your mind soft and ready to accept the alt-rightnism.
We have to make the affect a little bit different, guys. I think your affect is a little too close to me.
Meanwhile, the arguments themselves, they're not good. Like, BreadTube.
Who's that guy in the bottom right?
I don't know. In the white lab coat?
Yeah, someone in the chat. Tell us who that guy in the bottom right is with the sword. I don't know who the fuck that is.
Somebody sent me something on this guy and his girlfriend or something like that. Some breakup gossip.
What?
That I was trying to look up. Yeah, Innuendo Studios had some girlfriend drama or something like that.
Really?
Yeah.
Really? How interesting.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. So, I mean, not that I'm getting bored because this video is so fucking repetitive, but like, we get your argument, dude. Come on. Where's your counter argument? What are you talking about? This is nonsense.
Yeah, this guy has taken like 10 years to get to like a point here, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
We'll never run out of shit to debunk. They are repetitive because they're not good. They're mantra.
Moment of silence.
A good argument, you only
This fucking guy doesn't think BreadTube is fucking repetitive mantra bullshit over and over again.
Oh, big time. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Eat the rich. Capitalism. Late stage capital. It's buzzword salad in the first half of this video. Are you kidding me? He's already said problematic like 8 times.
He's made 1 million of these alt-right playbook videos, and they're all like derivations of the same topic, and he's complaining about fucking repetitive shit.
Yeah. Secret conspiracy out to pull your kids into the alt-right.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that they can't find a job and a girlfriend.
No. Every one of his videos, they have the same point. It's that there's a secret alt-right conspiracy to suck people in, and if you don't buy into woke progressivism, then you're aiding the alt-right.
Yeah, you're teetering on the edge.
Yes.
You're either going to fall in yourself or accidentally push your friend in.
Right. And he just makes this argument 1 million times in different ways, like a mantra, just hammering it into your brain. Again, this guy's projection is galaxy level. Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
only need to hear one time. If you can follow it, internalize it, and explain it to someone else, you know you've understood it. But a bad argument can't convince you on its own merits, so it will often rely on affect. This can be the...
Can you imagine? This guy's so insane and egotistical. He's like, well, all the bread tubers, you know, they make just such good arguments that all their fans like can just immediately repeat them. Which, first of all, you can repeat arguments without really understanding them. That's 100% bullshit. But
it happens all the time.
You make a single point on Twitter and you'll see 1 million fucking idiots. They'll just regurgitate a bunch of like BS arguments they've heard from some other place. And then when you challenge them and you dive into it, it all falls apart.
Because they don't know what the actual argument represents.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Or I get this happen so many times about like a news story where I'll comment on a news story and someone will just regurgitate either a left-wing or right-wing talking point, and I'll say, no, that talking point's completely wrong because of X, Y, Z. And then they just stop responding because they didn't know that the story was fake.
Where does ContraPoints fit into this whole affect argument he's making, I wonder?
Ooh. Yeah, look, fucking ContraPoints, who, like, half of her videos, she doesn't even make a solid point.
I know. It's all affect. 100% affect.
It's 100% affect. Jesus. That's why this is so, like, big brain, elite liberal, like, oh, we make all the smart arguments, but the anti-HWs and Nazis, they all make the dumb arguments. That's why they have to keep repeating it over and over and over again.
Yeah, I want to know how he answers the question, is conservatism a mental illness, on the questionnaire. My guess is...
yes. He would 100% say that was... He was... yeah, he would...
He would say yes, right?
Yeah. Well, no, he might not say it's a mental illness, but he would say it's evil, probably.
Yeah, I think he'd say yes to the mental illness.
Snappy, thought-terminating cliche, or the long, winding diatribe that sounds really sensible while you're hearing it.
You like this? He's like, I'm going to criticize Ben Shapiro for making an oversimplified, stupid point, and I'm also going to criticize Jordan Peterson for making a very long, drawn-out, nuanced point.
Yeah.
You can't win. You can't win, folks.
The whole thing's designed so you can't win, though.
Yeah, that's true.
But when someone asks you for the gist, you can only say, go watch these 17 videos and it'll all make sense. Both these
That's a Jordan Peterson dig.
Yeah, but see, this is why this is so framed dishonestly, because he's like, oh, you know, we know that the breadtube arguments are good because you can throw out your stupid, simple commie argument and then some idiot can regurgitate it to someone else. But if you're talking about something complicated, like fucking trying to explain like Jordan Peterson's positions about like the Bible passages. Is so
the true stuff is a little more difficult. But we had Ben Burgess on, and Ben Burgess used that same trope with us about how, I haven't watched 17 hours of Jordan Peterson. I'm like, yeah, but that's why we're here. We're here because the arguments are super simple. Like, rebut this argument. Right. You don't need the 17 video version.
Right. But that's where that's another good reason. That's another good point why this is dishonest, because Jordan Peterson will make a simple argument, but then the 17 videos is like an explanation of the argument.
Expounding upon it. Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. Right. Showing how it interrelates with other arguments. Right. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice if you actually knew that shit? If you actually knew how conservatism interfaced with your own argument, Ian? Wouldn't that be something useful to you?
Of course not. Again, who is this video made for? It's not made for people in the alt-right. It's not made for centrists. It's not made for anyone except for
bubble.
Yeah, it's made for people in the bubble to pat themselves on the back and feel good about themselves and to point at anyone not in the bubble and say, that's the enemy.
Yeah, we hate conservatives. That's all it's for.
Are largely devoid of content, but gosh, if they don't sound sure of themselves. And that mode can be very persuasive.
Ian doesn't sound sure of himself at all.
No. Do you think he's ever watched like a full Jordan Peterson video? I doubt it.
I don't know, man. I don't know what this. It's scary that I think the other video we watched of this guy, he's up in front of a classroom talking to people. That's crazy.
Yeah, that's true.
That's nuts. That's nuts. This is your university. Oh my God, we're doomed.
But it doesn't stick the way a coherent argument.
I want to hear Ian defend the blast white people off in the space argument.
Maybe we can get him to debate Michael Morano.
Right.
That'd be killer. That would be killer.
He wouldn't do it. He would fucking never do it. But I'd
love
to see him concoct some bullshit.
He hasn't blocked me yet. There's the hope. Maybe we can get Caleb. Caleb Faraday Speaks has been putting together some talks, some interesting talks. So
there you go. You ask Caleb to get
totally
Morano and Ian, whatever his fucking last name is, together.
We'll host it, Caleb. Do it. Let's put this together.
It needs to be repeated, the affect replenished, because the words matter less than the delivery. There needs to be a steady stream of confident voices saying, we've got this shit figured out.
This is such we're so much better than those fucking plebs. Like, why would you even include this in the video otherwise? Except to feel good about yourself.
Oh, totally. Yeah. Fan service is what this is. You're smart.
Yeah,
these guys are dumb.
Yeah, no, this is literally the part of the video where he's like, "Okay, guys, if you're in my bubble, I want you to bend over and just give yourself a blowjob right now. just suck real hard for the next 2 to 3 minutes.
You're gonna love it. Happy ending.
Happy ending for everybody, as long as you give it to yourself."
And everyone else is stupid, or Gabe's gonna notice the flaws. They are not well hidden.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, what are those flaws? Point those flaws out, dude. That's what this video is supposed to be about.
First of all, and it's hilarious because I don't think in any of his videos he's ever delved into the arguments.
Yeah, the actual arguments.
Woke shit. Yeah, he never even touches that area, ever. Yeah. He just assumes it's all true, like it's on faith. He just takes it in faith that this woke shit's true. But read what it says on the screen. We got this shit figured out and everyone else is stupid. He's saying that's what people on the right are saying. That's the whole point of this section, is him saying this.
It's mind-boggling.
There needs to be a word for this level of projection. This level of insanity.
Moron?
And the catch-22 of returning to that stream over and over is that these communities are stressful even as they are calming. People afraid they will die virgins go to forums with people who share and validate that fear and also say, yes, you will die a virgin. People afraid Syrians are coming to kill us all watch videos by people who share and validate that fear and also say, yes, Syrians are coming to kill us all. Others have already pointed out.
First of all, I don't know what this...
what does this have to do with the topic?
This video, wait, let me make sure that this video is not secretly from 2017. Who's talking about Syrians right now, right? This is, I'm telling you, he made this video in this is from a month ago, Adam. This video is from a month ago. He made this video in 2017 and it just sat on his desk until now.
Yeah, you can't do a video like this and complain about the other side being repetitive. It's just, makes no law.
Syrian panic. I don't remember. People weren't talking. When's the last time people were worried about Syrians in America?
He's going to be talking about the Arab Spring and 9/11.
Out that rubbing your face in your worst anxieties is a form of digital self-harm. But I need you to understand that
digital self-harm.
Wait a minute. First of all, this is again the projection and hypocrisy is on another level, because he's like, being in these alt-right communities is both, comforting because you're in a group, but it's also anxiety driven because it like plays on your worst fears. It's literally describing SJW shit, because when you're in this
Exactly.
community, you feel like you're in the fucking, like, you feel like you're in the communist state where, like, if you say the wrong thing, like, your family members are going to tattle on you to the authoritarian government. You're going to get gulagged.
Yeah, and I mean, climate change, the world only has 12 years left. Like,
Right.
Trump is the next Hitler. Like, well, these, like, fear is their main tactic now. What the hell is he talking about?
And it's hilarious for him to say, like, oh, looking at things that make you anxious online is a form of like mental self-harm, because that's literally what the woke people say that you have to do. They say
They thrive
if you're
on it.
white. Yeah, they say, if you're white, I know it makes you uncomfortable, but you have to confront your whiteness and your implicit bias and your implicit racism and blah, 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 blah.
Yeah. You have to sleep with a transsexual, otherwise you're transphobic. You got to confront that shit, man. Suck my dick.
Sick recursion of it. Gabe is going to these communities to get upset.
Oh my God. Did you know that? Did you know that outrage culture is a thing, Adam?
Yeah, it's like from 2017.
Again, this guy is so fucking delusional. I don't think we've done lots of videos where I've talked about how hypocritical and delusional people are. I think this takes the cake.
Really?
This takes the cake.
This is the number one, huh?
This is the number one, and probably will be for all time. If I ever say like this person is the most delusional person, I'm lying. This is
We
it.
found the most delusional person in America.
Yes. This is the most delusional person on the planet, on the face of Earth, in the Milky Way galaxy. Okay.
And what do you win? What do you win for being the most delusional
He's
person?
complaining. This guy is complaining that far-right communities are built on outrage, while ignoring that's the entirety of fucking woke SJW culture, is to be outraged at everything.
Yeah. They didn't have enough outrage going around. So they had so little outrage that they actually had to create something called the microaggression. So they could get outraged at smaller and smaller things.
Yes, exactly. They had to create microaggressions. They had to focus solely on implicit racism because explicit racism.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it wasn't so much of a thing anymore. And he's like, oh, but these guys, they just thrive on outrage. Like, what the fuck? Somebody save me. Save me from this video. This is nightmare. This is a nightmare. Like, if you're in hell, this is like your existence. Not watching this video, but thinking that these thoughts are true.
Thank God it's 40 minutes long. Jeez.
Yeah, oh my fucking God. This is the nightmare.
Every emotion is converted into anger because sadness, fear, and despair are paralyzing, but anger is motivating.
That's a fantastic fucking point.
Yeah, that's true. That part's true.
That's 100% true. And that's exactly why the outrage culture from the fucking far left is the way it is.
Yeah, that's why they do it. That's why they invented the microaggression.
Yep.
Whatever his problems, there's always someone he can scapegoat for them, and Gabe feels less helpless.
The deplorables.
When he's pissed.
They're Russians.
Yeah.
They stole the election, Adam.
Russian
bots stole
there's always someone we can scapegoat.
Bernie Sanders stole the election from me. Hillary Clinton, 2019.
Yeah.
Pissed off. And so while he's topping up on reassuring nonsense, he's also topping up on stress. And being cut off from everyone outside the network, the only place he knows to go to release that stress is back to the place that gives it to him. It's a
Oh my God. Look, I'm so fucking tempted. I am so tempted to literally just take this video and have like a text-to-speech voice replace every right-wing thing with a left-wing thing and just upload it on my own and be like the woke playbook or the SJW playbook or something.
Yeah.
I'm so tempted.
Feedback loop, pulling him deeper and deeper on the promise that at some point, relief will come. It is a similar dynamic that keeps people in abusive relationships.
Oh my God.
When someone in Gabe's community makes a racist joke, They are presenting Gabe with a choice between the human interaction of laughing with his friends and his societal responsibility not to be a fucking racist. And not
This is him making the argument that you conservatives are battered wives. How insulting.
not laughing seems ridiculous. Everybody's friends here, no one's getting hurt. This is harmless. And so the irreverent race joke draws a line between the personal and the political. And
it's funny because I've noticed that for it seems like too, I'm not the only one who's like feels like that there's been this cutback and cutting back on like edgy jokes anymore. Right? Doesn't it feel like a lot of most YouTubers have kind of cut back on the race jokes?
You have to. The demonetization stuff. I mean,
Well,
all our streams are demonetized because we say
right.
like swastika and shit like that.
Right, but I don't think it's just the money issue. I do think that most people who aren't alt-right see like, okay, the alt-right, you got the Gropers, you got Nick Fuentes, you got like actual white nationalists.
Right.
Who knows if they're growing, but they definitely seem to have more visibility. And I think people are cognizant of this. And that's why this video is like, this is from 2017. He just fucking uploaded it like a month ago.
Yeah.
And suggests that one can be safely prioritized over the other. One way to look at radicalization is being asked to stick with that seemingly innocuous decision as the stakes are raised incrementally. First with edgier humor, and then comments that are funny because they're shocking, but you couldn't really call them jokes, and then funny comments that are also sincerely angry. But in each instance, since he laughed with his bros the last time, it stands to reason he should keep favoring the personal over some abstracted notion of politics. This is why the progressive adage, the personal is political, is among the most threatening things you can say in these spaces. I'm not trying to make a slippery...
This video is a mess. This video is totally a mess. I feel like it's an incoherent nonsense.
It's not... I wouldn't say it's incoherent. I understand the insane conspiracy threads he's weaving. It's just, this is literally the delusional ramblings of someone who's drawing. I think we cracked the case.
Yeah,
I think we cracked the nut here.
All kinds of conclusions that just aren't there.
Right, because this guy is not spending his time on alt-right communities. This guy is drawing all of his experience from his own life and his own experiences dealing with far left SJW communities, and he's just relating it to assuming that's how the alt-right works the same way. Which I wouldn't be surprised if it does, but it's hilarious.
I mean, this conclusion that the personal is political is so like obviously threatening to anyone with a conservative perspective.
Right.
I mean, that doesn't add up. Come on now.
No, no. Well, it's a lot of straw man, Adam. This is straw man central.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Slippery slope argument. Most of us who laughed at edgy jokes when we were teenagers didn't grow up to be Nazis. It is a slippery slope.
But they're still horrible racists, and they shouldn't be making those jokes, right? Isn't that what you're saying?
In the specific context of being in community with people trying to radicalize you. Gabe is alone.
Do you think for 1 second that Innuendo Studios makes these distinctions between people making edgy jokes and people making edgy jokes in communities that are trying to radicalize?
No, not at all. Of course not. Yeah. It's all the same to him. He couldn't tell the difference between a conservative and a Nazi to save his life.
You could tell the difference between a conservative and Jordan fucking Peterson.
Yeah. He can't tell the difference between a centrist.
White boy in need of friends, and laughing at a racist joke is personal, and not laughing is political. Staying in a community that has Nazis in it is personal, and leaving is political. The personal is what brings people together, and the political drives them apart. The only if some of them are bigots part of that sentence is usually lopped off. There's this joke on the internet that nerds perceive only two races, white and political. Following that logic. See, again, the only acceptable... Everyone needs a victim to punch down on. Everyone needs someone they could beat up. Everyone needs the person lower than them in the totem pole that they can kick. And if so, the only acceptable people for the SJWs to kick are the white nerds.
The white beta males.
Yeah. Yeah. Society encourages it.
Yep. And it's funny because they're literally operating under toxic masculinity because they're like, oh, they call these guys virgins and incels and all this shit. This is literally like biological toxic masculinity
and racism
and racism. Yes. Yes, it's hilarious.
Yeah. What could be more apolitical than an ethno-state? They are banking on his willingness to adapt his beliefs to suit an environment that meets a need. That same need can be satisfied by white nationalism. There are few things more seductive to people who doubt their own worth than being told, you are valuable simply for being white. And you can sub in male, cis, straight, allosexual, or able-bodied.
Oh
it
my
just
God.
takes priming.
Or you could sub in gay, female, non-binary, communist. It's almost like you can substitute
Feminist.
anything in there. Feminist. Yeah. It's almost like who's the people that keep saying that you're perfect the way you are and you don't have to change? Who keeps making that argument?
Well, this whole video is an argument that you are valuable simply for being progressive.
Oh, that's a good point. Exactly.
By the time Gabe officially embraces bigotry, he's already been acting like a bigot for months. The red pill is just the moment he says it out loud. Change Gabe's surroundings, and you change Gabe. Step 5.
I love how he
sanitize the internet.
Yeah, I know.
That's his
I love
argument.
how he says it with. I love how he says it with this sad tone. When this guy's fucking like, love it. He's lapping this shit up. This is all to radicalize his own side.
The final step in a traditional extremist group would be getting a mission. But that is one thing the alt-right
Oh my
can't
God!
do.
Do you think he's giving
Once you
out
start
missions? Is he giving out missions? Is he giving out progressive missions here?
We'll see. We'll see.
Giving clear directives, you can't play yourselves off as a bunch of unaffiliated hashtags and think tanks. You are now a formalized movement accountable to its followers and can be judged and policed as such. To my mind, Charlottesville was an attempt to become such a movement, taking things offline and getting
2017, Adam.
Yeah, exactly. Jeez.
all the different groups working collectively. And as so often happens when these people get in the same space, especially with no official leaders and no means of control over their members, it backfired. Their true colors came out before they were ready, and a counter-protester lost her life. This would be the point where historically an extremist group starts to disintegrate. Their veneer of respectability gone, they are now...
And it literally did.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I'm like, the Charlottesville destroyed the alt-right.
Too bad they came back because the fucking woke police didn't shut the fuck up about hashtag cancel whiteness shit. Right?
Why is this not, I mean, how is this not platforming the alt-right?
It's 100% platforming the alt-right. This is
Yeah.
fuel for the alt-right.
Yeah. I mean, he's not allowed to debate them, but he can, like, I guess it's okay because he's not, I mean, he's just signaling their ideas. I don't know.
Oh my God.
I mean, he's not countering their
I
ideas.
just figured it out, Adam.
What's
This is
going on?
called the alt-right playbook. He's the crypto alt-righter the whole time.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. How did we not see this, everybody?
It does actually make sense. It does
Guys,
actually make sense.
How did we not see this? It's the title. The alt-right playbook. His videos are the alt-right playbook. His videos are what radicalize people to the alt-right.
I
Oh my
mean,
God.
it does. I would say that this video probably creates more alt-right people than any Richard Spencer video that I've ever seen.
Well, when you say that like simply by not agreeing with communism that you're automatically being pushed to being a white ethnostater yeah. That's a pretty alt-right position in my mind, isn't it? Isn't it an alt-right position to say that simply by denying SJWism that you're automatically pushed to the right? That's a pretty alt-right position, isn't it?
It is, definitely. I think
Figured
this
it
might
out,
be
guys.
this might be the Pootie pipeline I've heard so much about here. Over on
Figured it out,
Innuendo
everyone.
Studios
We
YouTube channel.
We thought that Ian, whatever his name is, was literally the dumbest, most lacking of self-aware person in the galaxy. But it turns out he's really a 100-dimensional 10D chess player, underwater genius. And that he's concocted the most elaborate, the most elaborate crypto-fascist YouTube video of all time.
And we fell for it. Oh my God.
We fell for it.
Yeah,
but it's okay.
We are. What's the guy's name? We are Gabe. Holy shit.
Gabe. We believed this. We believed this nonsense. Holy shit. This was like super reverse psychology, but it's okay. We figured it out, guys. We figured it out.
We've saved ourselves.
We saved ourselves. And hopefully we've saved all you. Now you know. And now you won't get suckered into the alt-right because you know that Innuendo Studios is a secret alt-righter.
Hated by the public, the media wants nothing more to do with them, and everyone not in jail turns on each other or goes underground. This is also the point where the liberal establishment says, my job here is done, and utterly fails to retake control of the narrative.
Wait. Get fucked, okay? This is what Charlottesville happened. The alt-right like fell into ruin because they couldn't be associated with everyone because the liberal establishment that you hate completely mocked them and called them all terrible, hateful bigots. And then and then fucking the alt-right started to die. And then you fucking woke SJW pieces of shit. You couldn't stop. You just couldn't stop. You had to keep trying to push. You had to keep pushing the fucking racism. You had to keep saying, cancel white men, cancel white men, cancel white men. And guess what? You brought them right back.
If the clip of Richard Spencer going all crazy on the Jews is not in here, then this video is definitely from 2017. Because it's like, why wouldn't he include that clusterfuck?
I don't remember. I think he might include it.
Okay.
I'm not sure. But you're right. That's a good. If he doesn't, then we know. Actually, I don't know when exactly that came out. So maybe I don't know.
Well, it came out
the
like
next
a couple
batch
weeks ago, but it
yeah,
was
this
from
video is like
it's
a
from
month or longer. So.
Oh, I got you. It could have come out after.
It's
He's
like
like,
a month.
oh shit.
Yeah.
I just released my video from 2017, and Richard Spencer has a meltdown.
Really, Richard Spencer's racist? No one could have figured that out.
Yeah, exactly. I thought the meltdown video was from Charlottesville, wasn't it? Or it's not a video;
Yes.
it's an audio tape, right?
The audio.
After
yeah.
Charlottesville, he goes bonkers, yelling.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
Radicals to pick up more or less where the last one left off. But to an already decentralized group like the alt-right, Charlottesville was bad, but eminently survivable. People retreated back to the internet with its code words and
No code says Adam. Word in the chat is this is a re-upload. So maybe it is from 2017.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why would he re-upload this?
Got us. Because, you know, to be repetitive. Same thing. It's like super repetitive.
That's so funny.
It's so painful.
So fucking hilarious.
So painful.
Oh my God.
He's living in 2017.
He's literally living in 2017.
anonymous forums. But that's where much of the work was already done anyway. The platforms where they organized.
But isn't that amazing? We could judge when this video was made simply by the crazy shit he was saying.
Yeah, he's probably still got a bunch of crazy shit to say.
No, if he re-uploaded this, I bet he believes everywhere this is still applicable to right now.
Neil Stone says it got copyrighted.
Oh, interesting. But wait,
Yeah.
so it got copyrighted for 2 years?
I hope we're not going to get copyrighted. Damn.
No. But he's probably saying the original video had something in it, and he removed it and
Yeah.
then re-uploaded it.
That's the video. The video that you liked that I did had Charlottesville footage in it. The Be a Centrist video, and
Yeah.
I'm convinced that they don't want that footage on any channel. So,
Well, here's the thing. Maybe he just got a copyright last month or something. But see, this is how you know this is sneaky fucker right here. Okay, because on YouTube, if you get a copyright claim, it will let you edit out the section of the video that has the copyright problem. But then you don't have to re-upload it. It just edits that section out. But he decided, I'm going to re-upload the same video that I already made and get another, 400,000 views on it.
Yeah, make some money.
Yep.
Make some capitalist coin.
Make some capitalist money. There it is.
Tolerating them, the authorities didn't classify them as terrorists, and any disgraced figureheads were replaced with up-and-comers.
Oh my God. Poor Eric. Poor Eric Weinstein.
We have to watch that again.
Was bad, but eminently survivable. People retreated back to the internet with its code words and anonymous forums, but that's where much of the work was already done anyway. The platforms where they organized kept tolerating them. The authorities didn't classify them as terrorists.
First of all, the authority has, I'm pretty sure, like, people who are part of white nationalist groups are considered being parts of hate groups, right? Like, what is he saying? Like, the amorphous, intangible blob of the alt-right is not labeled as, like, a terrorist group? Like, what the fuck's he talking about?
Southern Poverty Law Center has them on. I mean, they were dumping people on their list that weren't alt-right.
Well, no, but he's talking about the FBI, not Southern Poverty Law Center. But
yeah,
the FBI fucking tracks all this shit. I don't know what the fuck. This is such bullshit. But anyway, listen.
Don't they track based on the Southern Poverty Law Center, though?
I mean, that's probably true. But this next point, he said, this is psycho. This is psycho.
And any disgraced figureheads were replaced with up-and-comers.
Okay. This is how you know this guy's such a fucking psychotic piece of shit. Okay, he's literally comparing Richard Spencer to 1, 2, 3 Jews.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
Joe Rogan, Sam Harris, and Dave Rubin. He's comparing these people.
Wait a second. Sam Harris is a Jew. You mean Jordan Peterson?
I mean,
you got your Jews wrong.
I got my Jews wrong. Yes, the 3 Jews. Yes, Sam Harris obviously he's not practicing, but he's an atheist Jew. Ben Shapiro is Jewish. Eric Weinstein is Jewish, and fucking Jordan Peterson, Dave Rubin, and Joe Rogan. This piece of shit is calling them the new leaders of the alt-right.
Yeah, crazy.
I can't even imagine being this fucking delusional.
Yeah. Sam Harris hates this stuff, man. He hates it. This is his whole, like, he would be a solid progressive if it wasn't for the fact that they keep going after him. I wonder how many Sam Harris fans have become alt-right just over this freaking nonsense.
I know. No, like, it's so hilarious because there's, like, if it wasn't for, this is so fucking dumb, okay? If there wasn't for this SJW shit, okay, Sam Harris and Joe Rogan would still be super liberal.
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson wouldn't be popular.
They would hate Ben Shapiro. He wouldn't even be sitting at that freaking table.
Yeah. Sam Harris and Joe Rogan would be on a show together talking about how much they fucking hate Ben Shapiro.
Yeah, they would be. Like, definitely.
Oh my God. It's like, I wish you had like the Futurama what if box and you could say, what if the SJW shit wouldn't happen? Just so these fuckers could see how different the world would be.
Yeah, massively.
The major change in strategy is that it doesn't seem anyone has tried to formalize the alt-right since. So where does that leave Gabe? He's gone through...
Yeah, this must be a re-upload, because otherwise he'd be fucking banging on about Nick Fuentes.
Yeah.
I would imagine.
He took a little vacation. He took a little vacation.
You're right. He took a vacation, had the re-upload video. I get it. It's okay.
Through this whole process of largely hands-off indoctrination. And I should stress, his journey may look like what we've outlined here, or it may look different in places. This video is not comprehensive. But now he's swallowed
or based on logic, evidence, or reason.
Facts, reason. It's just a 41-minute psychotic conspiracy theory. Ramblings of a crazy man living alone in a room.
Oh my God.
He cares too. He blames half a dozen minorities for everything he sees as wrong with the world. And no one will give him anything to do.
Here's the problem. Like, this is why this fucking pisses me off so much. There are fucking stupid idiots that sit here and they say, all of my problems are because of minorities and the black people and all this shit. And it's like, that's, if you want to reach out to those people and try to help them, like, fucking, like, see the world for what it is and see, like, no, everyone's just fucking struggling together in, like, this mess. This mess we have to deal with called life. This crazy train we can't get off of. Okay, if he wants to reach out and try to help those people, That would be
Yep.
fantastic. But
Yeah.
no, he doesn't.
Higher
He wants-
wages.
yeah. No, he doesn't want to do
Better
that.
health care.
He doesn't even want to. Yeah, he doesn't even want to press like liberal
More girlfriends.
or left wing like economic positions to try to help alleviate some of these solutions. No,
No.
he just wants a fucking virtue signal in his
Oh,
stupid
yeah,
far left
exactly.
bubble and label anyone who doesn't agree with him as a Nazi.
A flamethrower to the my enemies instead of
I
trying
know,
to
it's
do better in the world.
Jesus Christ.
You've got this ad hoc movement frothing young men into a militant fervor, and then just
He's complaining about a movement, getting people revved up into a fervor.
leaving
Yeah.
them to stew in their own hate. Should we really be surprised at how many commit mass shootings? This is a machine for producing lone wolves. Leaving men to
That's literally the only argument they have to fall on, is that there hasn't been a rash of communist shootings yet. There hasn't been a rash of SJW shootings yet. There's one or two incidences I can think of.
take up arms of their
They don't have any reason to do the shootings. They have one girlfriend between 5 of them. So what do they have to complain about?
Well, I think it's more that they don't have, because what we talked about earlier with the communism never really taking hold in America, they don't have this rooted system of the radicalization accessible to them to the levels of historical. I should say they do have a system of radicalization. They don't have a historical systemic rooted system the way racists do.
Well, they do also have quite a bit of institutional power. I mean, that argument that
That's
Dank
true.
made
That's
a lot
true.
of
That's a good
sense.
point.
Yeah. So they have an outlet for their frustrations. So, they can bitch about it online and they're not going to be called racist and misogynist.
No, that's a good point. That's probably a better point. Yes, that's true.
own volition is a way of enacting terror while being just outside the popular conception of a terror cell. There are also, of course, more classic militias that will offer Gabe clear directives. They are recruiting from the same pool. And Gabe may stop short of this, settling in a middle layer that suits him, or finding the inner layers too extreme. But violence is the logical conclusion of an ideology of hate. And should Gabe take
All those people that hate the rich,
Oh my God.
hate capitalism,
Yeah, totally. That's a great argument as well, right there.
these people that think that capitalism is the source of all woes and evils in the world.
I guess violence is only the logical conclusion of that ideology. Yeah.
There you go.
take this step, he can approach violence in the same incremental fashion he approached conservatism. He can start
Oh my God. Oh my
See?
God.
This is what Hummer was talking about. He fucking, with such ease, he just fucking slips between conservatism, alt-right, fascism. He just fucking goes back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
with yelling at people on Twitter, and then maybe collective brigading, DDoS attacks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the far left doesn't know anything about collective brigading. That's never fucking happened before.
Oh my God.
Jesus.
Sharing docs, leaking nudes, calling their phone numbers, texting them pictures of their houses from the sidewalk. These acts of cruelty become games of one-upmanship within his community. All this can start as far back as step 2 and get more intense the deeper he goes. And some people join explicitly to partake in harassment and violence the way Gabe joined to talk about anime. But this behavior can serve as
I just wanted to talk about anime, and now I'm a Nazi. How did this happen? I don't know.
a kind of buy-in. The left and the feminists and the LGBTQs and the Muslims and the immigrants are all within his community subhuman. You've maybe heard the conservative catchphrase, feminism is cancer. Well, you don't treat
You like how he jumps from you thinking all minorities are subhuman and then immediately to feminism is cancer.
Yeah.
There wasn't even a pause. It's just oh.
treat cancer by having a respectful exchange of ideas with it, but by eradicating it down to the last cell. Cruelty against the left is framed as
Almost like calling something toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
Right?
Same exact thing.
Do you have a conversation with toxicity, or do you cure it?
Yeah.
Do you
No.
eradicate it?
Get it out of your system.
necessary and righteous. From any other perspective, posting someone's bank information is something you might feel ashamed of, which creates a psychological imperative not to consider other perspectives. A thing that keeps people in is staving off the guilt
I can't
they will
even pause it
reckon with the
anymore
moment
for all
they
the
step
hypocrisy.
out. Gabe is
Yeah.
also aware that anything he's done to the left could be done to him if he leaves. Some communities even keep docs on their members as
I know.
insurance. And the things he's in
Do you know the people that do this horrible shit though are the people who feel like they've been the victims of injustice. Like that's
Right.
what makes them more likely to do this stuff. So
Of course, right? Like this is a problem because you have the all right people who buy the shit to like, oh, and the white people are the victims of the world.
Yeah,
and they
exactly.
They do all this shit, and then you have the woke people who feel like, oh, I'm the victim of the world because I'm not a white man, and then they do all
yeah,
this shit too.
exactly.
So
And they're just
fucking
going
dumb.
back and forth because of the victimhood.
I know.
Yeah, it's scary, man. Scary shit.
And the idea he was saying, he was like, oh, the people are afraid to leave the alt right because, you know, they know that all these tactics can be employed against them. It's like it's literally the same thing with SJW shit. These people, if they know they can't disagree on any level with any of this SJW shit, or everyone will fucking turn on them on a dime. Like ContraPoints. ContraPoints is supposed to be like the saving,
Yeah,
you know,
above it all.
queen of BreadTube, and then like every day she says something that slightly diverges from the fucking mantra of SJWism, and everyone's like, oh, she's canceled. She's canceled.
Yeah.
If Contra isn't safe,
No
who
one's
is safe?
Yeah. Scary.
encouraged to do to the left will likely make him feel that the left would never take him now. The radical right is the only home he's got. Harassment becomes another tool of isolation. Steadily, options for Gabe are whittled down to being a vigilante.
Wait a minute. That's a good point. But again, this fucking guy doesn't call out his own side.
I know.
Because if you have someone, because if you have
go
someone on
ahead.
the right who feels like that he can't join the left because the left is so judgmental and so not forgiving, that's the left's fault.
It is the left's fault. It's what he's describing is just tribalism. Like it's not
Yes.
he's basically saying the problem is the right, but really he's just describing tribalism.
Yes.
Which is
right.
as big a problem on his side as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. He's acting like tribalism only goes one way because he's a fucking. This shows how delusional he is. He thinks tribalism only goes one way. He's perfectly in the self-serving, not self-serving bias. The what's it fucking called?
Well, it has been 2 years though. Maybe he's escaped the bubble. Who knows?
I don't think so.
Well, he's still got you blocked, so.
Well, he just re-uploaded this video. He's got to believe it, right?
Oh, you're right. Yeah, totally. Unless he uploaded the wrong video.
Whoops! I uploaded the wrong video like a month ago, but then I saw it was getting a lot of views, so I just didn't take it down.
How many views does it have? I wonder how many views the old one had. Jeez, this is.
I don't know. This one has, I think, like 400,000 views or something.
Oh my God, this guy's huge.
Yeah, it's fucking scary. It's 400,000 fucking people watch this utter trash, this cancerous garbage.
Yeah, we should be grifters, man. These people fall for
know.
anything. We could just totally make these stupid videos. Like,
Why don't we just make stupid
wing
SJW videos and rake in
We
the cash,
should.
guys? I don't understand. What are we
we'll
doing
call
with
it
our lives, I
performance
don't know?
art. That worked for that worked for Alex Jones. I'm already an artist. Like I'm 50% there. Like I just have to put performance in front of my thing.
What we'll tell ourselves is that we're only doing it so we can expose them, and then maybe we'll just never expose them as long as we're making money.
Well, we'll expose him though, but after we've already made, 6-7 figures.
After we rake in the cash, then we say, "Oh,
Yeah.
just kidding. It was all a
And then we'll expose them.
Yes.
Well, maybe we'll expose them a little bit over time, and they'll have to figure it out themselves.
vigilante or a nihilist. There are periods of elation, moments the alt-right feels it's winning, or more accurately, the people they hate are losing, are like cocaine. They are authoritarians after all. But the times in between are mean and angry. They are antisocial, starved of emotional connection, consuming incompatible conspiracies that may at any point run them afoul of one another, devoted to figureheads who cater to but cannot risk leading them, and living under constant threat of being outed to the left or turned on by the right for stepping out of line.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
is he
that
describing
list.
BreadTube?
Totally. I'm like, that list is, how can you not say that list? And he even goes as far, like, he doesn't make the descriptors. He says, like, threat of being outed. Yeah, on the left. Threat of being turned on. Yeah, on the left. No real leaders. Yeah, that's the whole point of the anarchists. No real leaders. It's anarchy.
Maybe Innuendo Studios is being held hostage, and like this is his way for crying for help.
Oh, maybe. I don't know. Maybe he's trying to expose them. He's trying to do. He was going to do what we're going to do, but he couldn't let go of the money.
That's right. Innuendo Studios, blink 2 times if you need us to call the police.
Gabe took this.
Also, the starved of emotional connection. It's like, over there how they have the saying, oh, I'm not going to do this free emotional labor. Of course, they all have to be starved for emotional connection. No one wants to do free emotional labor over there.
That's a good point. That's a great point.
If you need any free emotional labor out of me, Sitch, I'm your man. Just let me know.
You guys heard it. You guys heard it. If I ever need free emotional labor, I'm coming at him.
Do it.
And he has to do it. He's on record now.
It's called friendship, man. Get yourself a friend. Get yourself a friend. Even if you're on the left, you can do it. Get yourself a friend. Find someone, ask someone, how do you feel about free emotional labor? That should be your opening salvo with your friend, okay?
But when you're trying to pick up ladies at the bar, you just go up and say, "Hey, baby, how do you feel about free emotional labor?"
No, don't do that. That's the worst pickup advice ever.
Are you sure? I'm gonna try that. It's gonna.
Does it work? Okay.
Oh,
do me a favor and record it. Okay. Put your cell phone. Put your cell phone on. We want you to report back. We want receipts.
PSA Sitch, pickup artist. Hey, baby, how about some free emotional labor? You think that this Innuendo Studios guy could like maintain a friendship with anyone?
Yeah, I'm searching over here, Ian girlfriend. I can't find the story I saw.
No. I mean, I if you're this ideologically possessed, I don't think you can maintain any personal relationships.
Unity and purpose. And but for the rare moments everything goes their way, the alt-right can't maintain either. They can only keep promising his day will come, a story he could get from a $5 palm reading. The feeling there's nothing left but to kill yourself or someone else is so common, it's a meme. But there is a third option. Gabe can leave. Pre-conclusion, for fuck's sake, do not make Gabe your whole ass praxis. Before we continue, I want to state plainly that Gabe went off the deep end because he found a community willing to tell him that because he is a cishet white man, the world revolves around him.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh, please. I know. Isn't the alt-right telling him the opposite of that? It seems like that's their opening salvo.
They're saying the world should revolve around you, but it doesn't.
Right.
Right.
But they're saying everyone's out to get you. The world is anti-white. This is why you have, like, that's their argument.
This is such a
Gabe didn't
like no. Oh my God, this is such a disgusting argument. This is not how any of this works at all whatsoever.
Yeah, completely wrong.
This is the equivalent of you arguing with a woman and saying, "Oh, you're just saying that because you're on your period." Like you're just dismissing someone because of like their biological identity.
Oh man.
And assigning like the most negative, like sexist or racist shit possible you can to them.
I mean, just the basic assumptions are ass backwards.
Yeah.
Do not treat him like this is true. If a fraction of the energy spent having debates with America's Gabes were spent instead on voter reenfranchisement, prisoners' rights, protections for immigrants, statehood for DC, and redistricting, Gabe's opinions, in the societal sense, wouldn't matter.
So why the fuck aren't you wasting your time with this, you fucking asshole?
Yeah.
Why are you talking about voter re-registering for prisoners? Why are you talking about gerrymandering? Why are you talking about real fucking issues?
Yeah.
But no. He's doing this fucking thing he's telling you not to do. He's wasting all his time and energy on this fucking nonsense.
Voter reenfranchisement.
You know who was concerned about voter reenfranchisement? Kanye
Who?
West.
Really? Well, I mean, he already got the prison reform passed.
Right? I thought that was part of I don't know if he got that, but I thought that was part of what he and Kim were pushing was voter reenfranchisement.
He's Innuendo Studios here is also saying we should abolish ICE because the immigrants vote Democrat. That's basically what he's saying here.
Like, and that's crazy. I didn't even really look at the picture.
Yeah.
Like, I like how he's equating immigrants' rights with abolishing ICE. Like
Yeah.
he goes from like 0 to a fucking 100 of this shit every time. Every time, this man is a cartoon character.
Yeah.
Reactionary conservatism is a small and largely unpopular ideology that is only so represented in our culture and politics.
I guess that's why Donald Trump won, huh?
Oh yeah, totally. Well, Hillary really won. Let's be honest.
Well, no, but it's so funny because I forget what it was. I was seeing somebody talk about this. They were talking about how like you simultaneously you want to make the boogeyman that you hate, that you want to lynch. You simultaneously make it like they're this like super powerful conspiracy, but also they're like a tiny minority that you can bully around.
Yeah.
Because they've learned how to game the system. And I get it. Those are huge problems that are going to take years to address, where if you know a Gabe...
Oh, so why waste our time? Let's just make videos about invisible enemies around every corner.
It's hilarious because he's literally admitting, even if he believes all the alt-right conspiracy shit, he's literally saying, if you fixed all these problems, even if there were alt-right people, you could just ignore them because they wouldn't be able to vote properly or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay? But so why isn't he, under his own logic, why the fuck is he wasting his time with this shit then?
There is no logic. It's a long video with no logic.
That's a conversation you could have today. And if you think you can get through to him, it's worthwhile to try. This is a fight on many fronts, and de-radicalization is one of them. But it is...
Don't look at this video for information on how to de-radicalize someone, because you won't fucking find it anywhere near here.
Yeah.
Only one. So please keep it in perspective. It sends an awful message when we spend more time trying to get bigots back on our side than we do the people they are bigoted against. Right. Your value as a lefty does not hinge on whether you can change Gabe's mind.
This guy's insane.
Don't try to change Gabe's mind. Suck off your liberal friend.
Just continue to otherize Gabe while you suck yourself off. This is like the South Park episode. Did you see it where Randy gets the electric car and he starts sniffing his own farts?
No, but there is a lot of fart sniffing going on in this video.
Yeah, this is fart sniffing. This is maximum fart sniffing.
Conclusion: how Gabe gets out. Oh, good. Gabe gets saved. I like this.
Yeah.
Is there watch a gun on a table, a smoking gun on a table here?
Conclusion: how Gabe gets out. He may just grow out of it. These communities skew young, and some folks hit a point where hanging out with edgy teens doesn't feel cool anymore. He may become disillusioned after the movement fails to deliver on its many promises. He may become disillusioned if something goes wrong in his life and his community isn't there for him. If he feels they like his race and his gender, but don't actually care about him. He may be shocked if he sees the alt-right at its worst before being appropriately conditioned. Charlottesville was a step too far for a lot of people. His community may turn on him for any perceived unorthodoxy, and he may leave out of necessity. He may be separated by circumstance from the community, a trip with no internet, hospitalization, arrest, and not be able to top up on the rhetoric. This may lead him to question his beliefs. His community may disappear, either tearing itself apart or getting shut down by authorities. He may have incidental contact with populations he is supposed to hate and have trouble reconciling who they are.
Okay, so it took us to get to the eighth reason. All the other reasons had nothing to do with you, the viewer, like contributing whatsoever. They were all just sit back and don't do fucking shit, and it all self-implode on itself.
Well, and also all of those could either be left or right. Like none of them were
Of course.
things that couldn't happen to you if you were on the left.
Right.
I was like,
right. I just think it's so funny that so far, except for finally we got to a reason that actually involves like active participation from someone who's not a Nazi.
outside that who's not Gabe. Right.
Right. Like so far it's all been like, oh, just don't like I spent 40 minutes telling you about this scary thing, but just don't worry about it because it all just explodes on itself. You don't have to do anything. You know, it's the easiest
just grow
problem in
out
the
of
world.
it or move or
Right. Right. That's the ultimate virtue signal. Feel superior to these people, but you don't have to actually do anything to solve the problem.
it's economic. I like it.
Yep.
He's preaching apathy as well.
That's true.
Just his own brand.
With what he's been told about them. In his community, people bond over shared intolerance, but suddenly being tolerant helps him make friends.
Oh my God. This is such nonsense.
But it's hilarious because you could just like fucking it's like I forget the guy's name. There's like that black guy who goes around and he just becomes friends with like KKK people and he makes them not racist.
Yes.
And it's like it's like that's so much of the solution is just like don't be a fucking piece of shit. Be
don't
friendly.
ostracise them.
Like he's going on and on about how like the alt-right recruits because these people are socially ostracized, which is true. So stop fucking ostracizing.
Yeah.
Like, come
I totally
on.
agree.
This is one reason the alt-right has made a battleground of the liberal arts college campus. He may form or revisit relationships outside the network, people who can offer him the connection he's been looking for. This may reintroduce outside perspectives, but more importantly, it rekindles his ability to have healthy relationships at...
Fucking this motherfucker in Innuendo Studios doesn't even know anything about healthy relationships. I don't think this motherfucker's had a healthy relationship in 5 years.
Yeah.
Something the alt-right has estranged him from. As with recruiters, it seems these escape hatch relationships can sometimes be parasocial, coming to respect a public figure who is on the left or is critical of the alt-right.
Oh my God. Hat tip to what's that guy's name? The ContraPoints, the low discount ContraPoints.
Isn't it Philosophy Tube?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hat tip.
What? Wait a minute. Okay, so wait a minute. First of all, we know this video can't be re-uploaded from 2017 because that video that we covered is not from 2017.
Yeah, it's true.
Right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
But he could easily just dump a couple new things in, which was what I thought he would do.
Oh, you think maybe that's a new?
Yeah, he just threw a new hat tip in there. He's like, Philosophy Tube's my bro. Gotta get left tube YouTube up.
Yeah, because that video is only from 7 months ago.
Yeah. We covered that video.
Yeah.
Notice how he picked one of the pictures with the terrible lighting in it, too. Those badass wings, you can't even see them.
The whole video was terrible lighting. So
yeah.
No, but how insane is this person that he thinks Philosophy Tube's video on Jordan Peterson where this guy is like fucking half naked wearing angel wings, which is setting off every homophobe and alt-righters like disgust mechanism. He thinks that's the video that's gonna like de-radicalize someone.
Yeah, he doesn't.
Mind.
He hasn't read his height. He doesn't know his moral foundations theory. Jeez.
Yeah, I get. Well, though, to be fair, I would not be surprised if Nick Fuentes is a secret gay.
What?
I'm throwing it out there.
Oh,
look,
nice.
I'm just saying it's a little strange to me.
You got the hots for Nick Fuentes? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'm saying, look.
Oh.
Don't you think it's a little strange when you have an influential like internet celebrity who's male and doesn't seem to have any interest in women, doesn't seem to want to leverage, especially an asshole like Nick Fuentes, doesn't want to leverage his power to get into like a relationship with someone? Doesn't it seem a little weird to me?
He's probably banging like 10 chicks.
No,
he doesn't want to get chained down.
No, like there was this really funny stream with him and what's her name?
Wow, you're watching a lot of Fuentes streams. I'm getting a little nervous here. I think the Innuendo Studios guy might have something.
I forget what her name is. It's that, the chick with her eyes are too far apart.
Please don't be alt-right. Brittany Murphy?
Whatever, anyway. Huh?
Brittany Vente?
Yes, wow. I like that I just said her part. You knew exactly the fuck I'm talking about.
She's cute.
But see, the stream with them was hilarious because it was like she was like sort of like hitting on him, and he was so awkward. Like he didn't know how to react to any of this.
Really?
So that's why I don't know. I'm just saying. I have a theory. I have a theory that he's a self-hating gay. That's my theory.
Interesting. I don't know.
I want to see.
I don't know if I buy this, but
Here's the. We have to ask Milo if anyone could suss it out.
oh my! This is why he
Anyone
goes
could
after
suss it
Milo.
It
That's
would
why he
be
goes
Milo.
after Milo. He's like, "You're blowing my cover, Milo." Jeez.
It would be Milo. Yep. Someone, anyone has a connection with Milo, you got to ask Milo. Be like, Milo.
Well, I think your theory is bogus because anyone, I mean, like he would press that card like the right wants, like the gay conservative immediately moves him up the hierarchy.
Nope. No. He would not because he's a super religious Catholic tradcon. So if he
So
was
is
gay,
Milo.
No. If he was, but not like Nick is. If Nick was actually had homophobic or homosexual like thoughts, he would hate it because he'd be like, "Oh, I'm like sinning. I'm like going against God."
I don't know.
That's just my theory. Look, this is a video where we pull out completely bullshit theories out of our butts, okay, and state them as facts. So here's my bullshit theory. I think Nick Fuentes is a secret self-hating gay man.
Joe in the chat knows what's up.
I'm throwing it on the table.
Venti is fucking hot. Too bad she's a dipshit. He said.
Yeah, she's hot, but she's a fucking moron.
I disagree. I mean, she's pretty quick. I mean, she's pretty.
I hate to bring up Destiny again.
She's witty.
But
she is witty.
Have you her conversation, her multiple conversations with Destiny? She's like the biggest moron alive.
Oh, okay. Well, Destiny's really smart, so I might have saw her go up against someone else.
Well, here's the thing.
I can't remember who she gone up against because I did listen to. She had someone on, and I was like, "Dude, this girl is destroying this guy. Leave quick, run! She's making you look like an idiot."
Either she is a moron who didn't understand the conversation, or she was just purposely being super dishonest in the conversation. It's possible.
Dishonest is part of her shtick, though. She acts like a moron.
No, but I don't want to go into the whole argument because it takes too long to explain. But it's like she's completely didn't understand the argument and was just being so misrepresentative that you're like, are you so stupid that you don't understand what you're doing, or you're just being like a lying hack? So, whatever. We'll move on.
Someone he is close to may compel him to choose me or the movement. A lot of young men leave to save a romantic relationship. Hearing stories from people who've already jumped.
I said girlfriend.
There aren't a lot of public formers, and some raise questions as to their sincerity. But it is getting more common, and maybe the closest we get to exit counseling for the alt-right. He may become aware of the ways he's being manipulated, or have them revealed to him, maybe because he stumbled into breadtooth. I don't know. Knowledge that you are being...
I know, exactly.
This
big laugh for that one, guys.
Yeah, like this guy thinks his videos are fucking de-radicalizing a soul. No.
Yeah.
Indoctrinated is no guarantee it won't work. You are not immune to propaganda, but it can help one resist. And he may revisit a core belief system that you...
Wait a minute.
Buddhism saved him. I love it.
Wait a minute. I need to...
Counseling for the alt-right. He may become aware of the ways he's being manipulated, or have them revealed to him, maybe because he stumbled into breadtooth. I don't know. Knowledge that you are being indoctrinated is no guarantee it won't work. You are not immune to propaganda, but it...
So wait a minute. Is he admitting that his videos are fucking propaganda? Is that what just happened?
Yeah, he did. You caught it. I was hypnotized by the Rice Krispie treat.
He's admitting that his videos are propaganda.
Yeah. That's exactly what he said. You just stumbled onto one of my propaganda videos. You are not immune to it.
Yeah, he literally just said, you knowing that this video is propaganda does not prevent you from being immune to the effects of it.
Yeah. But he's doing it for good, Sitch. So, it's not.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's not dishonest grifting.
I know. I'm just such an idealist. I just don't, I want to have real arguments and not just be emotional propaganda bullshit. I know. It's terrible.
No, we have to contact him and we have to say, listen, We just want to do some grifting, okay? We don't believe in any of this nonsense, but since you understand that propaganda actually works, and since we're going to be grifting your side, help us out. Give us a shout out. We want some of these 400,000 views.
Yeah, you're right. That's brilliant. We'll do it. We're doing it, folks. We're going full SJW grifter.
No way. He would just immediately out us. Oh, these right-wing alt-right trying to get in our grumble, grumble, grumble.
It can help one resist. And he may revisit a core belief system that used to guide him, be it religion or social justice or a really wholesome fandom.
Oh my God.
Be reminded.
Wholesome fandom. Yeah.
Steven Universe is like known for being the worst fandom in existence.
Oh, really? Ha.
Like, this is literally the fandom that I think made a girl attempt suicide over the way she drew a character.
What? Oh my God.
Like, she
talk
drew
about
a
purity
character-
testing.
Yeah, like she drew a character looking too thin and too white, and they harassed this young teenage girl into like trying to commit suicide. And it got so bad, literally the creators of the show had to tell the fans to like stop. And then after the creators of the show did this, the fans turned on the creators.
Oh my God, they tried to get the creators to commit suicide.
Like, what the fuck world does this guy live in? This is a troll.
He must not know.
How is this not a troll, Adam?
Yeah, he's saying this is propaganda and then this.
Reminded of the identity he used to have. Moments like these, in isolation or in aggregate, can inspire Gabe to jump. They are also good times for friends to intervene. The reach and the impunity that comes with the internet means it has never been easier to fall into reactionary conservatism. It has also never been easier to
It's
get
like a
out.
tar pit.
Yeah, it's never been easier to fall into reactionary conservatism. It's also never been easier to fall into like this insane left-wing SJW communist bullshit either. Like,
Yeah, Brett
God
too.
Damn.
People who exit skinhead gangs often fear for their lives. For Gabe, there's a chance getting out is as simple as going to a different website.
Opening a
Much
Tumblr
of his community
account.
does not know his name or his face, and he may not be important enough to dox. What doesn't get Gabe out, not reliably, not that I have seen, is an argument with a stranger who proves all his facts wrong and his ideology bunk. Facts don't
true.
always work because facts don't care about his feelings. This was about...
So this whole video is fucking useless. It's not gonna help anyone get any alt-righter out of anything.
Yeah.
staying in a community and holding on to an identity that mattered to him. It was about belonging. And that is something a rando from the other side of the culture war can't give him and probably shouldn't be responsible for.
No, you totally can. That's what that guy does. He just becomes people's friends. You want to know how to help people not get sucked in the alt-right? Stop ostracizing people. Stop criticizing people for being white cis males and saying that they're automatically sexist racist because of their fucking biological identity. Stop saying, if you don't agree with all my political opinions, you're automatically a Nazi. This is on you.
Yeah.
The theme here is human connection. Before he can do the work of disentangling.
Where's the human connection to some woke piece of shit yelling at you on Twitter and calling for you to be canceled? Where's the human connection in that?
Himself and facing the guilt of what he's believed and maybe done, he has to know there's something for him on the other end of it. That the right hasn't ruined him. They've told him all of history is groups fighting each other over status and that without his clan, he'll be in exile.
Wait a minute. That's literally what the fucking SJWs believe. That's literally what critical race theory says.
Yep, totally.
That the world is just composed of resource struggles based on your fucking skin color and your ethnic group.
Hierarchies of oppression.
This is madness.
He knows nothing about conservatism. He knows nothing about the conservative ideology. Like he couldn't attack any of the arguments because he doesn't know the arguments.
No, this is like a Lovecraftian novel. Like, you know, like in Lovecraft, when you like see the ancient monster, it drives you insane. and you become like a cult leader. This is what it. This is a Lovecraftian monster. Like this is like The Ring. Like you see the film and it drives you mad.
Yeah.
This is the madness of Lovecraft right here. This is insane.
He needs a better story. I don't know that lefty spaces are ideal for this, in no small part because bringing someone who's a bit of a Nazi but working on it into diverse communities is questionable. And it probably wouldn't be good for him either. Having just gotten out of a toxic belief system, he's going to be deeply skeptical of all ideologies. In a perfect world, people who care about Gabe could build...
I like how he ignores the fact that like all the fucking woke people will just say that he's a horrible Nazi and they won't believe it.
Yeah, they don't practice forgiveness. It's not part of their core belief system.
No. The only way they practice forgiveness and acceptance is if it's like you make a total 100, like 180, like repentance. Like, oh, everyone I associate with was a horrible Nazi. You guys are right about everything.
Yeah. Well, I'm skeptical. I mean, it worked for Caleb, but he was on the cover of the New York Times. So he had like this status thing that they were like, oh, look.
Well, and he serves a useful purpose because he would validate their alt-right pipeline narrative.
Right. Somebody who didn't have that status boost would probably not serve that purpose or any purpose, really.
Right.
For him, to use a therapy term, a holding space. Someplace private, physical or digital, where Gabe can work out his feelings. Where he...
See, they totally conceptualize conservatism as a mental illness because of this whole, like, if you're recovering from your mental illness, it's understandable. Because, you know, you had a mental illness. But now you're getting better. You're returning to normal society without the mental illness. We just have a different type of mental illness.
Is both encouraged and expected to be better, but is not in the moment judged. That comes later. It is delicate and time-consuming work that should not be done in public, but we find these beliefs built up over the course of months or years tend to fall away very quickly with a shift of environment.
He's like, I have something to admit. I'm a man. I'm sorry.
I'm a man, and I don't shave my neck. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for being white.
I'm sorry for being a white male. I'm also cis. I'm straight. It's so bad.
I'm sorry. I never realized how toxic my heteronormative belief system was.
my existence, merely by existing as a cis het white man, I am validating the patriarchy and validating white racism, and I am oppressing poor minorities.
This guy's got apology written all over his face.
I know. I wonder what this footage is from. He's taking like stock apology footage, like stock drug therapy footage.
Yeah, exactly. He's not just conservative, man. This guy like stole somebody's car and wrecked it into a tree.
Yeah, this is an AA meeting right here.
Yeah, totally.
Environment. Change Gabe's surroundings and you change Gabe. But instead, a lot of people who jump are functionally deprogramming themselves, which is working for a lot of them, but it's haphazard. And there are recidivists.
So,
oh no.
I know. First of all, wait, but that doesn't make
didn't
sense.
We
Caleb
say useful purpose? Oh,
what?
They're using him.
Yeah, exactly.
They're using him. Poor Caleb.
Caleb didn't even say he de-radicalized himself. He said it was a combination of destiny and ContraPoints.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious because I bet Innuendo Studios hates Destiny with a passion.
Yeah.
Because he's arguing against all the commies right now. It's hilarious.
Yeah. Destiny's a truth seeker.
Well, I don't know. I sometimes, a lot of times, more than most, I would say. But I do think he gets sucked into a lot of bullshit.
He's willing to explore the opposition's argument, though. He doesn't want to be on the wrong side of an argument, which forces you to look for truth. Don't you think?
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, I agree with that.
Ian's never going to get on the other side of this argument because he's never even going to explore the other side of the argument. Like Destiny,
he doesn't understand it.
Yeah, Destiny's willing to engage with the other side of the argument because he's willing to talk to anyone. Like sooner or later, you encounter arguments that you didn't quite expect.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and also the best way to defeat someone in a debate is to understand their argument. You have to understand their argument.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge.
Ender's Game. You have to understand someone in order to destroy them.
Yeah. That's what I like to do. I like to destroy people.
If you don't personally know a Gabe or have training as a counselor, you
I
may
thought he was going to say, if you don't personally know a gay, I forgot the guy's name was gay for a second. Jeez, you homophobe.
Whew.
not be in a position to help him. Possibly there are things you can do to disrupt the recruitment process or prevent infiltration of spaces you're in. I'm looking into it, but talk to your mods. But elephant in the room, meaningful change will require reform on the part of platform holders.
So if you have a friend that's conservative, you got to look out. Like they may be looking to get out of their mental illness anytime soon.
Look, just deplatform them and tell your mods to get them kicked. Like that's gonna really. Wait a minute. This whole fucking thing is about like the problems where these people get isolated, and his solution is to isolate them. What is happening?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Tools to disrupt this process already exist and are being used on groups like ISIS, but they're not being used on the alt-right because they try oh so hard not to get classified as terrorists. And also any functioning anti-radicalization policy would require banning a lot of conservative politicians. So there's that. But what makes our story better than theirs is that the fight for social and economic justice, though it is long and difficult and frustrating, when it works, it fulfills the promise the right can't keep. It materially makes people's lives better. I am not prone to sentimentality or to giving these videos happy endings, but one thing we have that the alt-right doesn't is hope.
So this is why this guy's full of shit. Okay, he showed this. They all do the same shit. Okay, they're like, we're actually, we're all for positive change, and they show the civil rights movement. This motherfucker is not for the civil rights movement. He's for communism. Okay, what material positive change has communism brought the world, comrade?
Nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. Thank you. What hope is there in communism?
Yeah. Equal distribution of resources is the hope of communism.
Yep. There it is, folks. We made it. We slogged through the literal insanity of an H.P. Lovecraft novel, and we came out the other side alive.
This wasn't even a record stream, but if we're going to get shit in the comments, I can feel it already.
It feels like a record stream. Just
it
the
does.
emotional labor at it.
I know. All this free. I guess it wasn't free. Nice. We got paid for our emotional labor.
No, it was paid for. That's right. But like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Ian's never going to come on.
Andrew Cruz for 2 Canadians says, good show, NSA Snitch and Adam Pending. Friend request. Thank you very much, Andrew. We did it, Andrew. We made it. Hi, all for £2 says they're using reverse psychology to make racism. I'm not convinced. I said that as a joke, but that could actually be happening.
Yeah.
I'm not even joking. I could believe the conspiracy theory that this guy is a secret alt-righter. I could believe it.
Yeah, there's a bunch of cryptos over there.
Yeah.
They gotta be.
Alex Karras for $5 says I should have bought Adam's mic stand. I went with a cheaper one and regret it. Let's just say I had to clamp lumber to my desk to make it work. That is, I'm sorry, Alex. That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
I actually asked Adam. I said, "What's the mic stand you use?" And he told me, and I think I'm using the exact same one.
It's good.
Right?
I love it.
You use the Rode, right?
Yeah, I move it around. Yeah. I've been moving it around for 6 hours now. So
I got the Rode. I don't know.
Sometimes I tighten it up.
Ah, shit. Adam has whatever the mic stand that he uses in your description, I think. Or did you just? I don't know. Whatever it is, I wish I could tell you. I don't remember what it was called. It's by Rode.
It's a Rode mic stand. Definitely.
It was I think it was like $70, $80, which is expensive. But let me tell you something. I have this thing for like 2 or 3 years, and it works beautifully. Haven't had any problems with it. Matt Magna for $2 says, wait, red tube or bread tube, since both kind of work. There you go.
I think they're interchangeable. at this day and age.
De-radicalizing with porn. Make it happen. Mr. Demento for $2 says, such projection. I know. This is the record. This is a projection record. There's nothing. We've not watched anything on this level ever.
Yeah. I think my takeaway just that this is like he's basically describing tribalism and penning tribalism on the right as if the left doesn't have any form of tribalism is just completely out of touch with reality.
Right. Why Am I Sober for $5 says, instead of canceling people who said no words, why don't we cancel the banks that caused the 2008 housing crash? Oh my God. You are so fucking right. You know why? Because all the pre-SJWs who were Occupy Wall Street, they all totally went to Wall Street and started a big protest and were so fucking inept that they couldn't get a single policy together to tell the government to pass. And they failed. They failed so hard at enacting real change that they said, you know what? How do we get all this anger, all this SJW anger out, but it's like have the world change in response so we feel validated? Let's stop talking about economics and let's start talking about bullshit SJW microaggressions. Let's bully people with this racism and sexism stuff. That's what happened.
Yeah, definitely.
Reckoning for 5 Aussie bucks says, Stitch. Oh, Sitch. You already fucked up. You already fucked up, Reckoning. I think you mentioned you are Jewish and support the Jewish ethno state.
Oh my God.
This isn't good in a video. We're trying to criticize this alt-right video, and he just launches right into it. And support the Jewish ethnic state of Israel. Why do you deny the same to those of European heritage? You're proving Innuendo Studios right, Reckoning. You're proving Innuendo Studios right. First of all, I've talked about this a million fucking. First of all, I have talked about being Jewish like constantly on stream, so this guy must not listen very often.
No, he knows. He knows. And you did a video on it. I mean,
I guess I don't know, but when we they all fucking ask the same question. First of all, you don't have to be Jewish to be a citizen of Israel. Israel is not a Jewish ethno state. Okay, this has been done. There's like 25% of the population of Israel is not Jewish. So this is a bullshit point completely. And secondly, there's a difference between a country existing for a religious group, okay, because it's not just Ashkenazi Jews, it's all Jews of all the various ethnic groups that can exist in the world. Okay, there's a difference between a country existing for a religious group that had been persecuted historically for thousands of years and dramatically during World War II. There's a difference between that existing and that country not denying citizenship to non-Jews but allowing citizenship to Jews automatically. There's a difference between that and saying, hey, I want my country to only be for magic white people that I'm going to define as white. It's a completely different situation. It's a bullshit comparison. Anyway, you don't agree, Adam? You're laughing at me.
I'm laughing first because I'm watching Carjackers for Jesus and it's hilarious. But
oh my God!
I'm also laughing. I mean, Israel is an ethno state, is it not? I mean,
no, it's not an ethno state. You could say
it's a multicultural state.
Again, you don't have to be you don't have. There's 25% of the population is not Jewish, and Jewish isn't an ethnicity; it's a religion.
Okay.
I'm gonna kill you anyway. I've answered this question a million times. STFU Gabe for $2 says, "Thanks for sticking up for me with this stream." You're welcome. I'm so sorry, Gabe. You got dragged through the mud this stream.
Yeah, definitely.
Alex Karras for $5 says, "I'm leaving this super chat as a timestamp for clips." There you go, Alex. At 8:54 p.m. Andrew Cruz for 2 Canadian says, "I'm a man, but I can change if I have to, I guess."
Yeah,
there you go.
That's exactly what we saw there.
Ekons for $4.99 says, "This feels like a Franz Kafka novel, not Lovecraft. I have read both. I have to read both." Look, no. This is like a Kafka novel inside a Lovecraft novel. That's the truth.
Interesting. That would be good. An AI should actually write that novel so we can read it.
It already did. It's this fucking video.
Oh, okay. This video was
Hummer
terrible.
Eduardo, I know. Hummer Eduardo Rodriguez Medrano for $2 says, I can hear kids in the background making a mess. What?
Is that it? Maybe my wife and her
know.
friend are making a bunch of noise in the background.
Oh,
Maybe
really?
that's what it is.
That's hilarious. I can't. That's weird. I don't hear the background noise that other people hear. So, Matt Magnan for $5 says communism is the most bourgeoisie ideology. The proletariat never truly calls for the uprising. Am I right? Also, carjackers for Jesus. We're watching it right now. It's on the screen right now, isn't it?
Well, without volume, but you can see how amazing it
Yeah,
looks.
but you can see. You just got to see it. It's like Watchmen, Adam. You just have to see the pretty colors.
Look at that shot. That shot's amazing. I planned that shot out. That's just an amazing shot. Are you kidding me?
Look at this beautiful cinematography. It's so beautiful.
Look at beautiful Southern California. Oh, you
So
can't
beautiful.
see it. What do you? I'd open another watch together one.
I'm watching it. I'm watching it delayed. I don't know what shot you're talking about. I'm watching it 20 seconds behind you.
Oh, okay. I paused it. This guy was such a great actor. He did such a good job for us.
Victor M for $5 says, with that conclusion, how is he not radicalizing more people? This guy's 100% radicalizing more people.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Every
I feel 10 times more radical just after watching this.
I know. Sidis77 for $2 says, every Gabe I know is Hispanic. Oof. He's being
that's kind of funny.
racist.
I feel like I know a lot of Gabes that are Hispanic too. Because it's short for Gabriel.
You're right. I know a Gabriel who's Hispanic. I don't know a single Gabe. You're right. Oh my God. This is alt-right propaganda. He's saying that this guy's Hispanic. Oh my God, he's so racist. That's crazy.
Terrible.
UM536 videos for $4.99 says, thanks for talking on Innuendo Studios. He is tough to argue against because he is unconcerned with contradictions in his argument. This motherfucker is unconcerned with reality itself. This motherfucker is like Galactus level, like reality warping manipulation. Like, Jesus. Pragmatic Culture for $2 says, answer DM, Sitch. Pragmatic Culture is like begging me to fucking have him on the stream.
Wants to debate you?
Yeah. I don't look. And I think I said this before. When we do a call-in stream or something, I don't have a problem having him on first or whatever. I don't want to I'm not going to do a whole fucking stream with you, Pragmatic Culture. Okay.
Yeah, we get a bunch of complaints when we invite huge YouTubers on that they're like, we want to hear you guys talk. We're not here.
Complaints?
Yeah, people complain in the comment section.
Yeah, but usually those videos get more views, so sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry, complainers.
But I'm saying that, obviously we're inviting big YouTubers on that are like celebrities, right? Because it helps us grow our channel and stuff like that. And people still complain.
I know. Look, again, when we do, and I could have swore I said this originally, I don't have a problem when we do a call-in or whatever. If we have a day that we can't decide anything, that I'll debate you, Pragmatic Culture, about whatever dumb Jew shit you want, or whatever alt-right, or whatever pro-monarchy position. I don't know, whatever your crazy positions. Like, we're not gonna spend a whole stream. No one cares. We're not gonna spend a whole stream debating you on this stuff, Pragmatic Culture.
I did a debate, if you want to look it up, with Pragmatic Culture on whether or not monarchy, it's on the Modern Day Debate channel, is better than democracy. And obviously I took the democracy side.
Yeah,
but it's pretty funny.
Yeah.
But I have lately enjoyed arguing with people on Discord and recording it for my channel. So if you want to, if anyone wants to debate me, I know you guys all want Sitch because he's like the hero, and I'm only the sidekick. Joke, by the way.
They calling you the sidekick.
I am obviously the one.
Adam. You must kill Sitch and assume his role as the hero.
I am the one that runs this show. Okay, listen, you guys don't see the puppet strings. They're off camera. Okay,
you know what? It's literally I don't even know how to run a stream without Adam because he does all the technical stuff.
Exactly.
I literally don't know how to do it.
Sitch is not bright enough to even buy a fucking computer. Like, he doesn't know how to buy a fucking computer. How stupid do you have to be?
I'm so mad. I finally finally ordered a fucking computer.
Oh no! Oh no!
On Cyber Monday, and I paid extra to have like 3-day shipping. They still haven't even started putting it together yet. It's been like a week. I'm like, fuck, never getting this fucking computer.
Oh, that's hilarious. So, but if you wanna DM me on Twitter, I'm on Twitter far more than I should be, and yeah, I'll argue with you about whatever you want and put it on my channel.
Right. But to end the pragmatic culture situation, you're just gonna have to be patient. Because I'll argue you. We just have to have nothing else to do.
Oh, no.
That's what I'm trying to say. It's got to be either a call-in show or we have nothing else to do. I'm not going to block out time to argue with your pragmatic culture. So that's I'm sorry. That's just the way it is. TDS Sitch. Oh, TDS Sitch with the pink pussy hat. For $1.99 says TDS PSA boycott, boycott, boycott. There it is. Reckoning again for another 10 Aussie bucks says, why does Jewish come up in ancestry genetic test? Okay, as I said multiple times in the past, and as I said just now, there are multiple different Jewish ethnic groups. Ashkenazi is just one of them. And 2, explain Netanyahu's nation-state law. I completely disagree with Netanyahu's nation-state law and think he's an asshole. And I think that the super conservative Jews in Israel who are trying to enact that shit are all horrible bigots. Yeah. There's lots of fucked up things about Israel. You can't have a non-religious wedding in Israel.
Really?
Like you can have one, but it won't
bigoted.
be acknowledged. It's super bigoted, and it won't be acknowledged by, like, you can have one, it just won't be acknowledged by the state. Like,
do you have to stomp on the glass? Otherwise, you're not. If the state won't acknowledge it, is that what's going on?
Like, it's like if you're Jewish and you want to marry someone who's not Jewish, or you're like secular,
really
shit, and you have to go to, like, I forget where it is. They go to some country. You have to like fly to some other country and get married.
Miscegenation? They have miscegenation laws in Israel.
It's not.
This is not making a good case for you against the ethno state.
No. It's not miscegenation. It's again, it's not ethno state. It's a religious shit.
Right.
Like you can have in Israel, you can be Christian and marry another Christian and have a Christian ceremony.
I'm literally interested.
You just
in
can't
making
be
Christianity
atheist.
An ethnicity, and you're telling me. Someone said the problem is you have to separate the culture and the biology. I can't remember.
Of course.
I can't remember what they said. But ethnicity is a term we should abandon. They made an argument that ethnicity is a term that we should abandon, and they convinced me, yes, we should abandon that term because it's so damn confusing.
I agree. We should be relating it to country of origin. Or
culture
like
or race. Those are the two terms you should use. Culture or race. It's either about race or it's about culture.
Well,
and
I don't
you're
know.
saying,
I think
you're saying Israel is a culture state, correct? Not a race.
It's not.
State.
No, it's not. It's like, no. It's a religious state. I mean, there's no word for.
But that's a culture thing.
I
guess
it's a culture.
Yeah.
I guess that's fair.
Monoculture.
But you don't have to be. But again, you don't have to be Jewish to be a citizen.
Right.
It's just dominated by Jews because the majority of people there are Jews. Like any
Yeah,
other country
have
that
a
has
Jewish majority.
Any other country that has a majority of a culture, or ethnic group, or whatever.
Right.
But no, but you can be Christian and marry another Christian and have a Christian service, and the state of Israel will acknowledge it. You can be, Muslim and have a Muslim marriage. They just don't acknowledge interfaith marriages and atheist marriages.
Right. There are people who like diversity, and there are people who like homogeneity.
Right. Because, and here's the funny thing too. It's because all the conservative Jews in Israel are operating under the same conservative moral foundations of like the tradcon, like Christians in America, and the alt-right that are tradcons, like Nick Fuentes. They're all operating under the same moral foundations, just to different degrees.
Right.
And number 3, why are rabbis using genetic tests to verify someone's Jewishness? You're dodging and lying. No, I literally fucking I've said a million I think it's hilarious that some guy who obviously doesn't listen to the streams regularly. When I've talked about this a million fucking times, because all these fucking people come onto the stream and try
Are
to
these
say
super
this
chats
bullshit.
or?
This is super chat. I'm not gonna.
Yeah.
I wouldn't respond to this in normal chat, obviously.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there are Jewish. Different Jewish ethnic groups, but they're not all the same. There's a reason why they say like Ashkenazi Jews have the higher IQ, but Sephardic Jews don't.
Because it's a different ethnic group. Gotcha.
Right. El Lechero for $2 says
Yeah.
Rice Krispies
Are for cucks.
are for cucks. Is
That's
that
pretty
directed at you,
hilarious.
Adam?
Of course. I think I just ate like 4 of them. So.
Oh, those Rice Krispie treats are good. I don't know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Very Dead Horse for 499 says, unrelated to the stream, but what are your thoughts about exposing young children to drag queens? YouTubers are arguing about it. The idea bothers me. I think that all the drag queen story time bullshit is 100% SJW indoctrination. I don't care about drag queens, but they are completely trying to indoctrinate small children in a way that I don't.
I don't like it either. Yeah.
So
bugs the shit out of me.
You shouldn't be indoctrinating small children on any of this shit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't want drag queens doing story time to little children. I don't want fucking Dennis Prager talking about the war on Christmas to little children. I don't want any of this shit.
Yeah.
Okay? Let little children read the
fucking
let little children read the stupid little apolitical Red Riding Hood story tales without any of this nonsense. They don't need this in their lives. Okay.
They can learn about science and stuff. Oh, politicization. I mean, they can learn about political. There's nothing they can learn about. Damn it. Sucks. Reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? The 3 R's.
Big Kev Sexy Man for $5 says, Sitch doesn't actually exist. It's just Adam throwing his voice and having a conversation with himself.
God, I wish I was that talented. That'd be amazing.
I mean, you guys haven't seen us together in the same room, so.
Sitch does all the voices.
Maybe I do the voices. Maybe Adam just moving his mouth.
I'm doing my mouth flaps
right now.
I am. I'm trying.
Pragmatic Culture for $2 says, rude.
Rude.
Pragmatic Culture. I am rude.
Rude.
I'm a rude boy. Yes. And Reckoning for another 5 Aussie bucks again says, where are the black Asian Jews in Israel? Thoughts on Israel for giving birth control to Ethiopians without their consent? Why did they do that? I thought that was something a crazy person. I don't think they actually did that. I could have swore that was something someone suggested. One of these like really conservative, crazy people suggested it. Obviously, I disagree with that because I'm not racist. Like this is. And actually,
I was just looking. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead. Well, I was gonna say if you're black or Asian Jewish, I'm pretty sure you can be a citizen of Israel. Like the reason why there's not a lot of them is because there's not a lot of black Asian Jews running around. I know that's like a crazy concept. But.
The birth control thing, giving birth control to other consent. I just listened to this podcast not too long ago. I can't. They were tracking down women in America that had been sterilized without their consent and giving them some sort of like cash. We done fucked up money. Yeah, in America. It was like
why were they doing that?
They were sterilizing them. There was some law on the books about sterilizing morons, people who are not. Is moron acceptable? I know you're not supposed to use the R word anymore, but mentally disabled people. Yeah. So they were sterilizing them without their consent. Oh man, it's gut wrenching. I was like fighting back the waterworks. It's so sad what they did to these people. But this reminded me of it because is he making the case that this is something that Israel had done? I mean, this is going on in America
Okay, I
too.
found 2 stories.
Okay.
One that's validating it and one that's contradicting it.
Okay.
So there's an independent article from 2013 that says Israel admitted for the first time that it had been giving Ethiopian Jewish immigrants birth control injections, often without their knowledge or consent. The government had previously denied the practice, but the Israeli Health Minister Director General have now ordered gynecologists to stop administering the drugs, according to a report to Haaretz. Suspicions were first raised by investigative journalist Gal Gabi, a nice Jewish lady, who interviewed more than 30 women from Ethiopia in an attempt to discover why birth rates in the community had fallen dramatically. One of the Ethiopian women was interviewed is quoted as saying the medical staff told us they are inoculations, but they were giving them something called Depo-Provera, which is some sort of contraception.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously I'm not in favor of that, and that's fucking psychotic.
Yeah,
That's what
definitely.
was happening. So here's this other article from 2017 that I haven't read yet. It seems to be trying to make some sort of counter argument, saying Israel admits Ethiopian women given birth control shots. Blah 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 blah. It is, of course, important to correct the impression that Israel acknowledged playing a role in the story and as such, whether these were systematic. If the investigation revealed there are no systemic efforts, I'll happily say so. Blah, blah. More important news here is the reason for checks were given. The investigation will check the reports that women were given the shots to prevent pregnancy, often against their will. Blah, blah, blah. This isn't helpful. Okay, but so yeah, obviously I denounce crazy... I don't think they were sterilized, but they were given contraception without their knowledge. That's obviously psychotic behavior, and anyone who did that should be in jail for a very long time.
Luke Huff says, Adam, tell your woman to shut up. I muted.
Oh, can you hear some?
I could hear them. They're walking around talking. So that's hilarious.
The Lucifer 199 says, is Dave Rubin really a Christian now? Did he? I don't know if he said he was Christian.
He's not a Christian. He's Jewish. He believes in God. Yeah.
Oh, David Rubin's Jewish?
Yeah. You didn't. We just did a picture with Dave Rubin in it.
I wasn't counting Dave Rubin as Jewish.
Oh, well, I told you you should.
That's hilarious. So that's another Jew that's part of the alt-right apparently. But
yeah, exactly.
I don't think he said
the gay Jew Dave Rubin.
Okay, there you go. I thought he said, oh no, he's saying I'm no longer, 5 days ago, I'm no longer an atheist. So there it is. Dave Rubin, no longer atheist. Talking to Jordan, he said Jordan Peterson gave him the God pill, everyone. So there it is. Mr. George Matthew 499 says indoctrination only works if you get to people when they are young. I would say usually. I'd say that's definitely true. I don't know if it's the only way to do it. But as you're saying, like as even this guy was saying in the video, there is truth to this idea that if you're in a bad situation and you're isolated, that you can be indoctrinated. But getting them when they're young is usually it. And that's part of the whole drag queen reading bullshit. They're trying to indoctrinate them when they're young. Universum for 2 Aussie bucks says, I grope you too, but you are the best Jews. Thank you, Universum.
Cool. Not Jewish, but thanks anyway.
Yeah, I'm the only Jew here. Adam's a dirty Christian atheist.
Yeah.
El Lecho for $5 says, can we get a Dave Rubin on for a drag queen story time? Yeah, I want to see Dave Rubin have the drag queen story times.
Wow.
Yeah. Reckoning for 5 Aussie bucks says, so a religious state for Jewish ethnicities is okay, but a Christian state for different European ethnicities is not. You're not consistent.
Reckoning is really lighting you up, man.
Look, as long as they keep paying me, and my Jewish blood calls to the money. I don't care as long as shekels flow. As long as the shekels flow, whatever. But
he's conflicted here. You got him.
No,
you got him over a barrel.
Yeah, exactly. But no, look, if there was any ethnic group or religious group that had been persecuted to the extent that Jews were and suffered a systemic genocide attempt, I wouldn't, and that group of people had their own country, I would be totally fine with it. I don't care. I literally wouldn't care whatsoever. I mean, that's part of, and here's the thing, I'm not really comfortable, and we've talked about this, I'm not really comfortable talking about what Europe should do for immigration purposes, because I'm American, and America is a country of immigrants. So I can understand that there's different ideas between what a European country should be like and what America should be like.
Yeah, nation of immigrants is part of the fabric of our genesis.
Right. So I don't want to sit here and moralize about what Europe should do. And I've also said a million times that I understand the concerns about, Muslim immigration into European countries a lot more than I understand the fears about, Latin immigration into America. So
Just the fact that we have a democratic state, if people wanted something like an ethno state, they would vote for it, right?
right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, they did vote for it for hundreds of years. We had like a fucking ethno state. It
well, the
wasn't.
fact
It was beyond an ethno state. It was an Anglo-Saxon state.
right. And that's people aren't voting for that now.
No, people voted to do away with that. So
Yeah.
Citi77 for $5 says eugenics started in America. Unsurprisingly, in some colleges, you can find intellectuals complaining how the Nazis were ahead of the U.S. in that field. Wow, dark, very crazy.
Dark.
Hammer Rodriguez for $5 says, I thought somniferous was a common word, is common in Spanish. Interesting. Yes, I used to watch Sinatra Says, and he's really dumb. He even lost against Chank's nephew, Hassan. Wow. Sad.
Sinatra Said debated Hassan?
I guess so.
That's interesting. Yeah, I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, he to be fair, I mean, look, I don't watch any of his content, so I can't comment. He was very minorly involved in that blood sports debate. Like he said like two things, called me fake news, and then like rage quit. So
yeah, I don't think he actually rage quit. I actually like Sinatra Says. I think he was,
or he just left. I don't
having
know,
some
whatever.
fun. Yeah, he was basically having some fun.
But
he did. He's a Trump supporter, so obviously
he's 100% right-wing TDS. He didn't like that I was talking shit about Nunes. Sheepless Dreamer for $1 says, how does he not realize that the left and the SJW is the exact same thing? They both live in the bubble, but the left somehow outworsens the right every time they accuse the right of doing it. For example, if you challenge their ideas, you will get blocked.
Mm-hmm.
Because he lives in the bubble, because this guy's a fucking psycho.
I'm not blocked, though.
You're not blocked. I don't know why. I don't know why I'm blocked.
I'm still on good terms. Blocked. Yeah.
I don't know what I tweeted at him.
What did you do?
I don't know. Probably called him a fucking moron. Paradox for $3 says, people are saying this video is a re-upload, but even if it is, it was as bad in the past as it is in the present. Yeah, and look, again, he had that picture of philosophy tube, so unless he just added that, it's only 7 months old.
He added it.
Maybe. Paradox Engine for $3 says, Lauren Chen weighs in on the porn stuff. Should people be allowed to engage in sex acts in public areas, sidewalks, parks, etc., under freedom of expression? Why or why not? Yeah.
Oh my God.
She had a I like Ronin Millennial, who she used to be a big fan of my content. I don't know if she still is anymore.
Oh, really? Huh.
Yeah.
Interesting. She turned
There's actually,
on
I forget. I don't know if she ever turned on me. I'm just saying I don't know if she likes my content, but anymore. I'm trying to remember. She was talking to someone, and she said she shouted me out by name as being an awesome YouTube channel.
Oh, that's awesome. I didn't like her take on how 16-year-olds shouldn't vote.
Yeah, of course, but I think she had a bad take on the porn stuff, because Matt Walsh, who we were talking about earlier, he said that pornography shouldn't be free speech because you can't, have sex in a public park. That was his line of reasoning. And to me, that's the dumbest, you can't, in a public park, you can't run over to people and start shouting like, fuck you, and then start calling them like the N-word to their face. Okay. Like it's your free speech right to say things like that. But that doesn't mean that in any situation you can run over and just do crazy shit like that. So This is not a good argument that just because you can't have sex in public doesn't mean that pornography is not free speech related. Which, first of all, that's not even true. Legally, I'm pretty sure pornography is considered free speech. Wasn't that a court case? Isn't that where the I'll note when art. I see it meme comes from?
Sure, exactly.
Yeah. So and it seemed like roaming or Lauren Chen, it seemed like she agreed with that point and I didn't see what the poll results were, but it seemed like she sort of agreed with that point, which I think is a bad take. Gabe, oh my God, it's Gabe. It's the Gabe, everybody.
It's the real Gabe.
It's the real Gabe for $1 152 says, "Damn, if only we had a baby Yoda, Sitch." Nudge, nudge.
Let me see.
Oh,
if I
he
can
wants
fix
someone
that.
to draw a baby Yoda, Sitch. I get it. Okay. That would be pretty cute.
I even have. Where's my baby?
Don't put
Yoda?
it to baby Sitch, you fucking bastard.
Where's my baby? Oh, I got baby.
Oh my
Sitch.
god, he's gonna
Baby
do
babies.
it. Paradox Ender for $3 says, "I remember the boards and YouTube after Charlottesville. People were disavowing, accusing Spencer of talking to feds and finding Jewish relatives of members of the alt-right was in a total meltdown. Of course, it's not the same alt-right Innuendo talks about." I remember that too. I remember after Charlottesville, everyone on poll was like, party's over, alt-right's over. I completely remember that happening. Paradox for $1 says, "Also, did Sitch just blue the Jew?" Sitch, explain yourself. Did I blue the Jew? I don't know what that means. I know that like alt-right people are now coloring people blue as like a way to stand in for them being Jewish. So. Paradox for $1 says, "Oh, Dr. Manhattan, total Jew." Oh,
trying to take over the world.
Paradox Ender for $1 says, "Let's pause to appreciate how praxis is communist lingo and Innuendo uses it correctly." Praxis is communist innuendo? Wait a minute. I didn't know this. I only knew what the word praxis meant because I literally today saw that fucking Quentin Reviews used it in a tweet, and I looked it up because I was like, what the fuck is praxis? So that would be hilarious if that's communist lingo. That's pretty funny that Quentin is using it too. Paradox for $2 says, "Brittany Ventney is currently fighting on Twitter about porn. Apparently she's been saying porn should be banned for a long time. I hate her because she rejected Rod Brisalu's advances. I wanted them to get together, bring her on to discuss." I don't want to have a conversation with Brittany Ventney. I'll argue with Vosh. I do not want to argue with Brittany Ventney. She's fucking stupid. She can't have like a complicated discussion about anything.
I think you're selling her short. I think maybe she could. But I don't know. I haven't watched a ton of her content, so maybe
watch this. I don't watch. The only time I've seen her is when she was on Ralph Retort and Bloodsports or wherever when she was yelling at Destiny, and she comes off like the biggest moron of all time. So maybe she's smart in other situations, but in those situations she was like
Ralph Retort with Destiny didn't do well. Gotcha.
She was like no BS levels of intelligence.
Oh no. Oh no.
Someone messaged me. They want us to watch Destiny versus No BS incest debate.
Man.
I said, I don't think Adam would be up for that, but
yeah, that doesn't sound fun at all.
Maybe not for you. Billy Big Beans for $1 says, "What do you guys think about H3H3 angering the K-pop stands? He said something about it being a twink fetish and a few other less than family friendly things about it. That's hilarious." I don't know. After when H3H3 stopped making videos and they just did live streams, and yes, maybe you can insult me for having not uploaded a video for a long time, even though I'm uploading a video next week.
For it.
I know, walked right into that one. But when H3H3 stopped making
streamers
videos
now.
When they stopped making videos and they started streaming, I just completely lost interest in H3H3.
Yeah.
He's not.
I never
like
he's a podcast.
Right. He's a funny guy, but I don't know. I don't think I don't care about his thoughts on the streaming shit. But that's funny. I'll look into the K-pop stuff. Jesus Christ, so many more super chats. The Wooster for $1.99 says, "Get Ben Shapiro on the show." Ben Shapiro's not gonna fucking come on our show. The Reckoning for 10 Aussie bucks. Just keep showing out the money. That's totally fine with that. Says, "Sounds like Judaism has a diversity problem." So, but this really shows the anti-Semitism for the alt-right. When they always equate Judaism and Jews and Israel as like some sort of like magic cohesive idea that everyone in Israel agrees with each other and every Jew in America agrees with Israel and all this stuff.
Yeah.
Like if you've ever known any Jews, you know that like if you get 10 Jews in a room, you'll have 10 different opinions. Jews can't agree on shit. Like
no one can agree on shit. White people can't agree on shit. Black people can't agree on shit.
Right.
No one agrees on anything.
There's lots of first of all, it's kind of when I went to Israel, the one time I went to Israel, because you have to, it's part of your Jewish indoctrination. No, I'm sorry. The one time I did go to Israel, I learned like it was funny because most of the Jews are actually secular in Israel, and they kind of really dislike the ultra Orthodox Jews because like the ultra Orthodox. I talked about this again. I talked about this on streaming past. A lot of the secular Jews in Israel view the ultra Orthodox Jews as not only like right wing crazies, but like leeches on society because they don't work and don't have jobs, and they don't have to volunteer for the army. Though I think that changed recently. So, can't wait for synagogues to accept Black Asian converts and give them the right of return to Israel, so you can stop hiding behind your ethno religion. I'm pretty sure they do. El Lecho for $5 says, "What would be your guys' advice if someone you knew was actually considered being alt-right?" I wish I could tell you. I watched Liberosity go alt-right. I didn't know what to do about that, and I just let it. I didn't, I don't know how to engage in that, so I don't know. Do you have any answer for that, Adam?
Not really. I mean, I don't necessarily know. Because I feel like there's a biological component to it that I am somewhat sympathetic to that never really gets talked about. Like and it also depends upon the situation that you're in, like where you live. Like there's a lot of different factors that go into it.
Right.
So,
Right.
yeah. This is what's frustrating about the Innuendo Studio side of the debate, because they put so much emphasis on, like classifying you as if everybody has the exact same circumstances. Even this whole video he's going through, he's saying, Gabe is this person that has this completely unique set of circumstances. It's like a 35 factors. Who has the factors that match up with Gabe? Like everybody has an individual situation. So,
right.
Yeah, I don't know.
I wish I could help you. I don't know the answer to that. Reckoning for 10 Aussie bucks says, "You're talking about the 1965 Hart Jew Seller Immigration Act, which Ted Kennedy explicitly promised would not change the racial makeup of America. People never got informed to vote on this." So Destiny and Nick Fuentes argued about this for 6 hours across 2 different debates. Basically, the alt-right conspiracy theory is that they knew that this was going to change immigration, even though it was the conservatives and the people afraid of demographic change that were the ones that wanted the Immigration Act to include the chain migration stipulation, even though that was the biggest part of changing the demographics of America. But my response to this, and what's so hilarious about all the immigration stuff, what I find so hilarious about the immigration stuff, is that the most stringent immigration policy this country has ever had, the 1924 Immigration Act, was created and designed primarily to prevent white Europeans from coming to America. So this idea that that America is a magic white ethnostate is a total lie. It was an Anglo-Saxon ethnostate that slowly became not an Anglo-Saxon ethnostate.
I want to go back. I want to go back to El Lecho's question for a second, just because.
Yes.
I missed a lot of it seems a lot of the left want to deplatform them, and I know like that doesn't wrong. Help. Yeah, that doesn't help at all. And right. I totally stole this argument from Dank, but it's so good. It's like freedom of speech is how we avoid violence, because when you deplatform people when they don't feel like they have any way to redress their grievances, violence becomes the last resort. You sort of push them into a violence. And Dank was bringing this up on a stream with One Species, where he was talking to One Species about gay rights. Like if gay rights came into being because they had freedom of speech, they had the ability to redress grievances, and if you don't have that, they would have been pushed into violence. Free speech kind of saves us all from that violence. So it's funny to me, Innuendo Studios, and the left tends to want to deplatform the alt-right or the far right or the ethno-nationalists or the white nationalists or whatever, because they think that's going to solve the problem. And I know that that's only going to make the problem worse.
Right.
So that is not the solution. That is definitely not the solution.
Reckoning for 5 Aussie Bucks says pornography was never protected under free speech. It was Jews again who pushed it for it to be. Dun dun dun. Why are the majority of pornographers Jewish? You caught me. I'm really part of the secret Jewish Illuminati group trying to push incest porn on America in order to get rid of white people or whatever the fuck the conspiracy theory says.
Yeah.
Just Mercy for $2 says white supremacists disagree on stuff too. Of course they do. That's the whole Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer disagreeing with each other. One's a tradcon and one's like an atheist. I'm curious about this. I'm pretty sure there was some porn free speech lawsuit or something. But whatever. Look at that later when I have a chance. Reckoning for 2 Aussie Bucks says, nice straw man. No one says Jews agree on everything. It sure feels like that's what you're implying, Reckoning. It sure doesn't it feel like he's implying? That's why you keep asking me questions. You're like, Sitch, you're Jewish. Answer all these things about Israel.
I feel horrible taking half the super chats because you're the one that's getting all the appointed questions here, Sitch. So
no, it's just hilarious. If you're complaining, I'm strawmanning you, and you're asking me all these fucking Israel things. Like, but Sitch, do you agree with every single thing Israel does? It must be because you're Jewish and it's a Jewish country. Yeah. Reckoning for two Aussie Bucks says explain the World Zionist and Jewish Congress. I don't even know what that means.
Yeah, me neither.
World Zionist and Jewish Congress.
TDS Sitch, our favorite super chatter.
TDS
favorite super chatter.
For $4.99 says PSA Sitch before I go to the secret Jew meeting is moved to next one day. Thank you very much, TDS Sitch. I for some reason thought it was on Thursday, but I'm glad you reminded me.
I'm so glad that I don't go to the secret Jew meeting. I want
allowed.
all plausible deniability.
You're not allowed, Adam.
Good. Thank
Adam's
goodness.
not a chosen. Adam's not part of the chosen people. Adam is not the Jewish Aragorn.
Don't encourage him.
Boomer Adam for $1 says, embrace the incest, Adam.
What? There's a Boomer Adam? No, you're kidding me.
Streamlab, Boomer Adam.
Oh my God. They're multiplying. Is that TDS Sitch? Is that TDS
Embrace
Sitch?
the incest. Adam, embrace the Jewish conspiracy theory incest.
No.
We have to we have to stop white people from having children. It's the only way we can regain control over America.
No more children. No more incest porn. I'm against it all. I'm for enforced monogamy. Just so you know, I'm on the record. Enforced monogamy. Socially enforced. Which means your friends give you a hard time for not having a girlfriend.
Just Mercy for $2 says, are you appealing to your feelings? Feelings don't care about facts, Just Mercy. Feelings don't care about facts. And the alt-right knows all about feelings not caring about facts because the alt-right pretends like they have lots of facts, but, they don't.
Yeah.
Anyways, we've made it through.
We finally made it.
We've made it through the Streamlabs.
It's almost 6 hours. This could be
It's a 6-hour stream. I'm starving. I haven't eaten anything since 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I think. Thank you all for coming and sticking through the madness of this video, followed by the madness of the anti-Semitic super chats. Thank you all very much. And thank you for giving me all that money. Hope you all do well this week. Until the next one.
Take care, everyone.